All right, selectmen comment. Go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. Having seen the numbers from the Raymond School Committee as to the size of the Raymond part of the Raymond Wyndham school budget, quick calculations tell me that Raymond will be paying $20,750 per student to go to RSU 14. That is a big chunk of change and will have a huge impact on our tax rate in Raymond. So as Sharice said earlier, we're only 23% of the entire mill rate. The school budget is over 70%, 73%. We're paying $550,000 more this year than we did last year with 7 less students. Just so everybody's aware, we need to talk to our school board members and find out what are they doing? Are they even looking at the budget or just accepting what's thrown in front of them?
I agree with Joe on that.
It's hard. Our budget is really low. So what happens is we have to try and keep the whole town within a little square, I like to put something in there as a selectman and as a citizen, vote for the library to be joined with the town. I'm putting my 2 cents in out there. So vote yes, please, on 24 and 25 articles. All right. Anybody else with selectman comment? Nope. All right, moving on. Town manager's report.
Thank you. So we're still seeking interested citizens for service on our comprehensive plan committee. They're coming in slowly. I guess the latest push has been a couple more interested citizens. So hopefully we'll be bringing a slate of names forward, and or I'll discuss with the chair how you want to handle that. I'm assuming you may want to do interviews as you probably have done in the past. It's been so long. I assume that's what we did back years ago. So what's the total now, Sue? Do you know how many people altogether off the top of your head?
I believe what I took to you before was like 7, and we've had 2 more come on. I was just looking for the names.
We don't need the names, actually.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
That's good. At least we got more.
Yeah, but we've had 2 more, and you had originally said when you all discussed it, you were hoping for between like 9 and 11. So if we could get a couple more, so you have some to choose from, that would be nice.
So we'll advertise some more and maybe bring that to you with all deliberate municipal speed. That's how this one's gone. So we're going to be doing a pre-construction meeting. Nathan is with the engineers on the sidewalk project. Speaking of all deliberate municipal speed, there's one for you. So that will result in setting a start date for construction, and then we'll do public notices, and Glidden Paving, which is a company we're well accustomed to, was the low bidder, and Sebago Technics, our house engineering firms, doing the engineering. It's a 50-50 state cost share, and so that's going to happen, which will be pretty exciting after all these years. And as far as general roads, Nathan's going to wait until the fall when we get back our, half reimbursement, which is order of magnitude $300,000. But he'll be doing Mountain Road overlay, and he'll be doing Swans Road overlay. So those are the major overlays coming in the year ahead. So a lot of activity despite the high cost of bituminous asphalt. And now I guess I'm ready to do dates. You're ready for that? So dates for upcoming regular meetings: June 21st, July 12th. Reminder of upcoming election schedule: May 18th, budget vote at Wyndham High School Auditorium, 6:30. May 27th, deadline to change parties to vote in the primary on June 14th. June 9th, deadline to request absentee ballots. June 14th, state primary, municipal officers, and RSU 14 budget elections at the Jordan Small Middle School gym, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then a reminder of the upcoming holiday schedule: Monday, May 30th, Memorial Day.
So regarding the election coming up, I just want to remind you, Dawn, and Sue, and Melissa, I guess, too, regarding getting in the newspaper article, you know, whatever we can get in that article for people to read as far as the election goes, you know, so especially with the library breaking that down too.
We can have another discussion about that as we did last issue.
Okay.
You want to do that?
Yep, that works.
Let's do that.
All right, cool. All right, we're going to switch the executive sessions around. I'm going to do the award of the scholarships last, but let's go in. Sue, can you do the one up of yours first, please?
Yeah, you mean the added one first?
Yes.
Okay. And that one's going to be discussion of how to proceed with a pending legal issue pursuant to 1 MRSA subsection 4056E.
All right.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Have a second?
Second.
All in favor? All right.
So I'll make a breakout room.
Okay. A motion to come out of executive session. He's back.
So moved.
Move to come out of executive.
Yeah. All in favor? All right. Can I have a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Okay. Can I have the motions for discussion of labor contracts and proposals, please?
Make a motion to go into executive session under Title I MRSA subsection 4056D to discuss labor contracts.
Second.
All in favor?
Make a motion to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Do you notice we keep getting smaller as far as the Brady Bunch here? Because we keep losing people. All right, one more executive session.
Make a motion to go into executive session under Title I subsection 4056F to discuss scholarship applications.
Second.
All in favor? Yep. All right.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All in favor?
Move
All right.
to handle as discussed in the executive session on scholarships.
Second.
All in favor?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor? Bye, guys.
Good
Hi,
night.
guys.
Good night.
Welcome to the May 11th, 2022 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. The board does have a quorum, and we'll start with roll call.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill,
Mark Childs.
and via Zoom. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have a Brandon Chase, a Settlers Ridge Road subdivision for a public hearing. We also have a public hearing for amended for approved subdivision for a change of a property line by Michelle Bolin. A sketch plan review for the Jordan Bay Marina and Port Harbor Marine. A site plan review for management controls. I believe this one is going to get tabled. We've got a pre-application subdivision amended review presented by Daigle Financial and Development LLC, and an informal discussion on, wow, I'm going to mispronounce your name, Francis
Shabowski.
Zabowski. You here, Francis? If not,
He postponed as well.
Yeah, that one requested to be tabled.
okay. Well, geez, I could have saved myself that embarrassment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone and the podium and state your name, address, and affiliation with the application. After the board votes on the merits of each applicant, we will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board records evidence of your appearance this evening. All right, our first order of business is the approval of the minutes for the April 13th, 2022. Any changes?
Yeah, on page 2, Bob stated the board previously waived the 100-foot roadway connection. Isn't that 1,000 feet?
It is.
That's the only change I see to make.
Did you catch that, Sandy? Okay.
Move to accept the minutes as written
And modified?
and modified.
Second, any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Pass 4-0. All right. Next up is the Brandon Chase subdivision represented by Bob McSorley of Sebago Technics. And Will, you are our planner, is that correct?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
It's somewhat muted.
Will, do you have any opening comments, or should we go right to Bob McSorley? Can you hear me, Will?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, now we can, better.
Okay. No, I think
Now, really?
the applicant should be able to give a presentation and then move into public hearing and proceed from there.
Okay. Rob, you ready?
I am. I just to share the screen.
Okay.
Hopefully it should get me in there.
Alex, do you remember the abutter that was concerned about the water runoff? Do you remember his name?
George Mata?
George Mata.
Yeah.
That's it. He's not. George Mata, are you here this evening by any chance? Because before you start off, I think we gave him a misinformation when he was asking questions about the water runoff onto his property for development. I think the land is set up so that, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the water is not going to run onto his property,
No.
but if he developed that property, he would be responsible for making sure that the water did not run onto the property, correct?
It could run onto our property if it was historically going that way.
Right.
But he would be limited to the amount of discharge he had before development.
Okay. I don't think we gave him that.
Yeah, Will and I had addressed some of his concerns a few weeks ago. He came in to meet with me, and then he sent Will an email that Will was able to answer. So I think his concerns have somewhat been addressed.
Okay.
So I think he's got some of that information that he needs.
Okay. Okay, Rob, sorry. Just wanted to make sure we got through that.
Okay. I'm not going to be able to share, so I just put up our schematic there. really hasn't changed.
Is it audio?
He is.
Yes.
Well, you got me?
It might not be on.
Is that better?
I think you just turned it off.
Okay.
That's better.
Okay, good. There was not much change since the last meeting. We had gone over quite a few of the comments and whatnot, and there were some outstanding items that were requested to be resolved. We have resubmitted on that, and what I was going to do was just go over the memos that you got last week from the fire department and Will, because they were pretty straightforward. Looking at the comments from Will, there was 8 pretty straightforward comments. MDEP permit, we're still in the process. I think we're within a couple weeks of their jurisdictional time frame, so we should be seeing that permit come out for the stormwater permit here within a couple weeks. The next 2 comments relative to the HOA documents. Exhibit B will actually end up being the stormwater management report, inspection, maintenance, and housekeeping document that's listed in number 3. So we will include that into the HOA docs when they're finalized. And number 4 was asking for a final copy of that before they're recorded. As noted, don't have a problem with that. Number 5, vernal pool assessment since the last meeting. As I told you when we originally laid out the project, we did it to avoid all the wetlands and to have try to get as much separation on the wetlands as we could. We did an overall calculation of the site that's similar to what you do for Army Corps, where they also look at only 25% of the impact within the terrestrial habitat area for the critters. So that's what we had done initially. Since then, we've gone out and did a vernal pool assessment, and we do have 6 of them on site, 4 of them, which we have to address with DEP. And the way that DEP looks at them is slightly different from Army Corps. They don't look at it globally, the impact. They want all impact to one side away from the vernal pool area. We had a meeting this morning with MDEP and working through the permitting issues on the vernal pools. So just to let you know, we did do them. We're dealing with DEP and going to get through that process. Ditch calculations, those were previously in the prior calculations on the plans that I actually sent a copy of late today. Probably Will has not had a chance to look at it, but we have indicated where there are 2 different types of erosion control blanket that will be used in the swales along the roadway. The entryway going in is about an 8% slope that has a certain velocity max on the water that would happen in the swale, so it gets a little beefier erosion control blanket, and then the rest of them will be the one that we normally spec, and there's a general note on the plans to that effect. Number 7, we made the separation for the outlet control structure. We just moved it over 10 feet, not an issue on that. His comment number 8, as noted, we will comply with all the fire department comments. Did talk with Mr. Jones on the...
Did you have the May 4th memo on that?
Excuse
From the
me?
fire department? On the fire department, you just said you addressed the fire department concerns?
We'll, yeah, we'll comply with all those. Like,
Do you
under
have
Will's,
the
I
May
just-
4th memo?
Yeah, and I'm going to go through those real quick.
All right, no, it's okay, I just want to make sure you have it.
Yeah, yeah. The first comment was relative to the notation on the plans. Our station was right in the notes, but wrong on the plan, so we corrected that. Mr. Jones asked for additional signage on the opposite side of the street for the fire lanes, which we've added. The E91 addresses were on the plans. It was just not very clear, so in talking with Mr. Jones, he he realized that they were there. Number 4, the street break address signage. We had a note on the plans at the entrance that called out the 2 different plans that need to be. There's a street name sign and there's a supplementary sign that has the address. He said that was fine. He just asked for a graphic of what it would look like. So right on that plan sheet, we have basically showed Settlers Ridge Road, and then under it, 101 to 113 with an arrow. So, number 5, 6, and 7 are just saying we complied or will comply, and as noted. So, as far as the comments were concerned, pretty minor. The only issues that I see is getting the permits from DEP for the project. And we'll be more than happy to answer any questions.
Do you anticipate changes to the plans based upon the vernal pool assessment?
I hope not. I think we're trying to clarify from the DEP. The person we talked to this morning didn't have a lot of experience. And so we're looking at mitigation for some of the upland habitat area that we impact. We don't impact any of the vernal pools. It's only the upland habitat. And as you know, the way we've laid out the plan is there's, 14 acres of open space track and another 2 acres of an open space easement over the wetlands. So when we look at that, we think we have enough for what's called directional buffers for the critters to go in that direction for the upland habitat that they desire. That's a concept that was developed by University of Maine, Mr. Calhoun, who is the expert on this, and there's guidance that's published by the Army Corps of Engineers that we're referring to when we talk about that. So I hope that we will not be changing the configuration now.
Okay. Will?
Yeah, just a quick question on the vernal pool. Rob, I don't believe you submitted the assessment to the town, or maybe you have and I just missed it. But I think that is a requirement as part of the ordinance. So we would like to get a copy of that. I know you're working with DEP on that, but we would like to get a copy of that as well.
Yeah, and I think in the response we said it would be part of the permit that the town gets a copy of, the permit submittal. So yeah, it will be submitted to the town.
Okay, this, do you have anything else?
No.
Okay. This has been advertised as a public hearing. I will open the public hearing if there's anybody that wants to comment on the project from the audience. All right, so open public hearing, and we shall, no takers, close public hearing. All right, questions from, Will, do we have anything outstanding other than the DEP and the vernal pool work?
Yeah, I mean, again, I haven't had a chance to review the ditch velocities and the ditch lining, but based on what Rob said, I believe that, he's probably added what's necessary. I will take a look at that, just to be sure. I guess, yeah, as you had asked, Mr. Chairman, the question about changes relative to the vernal pool discussion with DEP, that would be really my only other concern at this point. And I guess if we were to conditionally approve this tonight, that if there were changes to the plan, I guess I would probably recommend that, obviously they'd come back for another planning board meeting to amend that if there were changes that were required as part of that vernal pool discussion and permitting with DEP.
Yeah, well, we could do preliminary approval. We couldn't do final approval without actually getting the DEP reports.
Okay, yeah.
So, what do you guys think?
a little bit of me, I understand that, the process and getting this going for the construction crews, but I feel that wait to see about, what we hear back from DEP before we move forward. I mean, because the plan might change. If it doesn't, then we'll push it through final next time.
Yeah, I don't know that we have a choice.
Yeah. Okay, I don't really, at this point, I don't really see any benefit in the conditional, in a preliminary approval, excuse me, with the conditional. It doesn't, I don't think the board is opposed to a final approval at the next meeting if everything is done.
Okay.
We don't need to have a preliminary approval
Good evening and welcome to the select board meeting. We're going to take a roll call and everybody's here, but I don't see Lonnie. Tonight he said that he did not know if he would be able to make it. So I don't see him on here. Okay, so can I have a motion to approve the minutes of May 10th?
So move.
Second.
Any discussion? I'm gonna turn my, all in favor? 1, 2, 3. All right, I need a motion to approve the minutes of May 20th.
So move.
Second.
All in favor? Okay. All right. Election of officers. Can I have a motion for chair, please?
I'm gonna move Joe Bruno.
I'm going to second
that.
All right, got it. Sam, thanks. All right, all in favor? All right.
I'll even raise my hand.
Can I get a motion for the vice chair, please?
I'll nominate Teresa Sadak.
Roll call.
I'll second that.
No. I'm gonna say no. I'm sorry.
All right, I will withdraw my motion and I'll nominate Rolf Olson.
Thank you. I second that. All right, all in favor? Okay. All right, we need parliamentarian.
I'll nominate Rolf Olson.
Can he be both?
He can. There's no reason why he can't.
Then I second that.
Second.
All in favor? All right. Joe, I'm handing it over to you.
Well, thank you everyone for your vote, and I hope I do as well as Teresa did. She did a great job this year.
Thanks, Joe.
So, all right. So first order of new business, consideration of public property use request. Joe, you there?
I'm here.
All right. So what's going on?
Yeah, so this is strong machine adventure racing that's putting this on. They hold a I think it's about, depends on what lake this is, but I think it's roughly around 50 to 75 miles of racing. It's what you can do biking, kayaking, and all sorts of different activities to get through. The course is not publicly known to any, even if you sign up, it's given the day of. So that's why a separate email has been sent to you by Sula, kind of mapping out the areas. So when we originally, he gave us the route, it was going through, I think Chief Tupper also saw that it was going through a lot more of the busy stretches of Raymond, so we kind of kept it not in the busy stretches of Raymond because of the time frame of this race, July. So kind of in the northern region, and if you can see there, it's really not hitting too many of the main drags. So that's pretty much the overall view of that. Any questions on that?
Is it going to be an inconvenience to Raymond citizens at all?
Doesn't seem like it. He said it's more of it's not like a triathlon where they're all together and busy. It's pretty staggered and go at your own pace. So it's not as concentrated as most races.
Any other questions? Don?
They were originally asking to use the Crescent Beach boat launch, which we were against and have been against that in prior requests. So that's not happening this time. And I think the course that they've selected will have a minimal impact on our town, but it certainly has some level of impact.
There's a lot of bicyclists in this, right? It's canoeing,
Yeah.
bicycling, hiking, if I remember correctly.
Correct. And I'm not sure if he laid out which part of this lake is, if it's running or biking or kayaking. Obviously not kayaking on the road. So it's either biking or running on this map.
Yeah. I just want people to be aware that it's going to happen so that they can be careful with people riding bicycles down the road. So,
Yeah, what can happen is I can send out an email blast maybe the day before, and just make aware that this race is going on.
It's
To
like when we
people.
had the Dempsey Challenge that comes through town. Yeah, you gotta be a little more careful when you're driving those days.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Sue, look.
Sue?
Joe, when do they publish the race course? Or is it that morning? Is it something we could put out the day before so citizens would know?
I believe it's the day,
day of?
yeah.
Okay.
So they give it to them. That's the copy. They gotta look at it and find their way.
Okay.
So yeah, it's not something we can kind of give out beforehand, just in case someone else catches it.
Yeah.
Good. Well, I hope they do a lot of shopping in our local facilities, stores, stay at local hotels. That'd be great.
Perfect.
So we need a motion to approve it, right?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous?
Thank you.
Next is consideration of funding for Raymond Casco Historical Society. David Allen.
Thank you to the board for listening to us and our request. We realize it's very short notice and it's very unusual timing. Let me explain a little bit how we get here. We do have a project going on in South Casco. We believe it has broad historical significance, not only for Raymond and Casco, but for part of the state, this part of the state. And we do have a short film from Dr. Robert Schmick of the 19th century Curran Homestead in Orrington, speaking to that effect. If you'd like to see it, that's just a short statement. What happened? We found out about this project last fall, but the property didn't get turned over to us to go out for grants and funding until mid-March. As soon as it did, we approached both Casco and Raymond, who have been historical supporters of the society. For funding, we were told it was too late in Raymond's funding year. Had already made decisions about which articles would be funded. Casco, however, did allow it to get onto their town meeting agenda, and we received a welcome to make the proposal before their selectmen. They did recommend approval. Last week at the Casco town meeting, the citizens voted to approve a $25,000 appropriation with the stipulation that they would only approve as much as Raymond does. So hence, this is why we're back to you. We had really thought that we would come at a later date or at a special town meeting or even next year to discuss it. But this is now a point where not just the town of Raymond appropriation is being weighed here, but also whether or not we have any appropriation from Casco, and hence the request for consideration. If you'd like to see the video, I think Sue has it. She can play that.
I do. Do you have a preference of which one goes first?
I believe a lot of people have already seen the one that was done by Soccer River TV. So could you play the one of Dr. Schmick talking about it?
And what I see are the first thing is looks like the blacksmith shop. The other one is called Casco Historic Blacksmith.
Yeah, I believe that's the one.
The second one, okay. Whoops. Get that. And stop, sit, stay.
I believe this is the first one. It doesn't, video is not coming through.
The video isn't coming through.
I mean, the audio, I'm not hearing any audio.
Okay. Oh, I think I know why.
Again, I'm not hearing audio. I'm not sure if anybody else is, but what we're looking at is a picture of the shop being used in Kate Douglas Wiggins' silent movie Timothy's Quest in 1922. There's a picture of the shop as it stands. I wouldn't say today, we've already started working on it, but this is actually William Watkins working at the shop, and a picture of what it looked like when we started cleaning it out to renovate. This was a film that was made for us by Saco River TV. This project is important to them because of their connections to Kate Douglas Wiggin. And as I say, it has broad appeal regionally. We know that the shop was in use in the probably the mid 1850s by William Watkins, the apprentice there. And there's reason to believe from deeds that this shop or another shop, we never know exactly the form it's taken, but there has been a shop operating here, we believe, since 1824, making it roughly contemporary with the time Nathaniel Hawthorne was in the area. It was a major shop to the commerce of Raymond. This is now a generation before Casco split off. So it is as much a Raymond town project as anything. It's at the intersection of two major ways between the Bridgeton Road between South Wyndham and Bridgeton, and the Otisfield Road between Raymond and Kate, moving into Otisfield. I'm not sure there's a lot else to see here if we don't have the audio. I'm not. This is an ox lift. It stands in the shop today. It's pretty much in the same condition. We're going to move it intact. Pictures of Quaker Ridge where the shop exists. Again, these are films of it from 1922. This is William Watkins, who owned the shop at the end of the Civil War, and his son Albert. And you can see the condition of the ox lift today, but it's amazingly intact. Just has to be put back together.
Sue is consulting with Kevin about the audio issue.
All right, while that's going on, are there other members from the Raymond Casco Historical Society that want to speak?
Well, my name is Ingo Hartig. I'm with the Raymond Casco Historical Society, and I'm involved, and I'm totally impressed about this and very enthusiastic about it, since it is reaching back for so many years. And we are planning to make it a teaching shop later on, a live blacksmith shop, in order to show the young people, the new generations, how it was done 150 years ago.
Am I heard now by anyone?
Yes.
Yay. I'll try it again.
Should we
Kevin
just
and I
move to the other?
tested it this afternoon, and it worked much better when we had no one here. You may hear some other background noise because I had the headset on because we're still open and I'm sitting here in the middle of the front office. So I will start that again. Screen share.
David, why don't you play the second one?
And was that the right one, Mr. Allen?
No, I think we should move to the
I'm
other
sorry,
one.
I can't hear you.
Can we move to the other one? I think
Oh.
that would be more beneficial at this point.
I'm sorry.
Can we move to the second one?
Yes, we can. I am very sorry. Whoops. Oh, stop.
Well, let's not hold the meeting up any farther. Let's move on. What we were going to play for you is a short discussion by Dr. Robert Schmick of the 19th century Curran Homestead, who was the museum curator there. He has also been the managing director of Willowbrook. Many of you may know. He's an expert in blacksmith shops, and he attests to the importance of preserving this as a unique site. He attests to the importance of using a shop like this for experiential learning, bringing classrooms into the shop to learn to do, as opposed to just the more historic model that we've used of having set pieces where it's more of a show and tell. So it will be a working blacksmith shop. The intention is to actually have the forge running again and having local blacksmiths use it to practice their own craft. To start that in August, we'll be running, Bob is going to bring down portable forges to give lessons and demonstrations, teach classes here in August for a period of time to get the interest going. And it's the model that we have to move to in the future in order to make the shop self-sustaining and germane. It says something that, groups like Saco River TV and Hollis, Curran Homestead, which has offered us Dr. Schmick's services. Today we had a group from Curran Homestead down here helping us get the shop ready to move. They're investing in this project because they see it as important, and we hope Raymond will as well.
Can I ask you, what is the money going to be used for?
The shop, again, is very decayed. It's in advanced stages of needing a lot of repair, and we're going to actually have to take it apart to move it. So there'll be, we have a gentleman from Bridgeton who is a timber joiner who specializes in this kind of renovation work. We have a rigging company to actually move it. We're going to have to bring in boomed vehicles to pick the shop up. We're going to cut it in 3 pieces, pick it up, lift it over an existing building, put it on a flatbed and move it up to the site. And then to stabilize it, we're going to put it on a full foundation so that we don't have problems in the future. And so that we can start the renovation work in the interior. Then we'll have to reclad the entire outside. At this point, it's not weather tight. The roof isn't weather tight. The walls aren't weather tight. We'll get that back to where, in order to have it as a classroom, we're going to have to do that and get the forge reestablished. There's a lot of our budget is approximately $65,000, which we think is realistic to do this. But all it takes is one beam that's in need to be replaced, and prices will go up considerably.
Have you done a fundraising campaign for this?
We are running a fundraising. We've had some very generous support on the fundraising, and but because of the late nature of getting it started, we're just now getting into the main thrust of the fundraising, and we are looking for grant writing. We are looking for grants, although a lot of those are more towards the equipment and materials and some upgrades to the shop that we'll need to turn it into a classroom as opposed to just a static exhibit. We've had some deferred maintenance at the museum, and some of that will have to be taken care of. That's not part of what this money will go for, but that's actually what has happened is the money that's been set aside to do that is what we're using to move forward until we can secure more funding or fundraising. And that will have to be paid back in order to do the deferred maintenance.
Any selectmen have any questions for Mr. Allen?
I know Lonnie sent me a message earlier saying he would not be here tonight. Lonnie did say he was in full support of it, in full support of supporting it. So I wanted to make sure I put in his 2 cents. It's my understanding that you guys are looking for about 23,000. Am I right?
That number comes because the 25,000, but I believe you appropriated 1,800 for at the town meeting, which is a traditional appropriation you've given us in the past. Is that correct?
Yeah,
that's correct.
So I think that's where the 23,000 number comes from.
So you're looking for 23,200.
Okay, so
yes.
My 2 cents on this is I think it's a good project. I agree with trying to restore it. What I'm not comfortable with is just a couple of us saying yes to $23,000. That's my worry, because it is a taxpayer's money. It is a lot of money, because as we break down a lot of people to different people. So to say yes to 23,000 to me is kind of hard to do, but I do know you guys need it. And I'm also frustrated at the fact that it's contingent on Casco too. So, I don't know. What do you other ones think?
I guess the question, what's the timeline on this? I mean, what's the full project timeline? I mean,
project timeline. I mean, we've started. They put the footings in for the foundation today. As I said, we're moving ahead with some donations that we've received and borrowing from some funding that we had set aside to do deferred maintenance. So we're going to be moving out over the next month to get this thing physically put back together on a new foundation. We think we have probably another month's work getting the outside secured. We've got to get a chimney rebuilt. It's a special side draft chimney. There aren't many masons around available right now that have that kind of experience. But we hope to have it up in actual working condition by Thanksgiving time.
I guess the question becomes how soon do you need the money? Because we're at the end of our fiscal year in 10 days. And I kind of agree with Teresa. It's a lot of money just for the selectmen to say, here you go. My suggestion is that we have a special town meeting.
I think, as I say, I think we have money that we're borrowing from our own, from deferred maintenance that we have to do later this fall. I don't see that as the timeline to have a special town meeting to appropriate this, I don't think is going to hold us up. We're just going to have to, somewhere we've got to raise funds to replace that money, but that's not, it's not a showstopper as far as this is concerned. This building has to be off-site by August 1st by contract. And that appears like it will happen, but it's going to be getting it back up and running. That's going to take a little bit of time, but I don't think, if we have to go to a special town meeting, I don't think that would be a problem from timing.
If we go to a special town meeting, will the delay lose your possibility from Casco?
No, that's been asked and answered. I believe we can check with the town manager there, but I believe it. Frank, do you remember? I believe it was answered no. That wouldn't be a problem.
If they appropriated it for their next fiscal year, it should be there for a year before it gets done.
Okay.
So you have a whole year.
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, if there's two ways you could look at funding things. One would be if we had surplus left from this current fiscal year. However, we've already, with the motors that we, the replacement motors we did in the heat pumps and whatnot that we had to do at the fire station, we essentially used our contingency funds anyway. So we really don't have funds available in the 21-22 budget. So we're looking at 22-23 budget. And when we look at the increase we just got from the school, we're already looking at having problems without, rates and things are going to go for this year. So I wouldn't feel comfortable without having some more of a public hearing on that and getting input on people, because that's going to have an impact on where we end up having to go mill rate wise.
Yep, I agree with that, and I think we need to know where the funding source is going to come from, and is the Selectmen Contingency Fund the only source? And Sharice, I guess I'll ask you, how much do we have in that contingency fund right now for this fiscal year?
Well, Rolf brought to light, I wasn't aware that we had already expended some funds out of the selectmen's contingency for fire department pump replacement or repairs. So I guess I'd have to research that. That must have happened before I came in September.
It did. It was when we ended up having to replace the heating unit on the roof at the, rather than taking that out of, we did some out of contingency, some out of the fire department funds, but then we also spent money out of the contingency when we repowered the marine, the boat. So, I don't think we have that much that's left in the overall contingency fund anyway. All, essentially what you'd have would be if we had any surplus, but that affects then what we're going to do as far as how much of that surplus we use to offset the mill rate, taking into account the increase that we got on the school budget, which we did not have. We anticipated it, but it was a hefty increase on there. So I mean, we've got to factor that in as well.
So what I'm thinking is that the July meeting becomes a special town meeting.
I like that idea.
What are Teresa, Rolf?
I'm just wondering if July, I mean, from a timing standpoint, either July or August. I'm just thinking, as far as what we're trying to do is we're trying to get a good feel from the populace, and does July give you enough time to to build up to get information out to people so they can come in and have a reasonable shot at that, or are we better off to do that, look at it in August instead, in order to try and get some, give David and the the group there some chance to try and get some some more information out. I know they were at the election and they gave some information out there, but if, you know, you're trying to build up some underlying support with people, you know, if we go July, we're really pushing the timeline there. If we go to August, it gives them a little bit more time to build some underlying support there too.
Well, I just heard an August 1st deadline, you know.
No, excuse me. We have an August 1st deadline to move the building off the site, and we will be doing that probably in the next 2 to 3 weeks and getting it reassembled. We've borrowed the funding from we've reallocated some funding internally to be able to do that. So that deadline is not going to be hampered by the funding. It's really, you know, we're taking it out of funds that we need to do some furnace work and things like that this fall. That we have more time on, a little more time on getting the shop running. I mean, we have to get it moved. We'll get it moved, but that's when it starts to become a problem. It's later on, early in the fall.
Sharice, what do you have for us now from last year's?
But as far as your undesignated fund balance?
No, contingency.
No, yeah, selectmen contingency.
Well, as I had mentioned before, I wasn't aware of those, you know, those expenditures that Rolf is speaking to. So I guess I need time to research that. You're talking about, I see Bruce may or may not be on the line. You know, if he has an estimate on, you know, the cost of the heat pump replacement repairs, and then the marine boat repairs as well. And I'm just not prepared to give you that number this evening.
Okay.
I mean, I would prefer
hopped on. Don, do you have any numbers that you know of?
I had asked Sharice this question, and so, you know, the question becomes, and I'm going to defer to Rolf on this, but whether, and maybe Bruce can jump in, whether both those expenditures happened in the you know, the current fiscal year.
My knowledge, the heating air conditioning units were the year before. I remember Alex was the one who handled that, Alex Ponte, and then the motors were this year. And I my God, I want to say 68 was the cost, or 65.
65's popping in my head.
Somewhere right in that area, yeah.
Well, that's the ball game. That's the ball game for the contingency then.
Right.
Because we only had 75 in the contingency, so I mean, it doesn't.
The current year contingency, yeah.
I mean, I would, you know, what I would, you know, I mean, I would prefer to, let's get a public hearing, a public special town meeting or whatever scheduled for August. Get some time to look at that, but it also gives us a chance then in July to have some, look at some numbers on where, if we do this, where would we, where would the money come from? Because you'll have, at that point also, Teresa will have had a chance to close the books for the, it depends on when that meeting is, but you'll have your end of the year, most of your end of the year stuff done by the time we have the select board meeting in July. So we'll have a little bit better idea of where we are as far as surplus and things like that.
So the August meeting would be the 16th, if I'm correct. Is that right?
I think so. Isn't that the second? Yeah.
It's the third Tuesday. Don, do you have it? You have that right off?
Sue's not working.
No, I'm sorry, the 9th.
It'll be the 9th?
It's the second Tuesday.
Second Tuesday.
Normally. It can be the 16th, but it's normally the 9th.
Works. Okay. All right.
So you're right. We do have to figure out where it's going to come from if that's what the town chooses to do, because I would hate to break into our selectmen contingency when we only have 75,000. I mean, we used that up on one thing, on the motors, last time. So, but gives us some ideas where to find it.
Yeah. So Sharice, I guess we're going to be looking at you to see where we can fund this from. if it's undesignated fund balance, which it may be, or a combination of contingency and undesignated fund balance.
Okay, I'll try to get some information for you for the next meeting. Unless you
Okay.
want me to email
August,
you
the August meeting.
By the August
Well,
meeting.
for the July meeting, we will discuss the options of where to find the funding.
And
And we'll have a special
another
town
thing,
meeting in August.
right, another thing you could look at is what's allowable under TIF, because we may be able to do
Right.
some things under TIF, even if we if we delayed something else in order to use that in this year's. So I mean, because that's where some of the historical society money is coming from anyway. So it would be expansion on that. But I mean, that's another logical area, but it just may require some shifting to some other things.
Right. All right. Anyone else from the Historical Society want to say anything? So our current plan right now is to discuss it at our July meeting of where the funding may come from. And then we will, on the August meeting, have a special town meeting. And I'm sure you can round up all your folks to make sure you have enough votes to get the, appropriate the money at the special town meeting. All right.
Yeah, I have no problem if the town comes all out for it, because that way where there's more people speaking up for it. Yeah.
Look, I think all the select board is supportive. I think it becomes where are we going to get the money from? So, all right.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I appreciate
Frank, you
that.
want to say something?
I was just
Frank?
going to say thank you very much for considering this. As someone mentioned, David and I worked the polls, and we talked to probably 350 people that day, and there was a lot of support there. People really felt it was a good project. So I think with some work on our part, we can turn out a number of people to support it in August.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for this.
I think you continue with a fundraising campaign and see what you can come up with that way too.
We plan to. We just picked up another 1,000 of our newsletters today, and we'll be hitting the road with them again.
Good. Good. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So look, consideration of planning board appointment.
I believe Mike Richmond is here, and he is. The planning board has approved his appointment, and they're awaiting their thumbs up for that if you so choose.
The only thing I notice is he spells his name Richman, not like the town of Richmond.
Oh, it's not a good day for me, evidently.
We're just making sure you're watching how to spell your own name. That's all.
Yeah. All right. Michael, would you like to say anything?
Just appreciate the consideration. In my day job, I sort of am on different sides of planning boards, and love Raymond and would love to help here. So any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Well, you have an impressive resume, and we're happy to have someone like you on the planning board. But that might be a little early because we got to have a motion and a vote. So
I would move to appoint Mike Richmond to the planning board.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. All those in favor? Mike, you're on the planning board.
Thank you.
Does he have to get sworn in or anything, Sue?
I'll need to swear at him, yes.
She swears at you really bad.
I'm not sure that's the right
connect with
preposition.
Sue, and you'll have to get sworn in, okay?
Will do.
Thank you, Mike, for your service.
Thank you all.
All right. Consideration of zoning board of appeals resignation.
And in your packets, you saw Patricia Beaton's resignation. So
Can I have a motion to accept the resignation?
Resignation.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
No, she was good. It's too bad.
Well, it's,
Thank you for her service, really.
yes, thank you so much
Put a
for
lot
your
of time in.
service. And it's hard to get people to volunteer.
Oh, but wait, look at the next one. We have someone volunteering, Pete.
Hey, look at that. What do you know?
Yeah, see?
All right, consideration of zoning board of appeals appointment, Pete Lockwood.
And he is here as well.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Pete, how you doing?
I'm doing great.
You want to say
Thank-
anything?
Sure. Just like to say thank you for considering my application. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, just fine.
Great. I've lived in Raymond for 35 years, and 2 of our 4 children were raised and went through the Raymond schools, and I was just looking for an opportunity to be able to give back.
Well, we appreciate that, Pete. Can I have a motion?
Move to
Motion
appoint
to
Pete Lockwood.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Welcome aboard, Pete.
Thank you very
It's
much.
unanimous, Sue. Thanks for helping us out, Pete.
My pleasure.
All right, recycling committee update. Grace Levitt, are you here?
I am. Thank you.
All right, floor is
Okay.
yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for putting this on the agenda this evening. A few of our committee members are here as well. Sue Cardy, Karen Lockwood, also obviously Town Manager Don Willard, Select Board Rolf Olson. So if I've missed something, hopefully they will chime in at the end. But I really did want to give you a bit of an update that certainly that the committee has done, I think, quite a bit of work in just a few meetings, although it feels like it's gone on for quite a while. So also on the committee is Kathy Goslin, the Deputy Fire Chief, as well as Representative Jessica Fay, and Bob Jones has joined the last few meetings as well. So my understanding of why this all sort of got reestablished was that there was discussion at the select board and the budget committee about the costs with trash pickup and recycling. And there was a misperception, I'll say, that if something was contaminated, that we were getting a lot of contaminated recyclables. And so it was being burned anyway. So why are we recycling? And also there was a misconception about there not being a market for recyclables. And again, that's something that has changed from past years. And also there was definitely a need for a clear policy, and that was Nathan White was looking for some recommendations from the group on a new policy for trash pickup and recycling. So we met several times, about 7 meetings. First meetings were spent gathering a lot of information, presentations. They're all archived on the website. If people wanted to watch those, there was a lot of information from the Natural Resources Council in Maine, Maine Department of Environmental Protection, from Casella. And that's where we were told that really there's very little contamination of our recyclables. And so we're doing well with that. Didn't really get hard number in terms of the number of households that are participating in recycling. So we seem to be doing okay, but could be doing better. Did learn that the heaviest part of our trash is wet trash, food scraps and such. And that increases the cost of the trash pickup. So we could encourage a lot more composting of the appropriate food waste and educating the public about that. And most importantly, we did learn, as I said already, that there is indeed a market for recyclables. It says it right on the Casella website, that as long as they've listed it as an accepted item, that they do recycle, that they do not burn it. We also heard about a program, Garbage to Garden, about composting, and information that some of the members of the committee attended some webinars from the Wyndham Raymond Adult Ed program on composting and recycling. And also somebody attended the annual Maine Recycling Solid Waste Conference, and we gathered information from the surrounding towns about what they do with recycling. It was interesting to note it says it's mandatory in some of those towns. So a flyer was developed with some of the information that we had gathered, and I want to thank Kathy Goslin and some of the town staff for their work on that with the flyer and the logo, and getting some copies made that were available on election day. And We hope to get some more made and distributed at Town Hall, at the library, any realtors to do summer rentals, campgrounds perhaps, and certainly have it on the website. I don't think it was quite there yet, but I know we're updating things on the website. Along with if and when you adopt the policy that you have in your e-packet, have that also up on the website so people are aware of it. And there is a link up on the website to sign up if people are interested in a new recycling bin, a different type of bin. It's a larger one, it's on wheels, and it's covered. And so that is important. And there was one on display again on election day, and Sue McCarty and Bob Jones were there to kind of answer questions about it and also have folks sign up there as well. Sue's got some more information on that in just a minute. And also composters. So I know the town had made those available to people before at cost, and so also getting interest for folks to be getting those. So we want to certainly have some commitment from people that are interested in getting these bins, and rather than just the town purchasing them and hoping people will get them. So that's why we're asking them to sign up beforehand. And also there's a concern with where to store all of these. So we want to be sure that once we do get them for the people that are interested, that they then come in and pick them up. And, but the town can provide those then at cost to folks that are interested. Really, the biggest thing that we have a lot more to do is educate the community, again, about composting, which this household has started to do with all that I've learned about how much more we can save on the weight of our trash and the tipping fees, and also more about proper recycling and just in general addressing this whole issue. So Sue McCarty had reached out to the schools as well, and it just was too close to the end of the year to get something going there, but we're looking hopefully at the fall of having Casella do a presentation in Raymond Elementary School and helping to educate the public through that means as well. As far as helping to educate the residents, there was the thought that perhaps the policy, if and when adopted, could be sent to households with their tax bill, and that would be helpful in making everyone aware. Having it on the website's one thing, but having it handed to you is something that might be worth doing. And let's see, we also have gotten a few things updated on the town website, still some more to do, some videos that can be up there to help educate people. We still have some concerns to address, still some concerns about private roads and how to be sure that they are complying with the policy, again, if when adopted. Being sure that summer rentals are doing some recycling and following trash policy. Summer residents in general, weekend residents, really that's an issue to continue with. So when we did give some feedback on the policy that was proposed, the thought was, should there be some sort of a penalty for someone not following the policy? But I will say that it seemed pretty clear that Nathan was more of a mind that if someone's not following it, that sharing that document with them and pointing out to them would hopefully address most of the issues, if not perhaps all. So, but any type of a penalty that you might consider for someone who's consistently not following the policy, of course, would be up to you all to decide what to do in that case. And next steps, we had mentioned at one point surveying the community to try to build up some more interest in recycling. We haven't done anything like that yet, but we have another meeting scheduled in August. Once we start getting some of these new recycling bins out there and they would be visible on the roads, there might be some more interest in some more people. So ordering these, and so we do another round of that. As I already mentioned, presentation hopefully at Raymond Elementary School in the fall, and also connecting with the school garden and composting there. There is a Maine Recycles Week that started up again this past year, and the dates for 2022 are November 14th to 18th, so that's another opportunity to keep educating the public about it. And also we need to keep monitoring. There's a new law, I imagine you're aware of, the Extended Producer Responsibility Program for packaging, and that was passed, that will help towns with the cost of recycling. And so it does look like it's going to take a while for that law to be fully operational, but basically manufacturers have to either make more of their packaging recyclable or pay a cost that is then sent to the municipalities to help provide for recycling costs. Again, priority is to educate folks about the do's and don'ts of recycling and really about the importance of composting. So if any of you aren't composting yet, I would encourage you to do that. It's really pretty easy. And also just it's really the 7 R's: refuse, reduce, reuse, repair, repurpose, rot, that's compost, and recycle. And so those are all things that we can be doing to improve the environment and our community. And we'll also be providing some updates via the Roadrunner. There have already been some things in there, and keep trying to provide information about other ways to recycle items that Casella does not take, such as that soft plastic bags and such. There is a place at supermarkets, Shaw's has one right by the exit where they can take those things. Donating items to Goodwill or Salvation Army. Just ways to heighten awareness about thinking twice before just tossing something in the trash. Also, perhaps down the road, having a site for a community garbage to garden program for those that don't have a way to compost on their own sites, and wondering if some sort of incentive might help. Again, we're open to ideas about this, but basically we do need to, of course, watch the cost, but the more that we compost and the better that we recycle, it is certainly better for the environment, for our town, this beautiful place that we all enjoy living in, but it could also then reduce the cost of tipping fees for trash and help to offset the cost of the recycling. And so, Sue, you had some specific numbers on the folks that had signed up on Election Day and via the website. You want to weigh in, and Karen as well, and anything else?
There was a lot of interest, and I was happy. You know, it was good to know that a lot of people were recycling, and there were a fair amount of people that are already composting. We had like 56 people sign up, and about 27 of them also wanted composters, which I thought was which was great. I think the biggest challenge is when people looked at the recycling bin. Some of the older people felt it was too heavy to lug back and forth on their driveway if their house was a little far enough away from. So that was an issue. But the other thing is people just don't believe that these new bins that Nate got through Casella are heavy duty, and they just think that they're going to get knocked over just like the current ones are. That they just believe that the people that are picking up the trash are just, throwing the containers into the street and whatnot, and they break up. But these, and I've talked to Nate about it, and he says he knows what people feel, but it's really not accurate to a certain degree. It happens, but these new ones from Casella are really tough. They're really heavy duty, and I've seen the ones from Lowe's, and they're better than the ones from Lowe's that people are buying. So I think it's just kind of convincing people that if you spend, and I think about $60 is really a deal, because the ones from Lowe's are not as good as this, and they're more. So I'm hoping that people can continue to check them out at Town Hall and increase their, get more orders. But so far we have about 56, which I thought was pretty good. And I want to thank Bob Jones for spending all morning there and helping out. It was very helpful.
Okay. Anyone else? So I'm looking at the new trash recycling policy. What is the difference on the policy as opposed to the old one? I don't see any like red lines and what it's replacing or.
Well, okay, so let me just answer that a little bit this way. The charge that committee, what they did was on the recycle side. The recycle section that really didn't change much, but it was more to look at is recycling still valid? Is recycling, something that we should be doing. So there's a lot of work. The trash recycling collection policy is really from the standpoint of the select board and Nate's side is doing that. I will say that, give my thanks to the committee because they did an awful lot of work in a short amount of time in regards to, a lot of brochures and things like that too, and some information going into the road runner. So, the thing to do is keep that energized and keep the education. The biggest thing coming out of there is that education component, because really it's educating the people on what they need to do, how they need to do it, and know that they've got some resources to go look at. And from that standpoint, there's a lot of things that committee put together that are going to help people along that way. So they did a good job there, or did a great job there. But that the trash and recycling collection policy really was not under their purview. They looked at it just to see if there was anything they would suggest to add in there under the recycling bucket of there. But the trash collection and whatnot was more to look at it from what's in the contract that we have with Casella, what are we supposed to be doing, and making sure that people are doing that. So it's really almost two separate things there.
But they did make some suggestions that made me look at the format of it and reorganize it a bit better so that you can see for pickup, here are the pieces, for trash, here are the pieces for recycling. It was organized differently, and that was a suggestion that the committee had, and I think it made it much more clear. It was a really good suggestion.
But if we also look back at one other item that when we came to look at, one of the things that started this down some of it down the road was when we looked at that trash and recycling collection policy. It was discovered that we actually never did ratify it back when it was originally done. So we said, let's hold off ratifying that until the committee has a chance to look at the recycling element and whatnot. Because if it wasn't going to be in there, then it didn't make sense to ratify something that was going to have an element that didn't exist. So in their work, it's come to the conclusion that the recycling still is a beneficial item in there, and it's not one that was going to end up costing us more to have it in there than not have it in there. And there's intrinsic benefits to having it there. So, but I mean the only heartburn item I have in that policy is under section 2D. I think that becomes somewhat of a limiting item. If you drive down the road on any given trash day, you'll find that probably 80% of them do not have lids.
Or they're in trash bags.
Yeah. So, the trash bag, but they're in, most of them do have the trash bags in there, and, I question if we're going to put that out and we're going to want something that Nate's going to have a chance at enforcing. If we've got something in there that's kind of a no starter, are we better off to take 2D out of there and concentrate more on the making sure people are putting them in the trash cans and things like that, not just leaving them on the side of the road? Because my biggest concern is always if we make it too encumbering, and it was my issue also on penalties, is all of a sudden you've created the situation where now we're creating extra work for Nate because it's going to be people are going to find someplace else to throw it instead of out on, putting it out on the road where it's supposed to be picked up. And our end game is to try and make it easier for Casella to get things picked up. So
well, the issue we have is like the summer folk who come up here for the weekend will pull out a trash bag because they don't want to leave a trash container on the side of the road when they're not home to bring it back into the house. So that's why they just leave trash bags out. So the fact that we say they must be inside the container, how are we going to enforce that? We don't have a police department. We don't want to get into a fight with people about putting their trash out. So, maybe the word it's recommended to be in the trash can. But I don't want Nathan going around having to tell people, hey, we're not going to pick up your trash because it's not in a container.
I don't think that's his job. Yeah. But then you have the people that come and stay, like the Airbnb. Do you know what I mean? Then you have people that are just going to put the garbage there and not care because they're leaving. So then that becomes in the issue there. God, it's
I was just, I know that one of the things that prompted Nate to want a policy is that he has gotten in the past a lot of grief from people complaining to him that the so-and-so is putting their trash out in bags and not in there. And when he looked at the policy, there was really nothing that he could use to say, no, they have to put it in the trash. And that was one of the things that was giving him heartburn. So that was one of the things that he wanted, why he wanted a policy.
But that was already in the policy, I believe, because I kind of remember when we did this policy that we said you have to put your trash in a container. And so I think that was already in the policy. It's just hard to enforce it.
Yeah, right. The teeth wasn't there. So I agree with you though about the summer folks. I hear you about that, and that is a problem. At least they put their trash out. So.
Well, if I may, I believe that what Nathan was also saying, though, as Rolf said a few minutes ago, it was never really acted on. The policy was not acted on. I know it was on the website, but he was looking for something that the select board would actually officially adopt, I guess is the way to put it, so that he could then hand this to someone who's not following it. He was hopeful that that would at least reduce the problems. Again, I'm just trying to kind of relate what Nathan had expressed to the folks when we looked at this. And so, yeah, I do understand those are still issues going forward. But hopefully some people would choose to do the right thing and follow the policy, even with the concerns that you've just raised. And that, if you want to say recommended, obviously that's entirely up to you versus it must be. But for there not to be problems with animals getting into a bag of trash that's left for maybe several days.
Every trash day, you see it all over the road.
Yeah, and so that really does need to be in some sort of a container, even if it means you're leaving it there for the week until you're back the next weekend, or you ask a neighbor to bring it in.
I have to admit, I put mine out there in bags sometimes right at the end of my driveway up on the rocks because parents back over my containers or knock them down. And I've even done that. So yeah. So, but they take it. And I do watch them pick up the garbage cans. They do put them down, setting up on the side of the road. It's just that big truck that goes by after, the dump truck, that with a great big breeze afterwards, it just throws them all down the road.
85 is a rough road to have trash out. It really is.
It is.
So it's rough.
So Don, thinking back on this policy, we never adopted it.
It was adopted, but it was amended in 18 and the amendment wasn't done. I'm sorry, I'm not Dawn, but.
Okay.
Keep on going.
So it was adopted in 2010. It was just,
there
was an amendment to it that was never adopted.
In 2018, that was never adopted. I couldn't find any amendment. It was similar to this.
Okay.
And I was looking to see if I could find the current waste contract, but I don't have a copy of it. I know a lot of the verbiage was taken from the contract.
Okay.
But we certainly could have recommend instead of must have.
It's the whole enforcement thing,
Yeah, and I know Nathan's
It shouldn't be up to Nathan to go enforce this policy.
Right.
But he's the one that's stuck talking to the people whose trash is all over the place.
Right.
And he'd like to have something to give them. And his thought is that and he asked me to stand in his stead, so I'm Nathan tonight. But
you look a lot like Nathan.
Yeah, I do. It's the white hair. Yeah. And my voice sounds a lot like him, but needs something to be able to hand to people, and he wants the backing of the select board on it, quite literally, as Grace said earlier, Sue, or both, that to be able to say, you know, it's not just me, the select board says this is what you need to do, and these are the rules. So it can be, like I said,
Yeah.
he would prefer to have recommends instead of must, for sure.
I think it's a good idea. I think something else too is we can put it in the Eagle, you know, the Wyndham Eagle in our newspaper section. So where whoever gets that can either leave it in their house for the Airbnbs or whatever. But I know that I've talked to some angry people that have not felt like a mess at the end of their driveways when it was their own mess. You know what I mean? And it's not Nate. I still go back to it's not Nathan's job, but if this puts teeth into it to help Nathan when he does have to hand it, I'm all for it.
So there's two ways you can go at this. Put in the word recommended, or leave it the way it is. And, you know, don't go crazy enforcing it, but when there's a pile at the end of the road from bags being ripped, you hand them the policy.
But okay, here's also the common sense factor, people. There's animals out at night when you stick your garbage out at night. It's going to get ripped open. And then for people to gripe about it, come on. You know, that's your own stupidity there. It really is. But I leave it as this. And if Casella or whoever doesn't want to pick it up because it's not what our policy says, then they don't pick it up. And then they can call and ask why. And they say, well, because our policy is this.
Right. Right. So,
and part of it too with let's see, which one is it? C. Oh, and I can see again, Teresa. The trash must be in bags inside the containers. The point of that was people were putting trash loose in containers and not in bags.
Yes. Yeah. I got
so maybe maybe I can mess with the wording a little bit, but that was the point of that one, I think.
No, yeah. I feel bad for these guys picking this stuff up.
All right.
Well, it makes it a lot easier for them unloading those,
right?
If they're in bags, because if it's loose, then they definitely have to pick it up and dump it in. If not, a lot of times they can just grab those and toss them in there. So it makes it, there's a lot of stops that they've got along the way, and whatever we can do to make it easier for them to get the routes completed is a bonus for us.
John, is there any consideration from Casella on the automated trash?
Well,
there is, but it's but it's probably 4 or 5 years down the road at best, because the first trial is going to be Wyndham anyway, because it's new equipment they've got to get and things like that.
I was hopeful we were going to see it by now, because the previous general manager, Stu Axelrod, was pushing very hard for that. I don't know what's changed, but something has changed. And so, as Ralph points out, it's not on the horizon immediately, but I mean, it's going to arrive with all deliberate municipal speed, I guess, someday. We may live to see it.
And then everybody will have to have a trash container.
Right. And I was also going to say, the more specific you can be to have something to point to better, as Sue has said. I often get pulled into these things, and, you would think common sense would dictate behavior, but it doesn't. And, really I tell people there are 2 rules if you want trash joy. Put your stuff out the night before in a, container, as in bags in a container. And that's the key, is just putting it out the night before. People put it out, try to time the truck, and sometimes it doesn't work the same way. Different drivers, they may do the route in a different order. So put it out the night before in a container. You'll never fail. You'll always be happy.
I think we should leave it as is, because I also know if you don't have a lid on your container, have you guys ever driven down the street and seen like 15 bags piled on top of each other? Hey, it's in my trash can, so I say we leave it as is. All
right. So we're going to actually adopt this policy now. So I need a motion to adopt it.
I'm going to make a motion to adopt the Town of Raymond trash recycling collection policy.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Unanimous. Thank you to the Recycling Committee for all your hard work. Really appreciate it. Thanks very much.
I do like the idea of you guys possibly putting it in the bill, the envelope, so people can see that. It's something that they can pull out and use it as a reference for whatever you guys are going to do for like the recycling thing. You know, it's kind of like one of those things, somebody could stick it on your refrigerator, you know? So
Yeah.
thank you.
So is that possible? Putting the pamphlet into the tax bill?
Since we prepare our own mailing, yes, it just adds one more thing we stuff in. Or if it's a pamphlet and it's two-sided, it could go in separate. If it was a one-page kind of thing, we might be able to print it on the back of the tax bill. But then, no, they'd be cutting that open. I shouldn't think out loud.
Yeah. So I just, if I may, before you move on, so the pamphlet, if you haven't seen it, it is two-sided. And actually the suggestion was to put the policy for trash and recycling pickup in with the tax bill, so people all had that. But it's an even better idea to include the pamphlet, if that can be included too. That way we know who has it.
I think we should. The policy and the pamphlet.
And we give out a flyer here in the town office for all the various options people have for waste, especially bulky waste. And we're going to put the policy on the back of that as well, because a lot of summer folks pick that up.
Good.
Don?
The only concern I have about that is that we have people who tell us they don't receive their tax bills, and we hear that pretty frequently. And when we've mailed it to the correct address, and I'm not saying don't do it, but it does kind of dilute the tax bills somewhat. If someone sees the flyer first, they may think junk mail, off it goes. Probably that's not going to be a huge problem, but that is one level of concern. I like running it in the Roadrunner over and over again and publicizing it on the web and so forth. But towns do put flyers in with tax bills, so it's fine to do it if you want to do it.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good idea. So, all right. Private road standards for recycling and waste service. Is this Nathan?
And this is Nathan again.
Hi, Nathan.
And the only real change to this is Raymond's MSW vendor in section 1. But this is just one more piece. It kind of goes part and parcel with the recycling and waste policy that you just adopted. And since Nathan looked at this, he wanted to be able to give road associations this document to be able to say, you know, you're not up to scratch, and here's how you get up to scratch to be able to have your recycling or your waste picked up. And that's for the ones that already have it. It isn't necessarily, none of this means that any new roads would necessarily be added to the waste pickup.
So it has to be the combination of Nathan and Casella at this point. It's
And that's
not
what the
just Casella saying we're not going down that road.
Right. Nor is it just Nathan. And that was changed in the contract.
Okay.
I think this one's important because it's often a safety issue. You know, we have people who don't maintain their roads in the wintertime, road associations that, you know, really we shouldn't be going down.
Very familiar. Living on a dirt road myself, we had 2 weeks where the trucks did not come down because it was mud season. So yeah.
Right. So do we need a motion on this one?
We do.
Yes, please.
Motion to accept the private road standards for recycling and waste service for the town of Raymond.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? All right. Next, we move to the Comprehensive Plan Commission. Got a lot of good people who put their names in for this. That's wonderful. That's really good.
It is.
All right. So, do we really need to go down one by one, or can we just take them in a block? One by one?
A block would be fine for the motion.
Okay.
All right. So I'm going to make, oh, go ahead.
No, I would move to accept Bradley McCurtain, Frank McDermott, Craig Foster, Peter Levitt, John Clark, Kayla Gonzalez, John Rand, Danielle Malone, Jacqueline Sawyer, William Frazier, and Sean Milkow to be on the Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Do I have a second?
Sam second it.
Oh, you did? Okay. So any discussion?
Yes. This, if anybody else would like to join, I think it'd be good to have more people. Do you guys have any problems with that?
Nope.
Okay. All right.
I think it's a great group of people.
I do too.
Perspectives there.
Terrific.
Yeah. So, all right. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, everyone who put your name in.
Thank you.
We look forward to your work. Thanks, Brad. All right, we have a quit claim deed.
Here. This is one that was discharged without a quit claim, and Sue realized she needed to do a quit claim. So it's kind of catching up.
Okay.
So I make a motion to accept the quitclaim deed for Robert Myers and Mary M. Knight Myers, map 012, lot 20, book 30940, page 78.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous.
Okay.
All right.
I was going to start talking, but that's Joe's job.
That's right. Keep your mouth shut. All right. Consideration of annual payroll warrant.
You just love working with me, don't you, Joe?
You betcha. Charisse, all yours. Charisse?
She's on mute.
You're on mute. There you go.
Okay. This is something that, as I understand it, the town does annually, and it just requires or allows the town to release payment of wages with just one selectman's signature is primarily it, and it follows the state statute.
Rolf has a question for you, Charisse.
Sure.
Huh?
Go ahead, Rolf.
I didn't have
Ask the question that you want to ask. Why can we not get?
That question.
Yes, that question.
Yeah, the question I have is in regards to signatures. We have requested and never gotten a good definitive answer as to why we cannot use DocuSign as a legal means for a signature from selectmen on warrant, on the town warrant and things like that.
Payroll,
And
whatever.
if it is not allowable for some reason, what needs to change to make it allowable? Because we have representatives that said they're willing to introduce things if it needs to be introduced. But I mean, you can go out and buy a $10 million house and never see the other person, and it's all done by DocuSign. Why can't we sign?
I did that.
Why can't we sign the town warrant DocuSign? It's a secure signature method. So I would like that thoroughly researched and a definitive answer as to if it can't be done, why can't it, and what needs to be changed to be able to have it done.
We've had situations recently where poor Sue had to wait for a signature hours where, with two people were out of town, and sometimes it can get tough. There's been a couple of us with COVID that we can't get up there, and thank God other people's have come in. But yeah, I mean, if I can buy a house without even seeing the person that's doing my mortgage, why can't we do it through the town documents? So no, don't give me no answer.
I have asked those questions, and the answer is that the AG's office and others have deemed that the language in Maine statute that says signature means a real original signature. So the statute hasn't been updated to allow for electronic means of signing.
What has not been answered and what we asked to have answered was what specific wording needs to be changed so we can have the delegation promulgate those changes. they will do it, but they need to know what has to be said. And, we're no longer on stone tablets. We're in the electronic age, and everything else is done the world operates electronically. And if the state can't do it, then the state should shut down and start over again.
How long ago was that question asked for the AG?
See, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years.
When I asked, I talked to Jessica Fay, and she looked into it, and that was the answer she came back to for me, that they haven't looked at it beyond that.
So what we
So
need to probably address Jessica to say what can she do?
I can try and talk to our attorneys and see if
The answer would be to ask them to look into it, to ask our state representatives to look into it. And Joe could speak better to this, but I do understand, the notion of the slowness of change in government, but I would guess that it needs to be introduced by somebody and discussed at some level, and that's how you start, right?
If government allows electronic signatures on real estate purchases or any other document, why would they say it's not allowed on this one?
That's why I'm saying we have to ask that question.
She's just repeating what she was told, yes, but we do, yeah.
I know, I'm not blaming Sue. I mean, I'm not surprised that someone in state government just said, oh, this. Did you just get any proof? What's the wording?
I think the wording is just
the statute.
I think the wording is just the word signature.
Yeah.
And they've taken that to mean a real honest to goodness pen in hand, or maybe quill in hand signature.
Yeah, well, they used to say that about prescriptions, and now they allow electronic signatures. So, and that's the federal government. So I think somebody ought to get the statute and take a look at it, and maybe have our attorneys interpret it, and we do it until we're told not to.
So Dawn, maybe we can talk to the attorneys tomorrow.
This is the reason why I passed the chair over to Joe.
Another way to go, of course, is always home rule, as Joe just outlined, your interpretation, do it. Right. Then if somebody objects, then go from there.
Exactly. Exactly. We make our interpretation of a signature can be electronic or original. And then you just move forward with it.
I would establish a policy probably, but yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. So, so what are we going to do with this annual payroll warrant policy? We adopted that, right?
Yeah, it's just
it only needs one signature.
Annual
do not say that it can be electronic.
I usually run up and sign it, or Sam if he's in, or if I can't do it, I'll text one of you guys and say, can you guys go up and do this? But if we can do it electronic, because usually sometimes I'll get a phone call that says, can you run up real quick? And
maybe just
if we're adopting this policy now, why don't we just say it can be electronic?
Exactly.
Oh, look at Rolf. Rolf is hopeful in this one. Look at him. Yep. Yeah.
So let's change the policy right now.
Yep. But when we say it's signed, wait a minute.
So if I could speak to this just for a moment, because I'm not real technologically inclined, that particular document is prepared by Bangor Payroll. So that would mean to upload that or convert it into some type of electronic document with the Dropbox for an electronic signature. Would that be right, Sue?
I've never made one, like so I have no idea. I would guess.
You have to have DocuSign software, which is encrypted software on your computer, and you sign up, and then you could sign everything electronically after that.
So is that something that I would do, or Bangor Payroll would do?
You can ask Bangor Payroll if they, have the ability to use DocuSign, and I assume they do.
Okay.
Because they've sent me documents and I've signed them electronically.
All right.
Well, yeah, but
Kevin can look into that easy enough to see what we need to do to get that set up on there.
Yeah. So where do we have to change this document? Under delegation of authority?
Disperse money.
Or maybe under the purpose where it says, allow a majority of the municipal officers to review, approve, and sign electronically the treasurer's accounts payable warrant.
I would say either original or
Or
electronic.
electronic. I would put either or in there.
Yeah.
When a disbursement warrant has been signed by one. It's not saying there electronically or not.
Under delegation, it says the policy allows.
Looking under
review,
duties,
approve,
sorry.
and sign. So you have to have it in a couple of places in there where it says, okay.
Well,
wherever it
I'm
says
back on the
sign.
other ones, the powers and the duties too.
Mhm.
Powers and the duties. What are you looking at?
On the a payroll warrant
No,
policy.
that's state law. Are you looking
No,
at the
it's
state
under-
law
it
where
would
it
be
says
under-
duties, the
it would be under
treasurer shall?
delegation, yeah.
That's state law. You
Delegation of
can't
authority.
change that one.
Okay.
But you could change our policy.
Yeah.
Where the town of Raymond won.
Where under delegation of authority, where it says, you know, that it says sign municipal treasurer's disbursement warrant for employee wages and benefits.
Right, wherever it says
Either-
sign,
Uh-huh.
it has to say either original or electronic.
Yeah, but even if you're doing electronic, you're signing it. So I don't know why we have to specify it.
Because you have to specify whether it's an original signature and an electronic signature, that both are acceptable. All right.
Yeah, I think being that specific, since you're going a little bit outside the track, would be a good idea.
Yep. So, all right. So you'll be able to change the wording on this?
I made it, so yes.
Okay.
So we can,
now,
we can move that as currently
as amended. As amended.
I'll
Okay.
make that motion.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Approve that as amended.
Second.
All right, been moved and seconded. All those in favor? All right, thank you. So you guys will check with Kevin and Bangor Payroll on DocuSign. Okay, great. Next.
So consideration of staff annual
Staff
appointments.
Yeah.
Well, it's the normal cast of characters, I believe.
Cast of characters.
Move the appointment of municipal officers as listed on the document.
Have a second?
I don't know. Some of these characters are pretty shady.
I know.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor? Unanimous?
Yep.
All right. Let's see. Committee appointments.
Why, as far as the board, like the Board of Assessment Review, why don't we have the other two people on there too?
Because these are only the
term.
people that need to be reappointed. And there are 3 members on the board right now, and they have staggered terms. So when they were put on, Mike's term ended this year with
They
this June.
haven't done anything for years.
But they just did. They just had the poverty abatement
Right.
deal.
Yeah.
And but he was appointed a year ago, or maybe even 3 years ago. We've had a board.
Yeah, they just haven't had to meet.
Well, exactly. But so we did the other two on the other, like maybe last year or
They're
whatever.
staggered terms.
Yeah, you would have done one of them last year, one the year before.
Okay. And I just
And
don't
the
remember
same with
seeing it.
Same with the planning board. You only see 3 members, but it's a 7-member board, I believe.
Okay.
Can I have a motion?
Move to appoint municipal officers as listed.
Second.
All in favor? Unanimous? All right. Annual fee schedule?
The select board representation on boards
Oh.
and committees, sir, I believe.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So one is not on there because it's a very good thing because the library is now going to be a town department. So we don't need a representative, an ad hoc, whatever, representative, liaison on it.
I agree.
Question, Don, is Mark Gendron still desiring to be on the MWAC board?
I do not believe so, and it's not MWAC anymore. I think she has it correctly in the other spot. But yeah, he's done. So I guess right now I'm the representative, and I did cajole Nathan to attend one meeting for me. So I don't know if he wants to be the alternate though, but so I'll be attending.
Right.
What is it called, Don, instead of MWAC?
Maine Waste to Energy.
That's right.
And as far back to the library thing, they're still going to have those trustees, and so I mean,
we're going to be friends of the library, is what it's going to be.
Right. Well, it's the same effect, though. The same idea.
Well, they're not really trustees at that point.
Well, but what I'm saying is that I was unaware of that change. But what I'm saying is there's still going to be a board that will provide input to the library. So the question would be whether you wanted to have a selectman representative on that advisory board.
That board is not.
I thought it was more a fundraising.
It's a fundraiser board. It's not an advisory board.
With fundraising, which is similar to the one that whatever the name is that the
fire department,
public safety has that raises money. There's no. We don't have a person on there, nor really should be, because the new library board is going to be doing is only on the 501c3 side. Yeah. So it really doesn't, it's not the appropriate place for us to have someone, because it's dealing in a different area. The running of the library is now a municipal office.
So that would be like if I stayed on that board, Don, I'm going in there and telling Allison technically what to do.
No, I don't see it that way. I don't see it that way, and I was unaware that decision had been made. That's if it's structured that way, then I completely agree. What I've seen before in other, amalgamated systems, if you will, where they kept the former trustees or advisory committee, whatever you want to call it, is that they would be a support net for the library director, someone who there are things that in small libraries that are, volunteer driven. So it'd be sort of a group of super volunteers who get together and they discuss, things like acquisitions of books and things along that line, and makes various suggestions and help the library director in that way. They wouldn't have any real power or any authority, but it keeps the volunteer ethic and spirit alive in the library as it became a town department. But if they've decided they want to be just fundraising, that's okay too.
And they didn't do that before. They didn't do that before. Allison made all those decisions. Do you know what I mean? But what they do is they do fundraising, and they are going to fundraise, but they're going to fundraise on that 501(c).
Yeah. If they're structured like the Fire Rescue Association, then I would agree 100%. Absolutely.
That's what the MOU called for. So yeah. If the genesis of the MOU, it started off, they were more an advisory board. Then that's not where we ended up. Where we ended up is they're a fundraising organization. You have a department head that's reporting to you, and that's where the
I understand that. I get it. I'm with you.
I'm planning on staying on that board as far as helping and volunteering, but I don't think I can't do it as a select board member though, because I think they
are going to have to exist a little while as we make the transition.
Oh, they are going to, yes, until everything is done and stuff like that.
And I just got a text from Nathan. He says he is willing to be the Maine Waste to Energy alternate if you want to do that.
Great.
Sue, stop impersonating Nathan. He's watching you.
That, and I don't want to be the alternate.
So yeah, and until everything is completely switched over, I'll still be doing that. But Allison and that crew down there are really good. They are really good. And you're going to be great working with them.
All right. So let's have a motion.
I make a motion to approve the select board representation on the boards and committees as written.
Well, Mr. Chair,
No,
do we have,
as amended, because.
do we have, are the ones for the
amended, because we
beautification and the
removed Mark and
recycling
we
staying
added-
the same?
Those are done already.
But they're not changing. No one's,
No, no one's changing.
okay.
But the motion that Teresa made is as amended, because we amended,
Right, we put Nathan on
we
there for
we made-
whatever,
Nate,
energy.
Nate is the
Yeah.
alternate. And
But Rolf
Owen is
said.
Yeah.
But Rolf said.
Okay. Everybody okay
Ginger
now?
out.
All in favor?
Yes.
Unanimous? All right, fee schedule.
So I sent out the fee schedule to all the department heads, and Alex Soroy's had some changes. No one else really got back to me, so I'm assuming they don't need changes.
All right. Alex, I just want to make sure that where it says new construction, it's 40 cents per square foot and not $40 per square foot.
Ooh, yeah. No, there's a little dot right there.
There's a little dot, but it's crossed out. And there's not a new dot in front of the amendment. Is that right, Alex?
You are correct, yes. It's
All right.
40 cents.
Okay.
Yeah.
A minimum permit fee is now $50 instead of 25. Ow!
That's what we're proposing, and that is, that is essentially the goal would be to have it so that we're not losing money for each permit we issue, because that's the current situation that we're in.
Why are we losing permit money? I mean, why are we losing money on permits?
Well, for example, a minimum permit fee typically only applies to like a shoreline permit, which is like a tree removal. So for a tree removal permit, for example, you have processing time to take the permit in and get it into the system. And then there's typically an inspection. So if, for tree removal on the Cape, it's a 20-minute drive down to the end of the Cape for Chris. And then he's got to go do the inspection, which is another 20 minutes, and then another 20-minute drive back. You factor in, fuel for the vehicle, an hour of his time there, plus another 15 minutes to process the permit and issue it when he gets back. We've got total about an hour and a half of time into each one of these tree removal permits. It's costing the town about $50 approximately to issue one of these. So right now, for every tree removal tree removal permit we issue, it's probably costing the town $25 for each one. So what we would like to do is increase that to 50 and have that cost be paid for by the applicant. Typically these trees, it can cost $1,000, $2,000 sometimes for these tree removal permit for the actual work that's done. So if you look at it that way, $50 is a very small percentage, from what they're paying total for the tree removal.
So if I want another new little shed, which I'm going to do in my play yard, I have to pay $50 now?
Yes, yeah, it would be across the board. Yeah.
Unless you do it before the end of the month.
Oh, yeah, I'll do it before the end of the month. That's true.
I think it's important to note that these changes that are in this fee schedule were based upon a survey of the same communities that KMA uses as our labor market comparables.
Not when I have to pay that.
And it's also important probably to note that we haven't made changes, substantive changes, I'm told, for a long period of time, maybe even when Jack Cooper was still here. So
these don't go into effect right away. They go into effect.
Some of these haven't changed. Some have, some haven't.
So wait a minute. So when do these go into effect?
July 1st.
Alex, I'll be up there to file a permit tomorrow morning for a new little playhouse, play yard.
The question has been answered, but I mean, it's important that, it's consistent with what the other, the towns in the general area are charging for the same things. So, it's not that we're out there trying to do, we're just trying to be consistent with what other people are doing as well.
Nope. All right, I make a motion to accept the updated amounts on the fee schedule and the whole fee schedule.
Alex, did you want to refer to the late fee that we're looking to impose as well?
Yeah, one of the other changes on there is to be able to charge a finance charge, I think is what we're calling it.
Right.
When people don't pay their back due balances for like planning board escrows, zoning board of appeals escrows, oftentimes, they submit their application fee, and they establish their escrow account. But for some of these projects, subdivisions, large site plans, they can go on for a year, and what will often happen is we'll get into the red, which means we've paid Sebago Technics or another a bill, maybe it's the noticing requirements. We've paid these bills, and the applicants are not paying us back, basically. So we have a number of them. I don't know, Sharice, if you can give an approximate number of what we have outstanding for total dollar amount, but it's quite a bit of money, I think, out there that kind of hangs out.
Yeah,
So,
probably the last month or two, Sandy Fredericks and myself have been working pretty aggressively to, invoice these planning board project applicants to get money in. A lot of it's reminders. I'm glad we're increasing the advertising costs because they, right now the fee schedule allows for $150. Well, the ads themselves are, I've seen the bills from the Wyndham Eagle, they're $192 a piece. So we're already in the deficit there. So increasing them to $200 per ad will certainly be, better in line. And Sue, just for point of reference, you got ad ADD instead of AD. I noticed in the description for
that may have been my error and not
Yeah.
not hers.
I'll check it for spelling as I update it with the dollar amounts.
So no, I think we've been pretty successful in collecting a lot of those and refunding and closing out some of the really old ones. Trying to locate some of these prior planning board projects. You've had some turnover in the code enforcement office. Some of them go back to Scott. I don't remember his last name, Doversack or something like that. And but they're in pretty good shape now. I want to say maybe $2,000 in the red.
Well, that's good.
Total.
Okay,
That's
so
good.
question then. So, because I'm not real familiar with this. So you guys get the bills. I don't understand. So does everything do you halt everything until they pay the stuff back? Because I know things are on a timeline. So in other words, if you don't have that money in their accounts, why are we running an ad on their behalf?
So we have to run the ad as part of the application process. If it's planning board or ZBA, that's up front.
That's right.
So typically that gets paid for on the front end, but that might eat up their whole escrow, and then we have to send something off to Sebago Technics as they're doing the planning review, and then they bill us a month later, and then all of a sudden it's 1,000 over. So then we're in the red on that particular account.
But I guess I don't understand. So we're paying ahead for these people is what we're doing instead of, ouch.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to fix here.
Okay.
By adjusting some of those. And, the other thing, I think a lot of these changes, or pretty much all of these changes are, we're not going to be making money off of permits. It's really just to reduce the cost to taxpayers who aren't actually building, extravagant houses or maybe even a little house. That would put more of the burden on the actual applicant for the permit. So it would be set up so that if someone's doing a $100,000 renovation, and the approximate permit fee would be about 1% of the total cost of work. So it's pretty small if you start looking at the percentages, but I just think that the way we've been looking at it, we're just trying to increase the fee for the person who's actually utilizing the services, instead of having it be more funded by, taxes.
Okay, I had already made a motion to accept this. Just need a second.
Second.
All right.
Other questions? All those in favor? Unanimous? All right. Do we have anything else on the agenda?
Yeah, you do. You've got section P, which is consideration of select board meeting format.
Oh, okay. Yep. See it. All right. Here's my 2 cents. I'd like to change to a hybrid Zoom and in person. You know, if you're not comfortable coming in person, which I would prefer in person, have the ability to call in on Zoom.
I'm fine with it, to be honest. And any of us that do get COVID again can do it from the chair.
Yep.
Who just pointed at you, Alex?
Rolf,
My
Sam, any input?
Cheeto eating 3-year-old.
I don't have, I don't have a problem with that. It's, I think you get a better feel, and you stand a better chance of getting people come to give some real, more inputs if we have the in person. So, I mean, we went this route because of where things were, and it's changing. So I think we should change with the changes, and the hybrid approach gives a little bit of both sides there. But and from if we look at it from kind of a dollars and cents standpoint, if we have legal counsel has to come in, it actually costs us a little bit less if they don't have to come to the meeting. They can come in that way. So
yeah.
There is some logic behind that side too.
So how difficult do you think it will be to set up a hybrid?
We're already doing hybrid, and we've done it multiple times, so it's a matter of me sitting at the computer and turning it on.
Okay. So,
and the guys at the broadcast studio do it all the time. That's what the planning board does.
so the hybrid would be on a big screen in the broadcast studio?
Some people will be there. Whoever comes to via Zoom will be on the screens, and everyone else will be in the studio.
All right. So that's what we will do starting with our next meeting.
Okay.
All right. Select public comment. Anyone out there want to comment? Anyone raising their hand?
Thank you, folks. Nice progress tonight. Good to see everybody, and we'll look forward to helping out on the comprehensive plan committee.
Well, thanks for volunteering. Any other public comment? Okay, selectman comment. Teresa?
I want to thank everybody for getting out and vote for the library and making it a town department. I'm really excited for what the library is going to be able to do now that it's under there. And yes, very excited.
Rolf, Sam, any comment?
No.
No.
I just want to thank Teresa again for a fine year as chairperson. You did a good job. You infuriate the hell out of me, and you'll continue to do that. But you did a good job. All right. Confirm town manager. Don? You're muted. Don, you're muted.
Yeah.
There you go.
My first item was to tell you how excited I was about the library vote on June 14th. So Teresa's stolen some of my thunder there. But, with the advent of the recreation department, I saw all the, I think, significant changes that have been made for the better in community life. And of course, the library's always been there, but I'm just really looking forward to working with Alice and her staff, the current board of trustees during the transition. I'm now learning the friends moving forward. I just think we'll be able to make the library stronger and even better than ever. And so it's something I'm really looking forward to. And I also want to call out Teresa for her leadership, over this past year in particular. but in general, over the past couple of years, I think the town's moved forward in, monumental steps. And I think a lot of that is due to her leadership and her vision and drive to get it done. And I make no comment about infuriation or anything like that, but she and I think we worked well together, and she worked well with the staff. And so thank you for that.
Thanks.
The Main Street Sidewalk project, the project that, may be old enough to vote pretty soon, is finally going to kick off on June 27th. It's going to be a 6 to 8 week construction timeline. There will be some delays that will occur on account of traffic management or traffic control issues, but we're going to have a traffic management plan to mitigate that to the degree possible. So that's another project that, is something that I think is going to be a major improvement to the community, connecting our Route 302 sidewalk network to Main Street down to the library area. And so really anxious to see that one get going, and we'll do everything we can to minimize the inconvenience to travelers. But I suppose if you have a way to avoid that, then during the construction time, it would be probably a good idea. The another thing I want to bring you up to date on is our municipal audit. We normally would have it, long before now, but on account of the, I guess, the workload that our now single auditor has and staffing issues and so forth, we don't have it. And we have been assured that we're going to receive it by the end of the month. And I know that's a concern to Sue, and we're trying to make some provisions to get that as it should be to meet legal requirements and so forth. So anyway, so that's a little update there. And then the final thing I have is school choice reimbursement. We received $29,212 from the school. So back to the town.
Well,
and,
you heard about the new Supreme Court ruling today, so
oh yeah,
that may have an impact on the town of Raymond.
What was it?
That you cannot exclude religious schools from school choice.
In regards to that, I think we need, we kind of fell through the cracks a number of years ago, and we need to relook at and find out what we have to do, because the original intent when we went to the choice was we have a contract with a contracted rate with the school. The intent was that people could make the choice, go to another school, but we would pay no more than that tuition.
What we pay in Wyndham, that's right.
And that's not what's happening in practice.
I agree.
So we need
It really got lost.
The school committee made that decision. That was not made by the town of Raymond.
But I think if the town of Raymond makes that, reinforces that decision, and we make that, we put that back out, it gets voted on and says that, yes, this is the policy on tuition reimbursement. It is no more than that. Then we have something to stand on in the school that says, no, we're not going to do that. And when someone contracts with another school or goes to another school, then they know that's what the rules are. And the school, then the receiving school either says, yeah, we'll take that rate, or they're going to bill the parents the difference.
Yep.
Yeah, but we had whoever the attorney was for the school, we had them come in and they said we can't do that. So I don't know.
It is our choice to allow choice. Therefore, we should be able to drop.
The town should set the guidelines, not the RSU.
Right.
But if it's challenged, will we lose it?
Don't know. Worth the challenge. But I do think you're going to need another referendum, or you need to go back and look at that referendum and see what the wording was.
Mm-hmm. So we need to take that on, and I'm not sure how we research that, but we need to do that. And if there's an action we need to do, then we need to do that.
Well, that referendum was what, 2006, 7?
Was it a referendum vote at a town meeting?
It was a referendum vote, yeah.
That I can find.
Yeah, it's just, especially with the Supreme Court ruling, all of a sudden now you open up, now you've got the Chevresses and Collies and
Lake Dominics.
Yep. You've got a bigger differential there than if someone decided to go to NYA or whatever.
Right.
Right, but when we voted to keep choice, it was to keep it the same, and at that time was any school would have to pay what the Wyndham rate was.
Right.
Is what it was. And that's when Westbrook and Gray and the rest of them all dropped their tuition rates to take students.
Yeah, so Sue, if you can look up that referendum and the wording on it, it goes back quite a ways. All right.
I might have it right here.
So we have to establish our dates for the upcoming regular meetings. So we have July 12th and August 9th. Although, did we mess with that tonight? I've lost track.
No,
August 9th is going to also be a public hearing.
Yeah, okay.
Or a special town meeting.
Special town meeting, that's what I meant. On July 12th, let's list that as tentative.
Okay.
All right, and if there's not a full agenda, we may just hold off until August.
Well, the only thing is, part of what the discussion was going to be in that July meeting.
Oh, that's correct. Yeah, no, never mind. I guess we're meeting on July 12th.
I found the wording for that referendum if you want to hear it at some juncture.
Sure, go ahead.
Are you in favor of retaining Raymond's current secondary school policy of allowing school choice? And it had with it an explanation. Yes, a yes vote preserves the current secondary school attendance policy, which provides choice for all Raymond students educated at public expense to attend another public or private secondary school. A no vote approves a secondary school. A no vote approves a secondary school attendance policy, which provides that all Raymond students educated at public expense after July 1st, 2009, shall attend Wyndham High School, eliminating choice. And that was voted in 2008. It was voted yes, 1,800, no, 900, roughly.
Yeah, it was huge. Yeah. I think the question has to be, do the selectmen have the power to set a limit on what they are willing to pay for reimbursement?
And I probably should see if I can find a copy of that secondary school attendance policy.
Yeah. Okay. So we are meeting July 12th and August 9th. And Charisse will get us all the numbers we need on July 12th.
So are we set on that?
Yep.
So now we have the reminder of upcoming holiday schedule, Monday, July 4th, Independence Day. And then I would have a suggestion on the executive session. You may want to reverse them with Phil Saucier here.
Yep. We can do that.
Thank you.
Okay, move to go into executive session, code enforcement violation update pursuant to 1 MRSA 405-6H.
Second.
And I'm just going to interject for 1 second. There's an amendment there. It's actually under 6E, consultation with legal. Legal. The H was an incorrect. What it was code officer. So it should be 6E.
Amend that to 405-6E.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
And who should be in attendance with this? The select board, Phil, Alex, obviously Dawn.
Yep.
And Alex.
Meeting minutes.
You're muted, Joe.
That's a good thing.
I heard that, Teresa.
So
I may
many
be
years,
muted,
Joe.
but
This
I
could
can
be
still
so fun
hear
to be a
you.
pain in your butt.
All right.
So are we back? Wait a minute, are we back on?
So we back on?
Eric, Graham, rather, I'm sorry. Are we back
Yep,
on?
you're all set.
Thank you.
Move to come out of executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay. Can I have a motion?
Move to proceed with enforcement as discussed in the executive session.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous. All right.
All right, thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on to
All right,
executive
I need
session.
another motion to go into executive
Just
session.
did. Sorry.
Moved.
Okay. All
Second.
those in favor?
We're like
Unanimous.
delayed. All right.
Okay, and this one will be Select Board Dawn, Sharice, and Bruce.
executive session.
All in favor? Unanimous? Can I have a motion?
Move to proceed as discussed in executive session on the labor contract.
Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous? Can I have a
Move to
motion
adjourn.
Second. Joe, your meetings are long. Just saying.
I hold the record. Don't you forget that.
No, Joe, you don't hold the record. I hold the record.
What?
You got beat. You got beat.
Ah,
Yeah.
all right. We'll do better.
I did find a little more about school choice and I emailed it all to you.
Oh, good. Thank you. So.
You're welcome.
All right. Thanks.
Kevin
All right,
made a
good night,
suggestion.
everyone.
Can you hold a second?
Hey, what?
Kevin made a suggestion, which I'm sure that is not something that at this hour that people are wanting to do, but we'll send you, instead of, he suggested that we could play those videos from earlier, but I think the thing to do might be to send them to you if you're interested in taking a look at those.
Okay.
Yeah,
Can we do that?
Yep.
absolutely.
I think they will be informative. I've seen the first one. I have not seen the second one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Good night, everyone.
Good evening. This is the organizational meeting for the Budget Finance Committee. I'm going to call this meeting to order. First off, we'll start with nominations for chairman. Do I have any nominations?
I nominate Bob.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? I need a motion to close nominations for chairman.
I move nomination cease.
All those in favor of Bob Goslin, raise your hand. I can't see Bob Jones, but thank you. Next order of business is to approve the minutes of the April 27th, 2021 meeting. Again?
Bob, did you want to elect a vice chair?
Oh, yes, sorry. Any nominations for vice chair? Any nomination for vice chair? Vice chair will sit in the place of the chair if he is not available.
If you're not available and we don't have any other members, Bob, we won't have a meeting.
We're having possibly two approved next week at the select board meeting. Bob Jones, you see on the screen, is one of them.
Diana Pickavett May.
Pickavett as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, any nominations for vice chair? I'd like to nominate Dennis Morse.
This is all new to me, Bob.
The reason why I'm here.
Yeah.
Will you accept the nomination?
Sure.
Any other nominations? Motion to close nominations.
I move nomination cease.
Thank you. All those in favor of Dennis? Any opposed? Thank you, Dennis.
Okay.
Next, I'll need from our members from last year, a motion to approve the minutes of the April 27th meeting. That was our last budget meeting prior to the town meeting.
I move acceptance of the minutes from the last meeting.
Thank you. And I will second that. All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. Just so you understand how the process works, tonight we'll have a hearing of sorts and the presentation of the budget. After this meeting, after our other findings meeting, any questions you have need to be funneled through the chair, so that there won't be 5 different people asking the same question. We try to consolidate the questioning, and I'll route that to where it needs to be, and then I'll collectively to the team send out a message on the findings. So again, don't self-communicate with members of either the town hall or select board. Come to me first, and I will funnel it to where it needs to go. Are there any questions?
I have one, and that is when we just voted to accept the minutes of the last meeting, they're not in this budget committee report, this budget report, right?
No, they were sent as an attachment.
Okay, I'll have to go back and I'm working with 2 different emails now, and some of it's going to Jeff, so I'll check it out. Thank you.
Sue, Abigail asked about a town email address.
Yes, I have sent out to Kevin Woodbury, our tech, and he is in the process of trying to do that for all committee members. So as soon as we have one, I'll get it sent out to you. Because it is preferable to use town email for freedom of access requests. We don't want to go after your personal email if we don't have to. We also don't get a lot of requests, but you just never know.
Any other notes? Any other comments? Tonight we will be getting back together at 6:30. We will have the findings meeting, and we'll have Don open it up with a brief overview, and then
I think we're gonna open with Sharice. I think talking a little bit about the restructuring of the budget, and then Don. I can introduce that if you'd like.
Okay. Yeah. Is there any other comment from the Budget Finance Committee?
Can I just ask like some basic, I've never done this before questions?
Okay.
So we're gonna have this next meeting. At that meeting, we're gonna like review what was in the budget book.
That's correct.
And then do we ask questions that we have during that meeting, or like what is the format of what happens in that? And then do we just basically go through like multiple meetings of doing that until we've gone through the whole binder?
That's correct. It should take 2 meetings to go through all our department heads and provider agencies. And then we'll have a workshop with the select board to kind of talk about these items, hotspots, areas of concern, so that, when it comes time to make a vote, we'll have everything we have in our pocket.
And on a really high level, now you'll have the department heads right there where you can ask some questions about what you've seen in the book. And that's the next 2 meetings. And like Bob said, there's a workshop. After that, the select board will put together the town warrant for that will be voted upon. And once they've made their recommendations, you'll get together again, go over the warrant and make your recommendations, whether you think things should be, as the select board say, or less.
Thank you.
So feel free to ask any questions to presenters this evening. And so that we don't wait to have to communicate by email. But feel free to
How
ask your
detailed can those questions be? Like, I just don't want to be like the odd kid out asking like super detailed questions or like super dumb questions. Like, do you know what I mean?
Yep. You'll learn as we go along. So don't do. You can ask whatever questions you want tonight. So.
Well, that brings another question up then. Is there a time, do they set a timetable on these meetings? I know when select board used to meet with us about our cover letter or our whatever, you know, PowerPoint presentation, there would be a timetable. In other words, is it our meetings? Is it a 6:30 to 7:30 meeting, Bob, or is it? Do we pick halfway through the budget, and the chair of the select board decides the length of the meeting? How does that timetable work? Because like Abigail, you know me long enough. I have 50 questions for every one answer. So I'm trying really hard to come in here and be quiet, but the reality is there's a lot of questions that are involved with running the town in the budget process, especially if there's only 3 meetings. Is there a timetable? Do they?
No, there is no time limitation. I suppose if somebody started going on, it is the chair's prerogative to say, no, I think we've killed that horse. But that very rarely happens.
Okay.
But it is Bob's meeting. It's a budget finance committee meeting.
Oh, so Bob runs the meeting, not the select board.
That's correct. Sometimes, though, I think for certain pieces, Bob, you've handed it over to the select board chair to run, like public safety, maybe. There have been times when you've done that, but not always.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions before we go?
So Abigail, I'll ask a question. Do you have a copy of the schedule, the meeting schedule? Do you have a copy of that? Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I've looked over the sections that are on the agenda for tonight.
Okay,
yeah.
Great.
Except I didn't have emergency public. So didn't have one tab that I thought maybe was supposed to be in there.
Yeah, that's there used to be a operating budget for emergency management, and I think that was primarily to back when the pandemic, and I may be speaking out of turn, and maybe Kathy can help us out here, but public safety used to have their own operating budget to track COVID or pandemic related expenses. So I know we're nearing, hopefully nearing the end of the pandemic, and I believe that's what that's all about.
Okay.
So there is no tab, but they can speak to that when their turn is up.
Just was checking that I didn't need to cram.
I don't see any other questions. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
You, Dennis. Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Very good. I will see you in about 20 minutes.
Same log on?
There's a separate one to log into this.
Okay, I got to go back on the internet now. Go on to my computer and figure out which one that.
Good evening. Welcome to the first department head review with the Budget Finance Committee and Select Board. I'd like to call this meeting to order. First order of business. I'm Bob Goslin, Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, and I will chair this meeting. We will start first with review of administration.
Right. Thank you, Bob. So first thing I'd like to do is introduce our new finance director, Charisse Keach. She wanted to give a brief explanation of some of the changes she's made in the budget development methodology, information contained in the books, the addition of notes, and some other things that she's done. So the budget doesn't look exactly like it did last year. Charisse?
Thank you, Bob and Dawn. Yeah, the new budget books, for starters, they have tabs for each of the departments, which I think to be helpful when you're flipping through, maybe 100-page document. So there are tabs, and I want to call it check stock, but it's not check stock, it's paper stock in between the various departments. So that helps to, ease flipping through pages. The other couple of changes are, as Dawn mentioned, there are spreadsheets that contain 2 fiscal years of budget to actual. And then you have the current fiscal year budget and year-to-date expenditures. Keep in mind that's only through December 31st. So I know Kathy had asked about that and we clarified that. So I want to point that out. Your year-to-date expenditures only go through December 31st. Some of the departments I try, and this is, a lot of it's for me personally, because I, don't always necessarily remember where an item was budgeted when you have so many various departments. So I do like to make little notations beside various expenditures. So I've done that. Not on all of them, but some of them. And the other thing is some of the things have been moved around from one department to another, and I can go into those, as an overview, excuse me, as an overview. As an example, Registry of Deeds was previously in the administration budget. I have now relocated that to the assessing budget. So that's one change. Another minor change is rescue billing. That was previously under administration, and that has been relocated to the fire department because that's what it has to do with, is public safety and fire and rescue department. And another change would be building maintenance. As an example, in Nathan's public works department, he had 2 building maintenance lines, one for District 1 and the other one just for public works. So what I did was relocate those all to town buildings. So it's town-wide buildings, building maintenance with the exception of public safety, because they have their own building maintenance line in their budget. So instead of having various building maintenance all over, the general operating budget, it's pretty centralized into town buildings. So that's just a couple of the changes. I do like to regroup at the end of the budget process just to obtain feedback, what worked well, what didn't work well, suggestions for improvement. I'm open to that. What you'd like to see different. I'm certainly, willing to consider, and accommodate everyone. And so we will eventually regroup and I will ask for feedback. Okay. That's all I have.
Right, thank you, Sharice.
You're welcome.
John, did you want to start with a statement?
Yes, I have a brief statement, a brief outline of, I guess you'd call it the really high points of the budget. We'll get into much more detail as we go department by department. But I'd like to first start by saying that I did issue a new budget memo today, and the crush of getting things out the other day, we thought we had made things really clear. But when I read it this morning, or maybe it was yesterday morning, I said, geez, it's not so clear, because at the addition of the issue of the library really made sort of a double set of budgets for us. And so there is a new cover letter that hopefully is clearer as to what's happening. So on that point, I'll tell you what the budget looks like at the start here with the library and without the library. So the gross budget without the library is up about $416,896 or 7.4%. If you net out the revenues from that gross budget without the library, you're looking at $251,623 or 7.4%. So an increase above what we normally would be presenting on initial budget. And then of course you have the gross budget with the library. So now you're adding a whole new department. You're taking on the whole library function. In that instance, you're looking at $551,772 increase or 9.89%. And then if you net out the revenues, you're down to about $386,499 or 11.36%. And I can, let, I guess, Sharice explain why it's up, but it's a little bit of an odd phenomenon. But anyhow, so we're looking at a significant budget increase over what we have normally seen. But what we also have is a significant change in the operations of the town. We've added a number of functions. I think the town is at a point where we're seeing, some new programming and some new directions. And, I credit our chair, Teresa Sadak, with a lot of the leadership that has caused that to come about. And I think it's positive stuff. And, the town is in very good fiscal shape. We continue to maintain our AAA bond rating. We are, able to go from, year to year without borrowing tax notes. We have put a substantial amount of fund balance into the, into the tax rate every year, and we intend probably to do that again this year. So the town's in good fiscal shape. I think it's operating well. We have great town employees, and I think we've gone a little bit beyond what we used to call the so-called Raymond Way, which was just basic cable, what we are statutorily required to do government. We're doing a lot more than that today, and I think we're doing it very well. So that's my kind of pitch on where we're going. But for the departments, department by department, the administration department, one of the things that's significant is we're going to go out and do an RFP for audit services. Now, the whole world, not only with the pandemic, but the municipal world is so different. There's only a limited number of firms that even do auditing anymore. So we're going to put the RFP out, see what we get. But some towns are not getting any responses. And what's clear is we're going to pay more. We're going to pay more for our audit. And so that's a big change. I mean, we used to have an environment where we had lots and lots of professional firms seeking town business. There are changes in the town clerk's elections budget, but I've learned from prior years, I'm going to let the town clerk detail those. So I'm not going to get into those. Under contract fees and services, that was included in the Roadrunner was included in contract fees and services in the FY 2022 budget. I think Charisse alluded to some moves in the budget. So that's been moved to the dues and publications budget for FY 2023. So anyhow, those are kind of the things that are happening in administration. And I probably should have had a % by department number to give you on each one, but I actually don't have that on my outline, but you have that all in your budget book. I believe the administration budget was down just slightly on account of those moves. And so anyway, the code enforcement budget, of course, has now an assistant code officer. So that's a $71,000 increase in salaries. And so that's a significant difference there. But I can tell you that the addition of the second code officer has made an exponential difference in the efficiency of the office. We've gone from a position where we have seen, a number of complaints about services to 0 complaints about services. We're really, taking care of the much increased flow of work and the demand for permits. And we're also paying a very close attention to environmental issues and violations, which is really essential. It's a very important thing for a town like Raymond that is so dependent in our economy on our lakes and ponds. And so that's really been a very positive thing, the addition of the code enforcement officer, the second code enforcement officer or assistant. General assistance budget is up just slightly, but on that one, you want to keep in mind that 70% of the budget is reimbursed by the state of Maine. And, we don't know what's going to happen, but we think that a lot of what's happening with the general assistance budget is probably influenced by the pandemic. We hope and think that we'll go back to more normal levels, post-pandemic, but who really knows? We have, of course, our Raymond Community Assistance Fund to help with, the needs of people who find themselves struggling in this economy and just generally any time. So we've had great response from our citizens. We have people who put us on their annual giving plan. And so we have funds. So if anybody's out there listening who is struggling, is having difficulty, if we can help you through general assistance, we certainly can with community assistance. So that's one change. So in the pandemic, there has been a little bit of an upward trend on that. Raymond typically has very, very little general assistance, even very little demand for community assistance. But so we have adequate funds in both areas. Town insurance, the workers' compensation insurance is up due to the town's mod rate or modification rate increasing from 1.14% to 1.39%. And we've had a significant change in wages. We've added positions, and so that's a difference there. Under employee benefits, we have a $98,000 increase. This insurance expense this year, though, is reduced by the Maine Small Business Health Insurance Premium Relief Program. We're going to get $25,000 from that. There is a proposal in here from Charisse and me about our retirement program. Now, we are with the ICMA 457 deferred compensation plan. And so what we have is a plan that's based on gradients. So from 0 to 6 months, you get 0%. From 6 months you know, through a year, it's 1%, and then 1% a year for 5 years, up to 6%. So that's not a system that is, it was a system that was used in the past. It's been in our personnel policy. We haven't addressed it. In an effort to be more competitive, we are proposing that we take a look at that and, you know, perhaps change it to, once you pass probation, you would go to the 6% contribution. You know, I always encourage our younger employees to set money aside for their future. And unfortunately, some of them don't. So we're going to make a bigger push in the HR department with Rita to try to orient people about the importance of saving for retirement. And so that's a proposal we're making. It does come, of course, with a price tag. It could be up to $37,000 if everybody participated. But as I say, we get not the greatest participation rate from our younger employees. So on to, I want to also say that this budget does not include anything related to the union negotiations, which are underway right now with the fire department. So we're going to have to factor those in, and I'm not putting those in, of course, because the Board of Selectmen has not considered any changes yet. They will be doing that shortly, so we'll have to make that adjustment, you know, if there's adjustment to be made, but that's, I guess, to be determined in the future. On the TIF budget, that end budget is increasing $126,836. The primary increase is that we're using $116,000 of these funds for technology and CIP. Now, this was Sharice's idea, and it was a great idea, and it's TIF qualified. It's something we hadn't thought of before. So $100,000 that we had planned for the fiber network infrastructure project that Kevin has had ongoing, and $16,000 for upgrades at the public safety building would be put into the TIF. We need to add a small amount of money, $2487, for the Federal Highway Administration and Federal Transit Administration. They're requiring a 20% match from all of the Greater Portland Comprehensive Transportation System communities, or PACs. Now, we have just a very small part of 302 in the PACs, district, but we're part of the program, so we would have to raise that. And I guess the theory when it comes to PACs is that there are major transportation improvements that are made in Greater Portland that benefit Raymond residents and residents of the Lake region, but we're unlikely probably to see anything directly in Raymond from that, but we do have to contribute. So revenues is another area that's I think pretty good news. We're up $165,000 in this proposed budget, or 7.58%, and that's primarily due to a substantial increase in state revenue sharing. And so we're making a conservative, and I couldn't get Kurt LaBelle to go any higher. So our conservative estimate for new value is about $10 million. And so that's very low considering the permits that we've seen. And now remember, the permits don't equal, new value, because some things don't start on time. Some things aren't finished in the, in the fiscal year. And interestingly, there's a new phenomenon, and that is that sometimes people are paying more to build things like they are paying to buy things than they are actually worth. That said, the stated permits that we have right now, and I'm sure Kurt would not want me to say this, but they're more like $30 million. Now, like I said, we aren't going to see $30 million, but I think we're going to see a stronger number than 10. But for the purposes of the budget, I'm telling you, we'll get 10 for certain. That's $141,000 in additional revenue that's not in the budget. We don't typically put that in, but that's, growth we'll see. Another thing is that we didn't put any money in for the library. And now the library has historically raised a significant amount of revenue. And so I think our appropriation was about 66,000 maybe. And then the library had raised another 67.8. So we need to really get a number from them. I don't have that number, but we'll need to plug that in. Perhaps when they make their presentation, we can talk with them. I didn't want to presume that they would raise all the money they did before. I didn't want to, because, we want to have a good relationship. We want to make a smooth transition, assuming that the town approves this warrant article to make the library a town department. And I'm really hopeful they will. And I'm really excited about this prospect. And this is another area where our chair, Teresa, has led the band. And so it's something that has been kind of talked about, thought about since I've been here, which is 21 years. I remember going down and making the presentation actually to the library trustees when the Board of Selectmen were interested in it. And they kind of at that time said, no, not right now. And so it's kind of been on the discussion table for 20 years. So it's a big deal. And I think it will be something that will be a good thing for the town, good thing for the library. It's going to be sustainability for the library. It's going to be the ability to broaden the programs. It's going to be the ability to have the town the employees there be town employees, and probably, you know, the expansion of hours and services. So a lot of good things could come out of it, but that's subject, of course, to a vote. We'll have to see how that goes. The fire department budget is up about $240,000, and that's primarily in wages. And we did put the recommendation of the fire chief that's related to the union negotiations into the budget. Of course, that is subject, as well as the benefits, to the Board of Selectmen vote. But we did put that number in that he's recommending. And so anyway, the budget also includes 2 new full-time positions. These are firefighter EMT positions. But the Public Safety Department, Kathy Goslin, I'm guessing, has led this one, as well as many other successful grant applications for the town. They put in an application for a number of positions through the federal SAFER program, which would pay the cost in full for the new positions for a 3-year period. So if we're successful, at least to the tune of 2 people and with the SAFER grant, that increase would be covered by that grant for that period of time. Now, at the end of the 3 years, you can decide whether you're going to continue or whether you're going to, you know, not continue. You're not committed to retain people, but I'm telling you that we need the staff, we need the people in the fire department. So the likely outcome of the SAFER grant would be 3 years federal funded and then assumption by the town, hopefully. So on to so if the voters approve, assuming the operational cost of the library, the increase of the proposed budget there will be $135,000. Now, once again, I say that's not with any revenues. We got to talk to them about what their revenues would be. And I don't know why we've got this way, but I guess it's probably the way they fall in the book, correct, Therese? Now we're going back to debt retirement. So we have debt retirement, including the financing of a new fire apparatus, a rescue pumper for $500,000 with a term of 10 years. The new apparatus replaces a 23-year-old squad truck, and that's a 1999 Freightliner that we bought used that had come out of the South. I can't remember if it was Kentucky, but anyway, we bought it through a dealer in Connecticut, I remember. And the 20-year-old utility vehicle, 2003 Ford F-350 that I remember when that was brand new. So now that's coming up on its 20th birthday. So those 2 will go away, be replaced by this one combination truck. And then it also extends the life of our engine 1, because that won't, I guess, be, you know, put into service as often as it gets put into service today. So 2 trucks into one and preserves the life of another. The capital improvement budget increasing $35,000, equipment CIP 10,000, setting aside 100,000 for the revaluation. Municipal facilities, Nathan would like $50,000 to renovate the Public Works building on Main Street. That would be for an office space for the recreation director. And there was talk at one time, but Therese tells me this has now shifted somewhat, and we'll have to have an internal discussion about it. But there was talk about adding an administrative assistant, but now it seems to be, let's share Melissa, who is already working for me, working for the assessing office. That's her primary role. And then she's, you know, working theoretically for Nathan, although he doesn't, you know, take as full of advantage of her as he could. And some of that is due to her location, I'm sure. But so now we have Joe, the Public Works Director, Joe, our Recreation Director, the Public Works Director, the Town Manager, the Assessor, all with one administrative assistant. And I think what they'd like to do is build a space and have her down there. But I'm a little dubious of the sharing part. But the space, office space, right now the Rec Director is sharing Nathan's not very grand office that's in the back of the fire station. I don't know what it was when it was a fire department, but I remember that maybe it was just part of the room there, Dennis. I don't remember, but it's kind of been blocked off now, and Nathan has a little corner there. So they don't have great office space. So that's what that one's about. The paving CIP, Nathan wants to increase that by $100,000. Now, it's probably the worst time in the year to be doing, worst time in the years to be doing paving, because of the run up in the cost of bitumen, which is related directly to the run up in cost in asphalt, fuel oil rather. And so asphalt and fuel oil directly connected. And but what are you going to do? We want to keep on track. We want to keep our program moving forward. He has a program, and so we've made great progress. I think excellent strides in bringing the roads forward in their overall condition. And so that's what's being proposed there. The technology CIP is decreased by 90 as we're putting that into the TIF. And that's, as I said, for the fiber network infrastructure project. So there are a number of other discussion items that are not in the budget that I cut from the budget because I don't know is the things that we're going to do, but I think they're things we ought to think about and talk about. They were departmentally proposed ideas. And of course, one was coming about setting aside money for the Jordan Small renovation. Now we are going to have that school in 5 years. And so the thought was maybe we should start setting money away into a capital reserve. A countervailing view would be to say, let's, when we get there, let's, maybe plan for what we are doing when we get closer, hire an architect, engineer, whatever we need to look at the building and decide what it would need to go into municipal use. But then at the time we actually do the work, perhaps a bond would be the way to go. That's been the way we've been doing it lately. However, the idea of a capital reserve is sort of a traditional way of doing it as well. So there was a discussion about whether we should do that. Likewise, Nathan's very interested in a public works facility at Plains Road, a consolidated public works facility. Right now he's spread over 3 facilities. And so it makes sense to have that public works facility in one location for a lot of reasons. And we have the space there. Right now we have basically an office trailer that we were able to get from BSA that came out of the Army Innovative Readiness Training Program. So that gives them a spot there to be during storms and to have a lunchroom. Then we've got the District 2 station, which has, work bays and has a parts room. And I think it may even have a little cubby of a workspace, office space. And then we come back to the fire station, the former fire station on Main Street that has become a public works building as well. So we've got public works spread all over town, and he'd like to see at some point there be a consolidated modern building. And you don't have to go too far around us to see examples of that being done. I would point to Gloucester most recently, I think. And so anyhow, that's something he'd like to see. We have the comprehensive plan update. If we can ever get anybody on the committee, Sue has advertised, and we haven't gotten much response to our advertisements. We have just a handful of people, maybe not even a handful of people who are interested. But if we do get that up and running, we're going to need some money there. And then once again, a big question is what amount of revenue from the library would we put back in the budget, so that we're going to have to decide that, I think, with them, and it's going to be a partnership, and we're going to have to decide, how this thing's all going to work and look. And so that I think we can start to do when they come and make their presentation. So anyway, if the impact on the mill rate is estimated to be an increase of about 55 to 70 cents, not factoring in any use of fund balance. Factoring in the fund balance of 200 to 300,000 would you have increased the mill rate, but I think it would be decreased the mill rate to 25 to 40 cents. So that's what we're looking at, but it's all very preliminary. I think there's a lot of changes we can make in this budget, but we kind of wanted to throw it all at you. And I think Joe came in a little late, but it's not our typical budget. It's not what we want to give you. It's kind of the reality where we're at with a number of the decisions that I think have been very positive decisions that we've made, and the town is changing, moving forward, doing some things that are beyond the basic cable services. And so I guess with that, we would like to speak with you about it department by department and answer any questions you might have about the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Don.
Yeah.
I guess I'd like to go through each of these areas and see if the numbers prompt questions. We go to the, if you have a question, please raise your hand. You will be acknowledged and you will be able to ask the question. So first, we're going to start with administration.
Sue has some changes. I think Sue would probably love to tell you about her changes. Do you want to do that, Sue?
Oh, yes, I was sitting here with bated breath.
I didn't do it this year, right? Right.
Yes, you did good. I'm very proud.
Okay.
I have a few things in there. One is for the elections piece. For one, this is a gubernatorial year, which means a primary and a candidate election in November. Those have been trending more absentee, so the cost of absentees have gone up a bit, and postage doesn't ever drop, if anything. And if we do vote the town meeting warrant via ballot, then that costs quite a bit more to send out the absentees. So I've had to increase some of the costs there, but the biggest increase in the elections budget is because of the voting booths. I'd like to replace 4 of the quad booths. When I originally bought the white ones that we have, it was from a Maine-based company who was going to be able to give us parts, maintain them, etc. The owner and founder of it developed cancer and died. So that company is gone. So that's why I'm looking at replacing them with, I have to go with a different company. So I can't just get pieces. And that's almost $4,000 I'm asking for that. Records conservation. I think a few of you have been in to see what I've been able to have done to our oldest vital books, which are death, marriage, and yes, the other thing, births, records. The oldest book, it goes back to the late 1700s. It's all old handwritten script, and it's been completely conserved. So it's every page is encased in Mylar and is touchable at this point because we can't hurt the parchment that it's actually, the book is made of. And it's also been scanned so I can do searches, genealogy searches on digitally instead of having to get the books out. And if anyone would like to see them, by all means come in. So I'd like to continue that process to start doing, there's one more book of births to be done, and then to start doing some of the town meeting minutes and documents that have to be, again, permanently kept, that are getting more and more fragile as we all get older. Another piece is equipment leasing. The fellow that comes out to service our photocopiers is impressed that they're still running. He had spent about 8 hours on one of them a week or so ago, and thankfully they keep on chugging, but we really do need to get those replaced, and the cost for that would be $3,400 to replace both of them with a lease to own 5-year lease. So it isn't just a single year commitment, but it also, we don't have to lay out all the money at once either. The town report, I haven't broken it out in the past separately. That's something that Sharice and I worked on, and the, sorry, my staff is leaving. That's usually does cost around $1,000 to print the town report. I don't print that many anymore. I think it's either 250 or 300 copies because most people seem to look at it online, which is a better way to look at the pictures. Some of the pictures are gorgeous and they're in color, but they're only in color online. And then last but probably not least is the tax billing. I've been requesting roughly $5,000 to do the tax bills, to send those out. We had an experiment last year where we sent out the bills ourselves. We wanted to try it because the company, we've used a couple of different companies since I've been here, but they all send our addresses through a USPS approved software to standardize them. And they run them through an NCOA process, which is National Change of Address, a NICSI process, and I won't continue. There's a lot of processes they do that are all USPS based. In the process, they do change our addresses and then mail them out, and we get a lot of undeliverables and a lot of people complaining that they don't get their tax bills. So, and on the whole, we tend to have the most recent mailing addresses. So we sent them to what we had on file without that and got fewer undeliverables, fewer complaints that people didn't get their bills. It does cost us the full first class rate to mail them out. But since we don't have to remail as many, and we didn't have the expense of having someone else stuff our envelopes and get the paper cuts from folding that we got, then it really seemed to save us money and be a lot less aggravation on the citizens as well as us. So that's why we're looking at continuing that. In the next bill, part of that is to get a folder so we can cut down on our paper cuts and make that part of the process a bit more efficient. But we're pretty good at it on the whole. So I am asking for a number of things. In total, it's not a huge capital expense, but all of this stuff adds up, I know.
Thank you, Sue. And so another change you see here is the rescue billing. I think Sharice talked about moving things around to where they more appropriately fit. And so she's, I think, correct in saying that that's something related to the public safety department. So she's moved that from administration to public safety.
Thank you. Joe?
Thanks. One thing I noticed on your summaries for each department is there's no percentage increase or decrease being shown. So you got to kind of do the math in your head.
Actually, Joe, if I could speak to that, you have a 2-page document. It's titled Appropriations Summary.
Where do I see that?
Looks like this.
Okay.
That has your percentage and dollar amount increases.
Where is that in my booklet?
Pretty close to the beginning.
Second tab.
Second tab?
Second tab, appropriation summary.
All right.
Yeah, before you, I guess, checked in, Sharice talked about some of the changes that she made. So it is looking different. It's definitely different than what it has been. And so we apologize for that. And she also talked about if it's not something that's working for you and you think that, you know, that we ought to revert to something different, we're open and always wanting to hear feedback. So there were some changes which she went through. I don't know if you, yeah.
MMA dues?
MMA dues are in the budget, but I think at one point we talked about looking at that and deciding, you know, what sort of level of service we were getting for dues paid. So they're in the budget, but that they were put in the budget because the Board of Selectmen voted to put them in the budget.
I mean, that's a pretty substantial amount. $8,000 for a town of 4,500 people or 4,600 people. Have they gone up in their dues structure?
They did go up a number of years ago. I'm not sure if they've gone up since. And that was one of the points, along with my argument was always, along with the money, the primary thing that you get from MMA is you get the insurance programs, you know, the health insurance, the property casualty risk pool and insurance. But we privatized that. So I'm going to say, yes, it went up, and no, we're not using those programs still. So.
Go ahead, Ralph.
Yeah. The reason we put that into the budget last year was there was the discussion, there was a couple of discussions that went around there. One of which was we thought that there was going to be an overall savings to us in legal because of what we were getting out of, what we would be able to get out of MMA, quote unquote, for free. From what I understand, Sue, you're not, you know, you're not getting what you thought you were going to get out of that. So, I mean, that's the biggest thing that we were looking at in there. So that's why we added it in last year. And I would suggest that we're not getting what we really want to get out of there, or we're not getting much desirable result out of there. So I would say that would be something we want to drop.
Well, and I haven't had many instances where I've needed to contact them this year, and they won't advise us on specific instances or situations. They'll tell us overall what the law says and whatnot. So there have been times in the past when I've needed them for election petitions, things along that line pertaining to the municipality, but we haven't had much use for that this year.
Now, this is just an anecdote, but the other day we had an issue related to, you know, general assistance and/or welfare question, and we were trying to get an answer out of the GMA, out of the MMA legal desk. They have a GA specialist there, and now, granted, it was, you know, we started in the morning and we tried to get an answer by the end of the day, and we didn't get a call back. And so sometimes you do need to get information in a timely manner, and we didn't that day. And I'm not saying that would happen every time, but it was frustrating. And the reason that we went that way was our town attorney was off on school vacation with his family in Florida, and so they didn't have anybody else there who had the specialty at Bernstein because of the school vacation week to assist us. And so we went to MMA legal and, came up short there too.
Charisse?
Yes, so the average increase in the Maine municipal dues was 3%, and that's across the board. They don't prorate it, the increase based on your level of services that you utilize. I mean, it's not like we're using them to the full potential of, participating in the risk pool for property and casualty insurance, workers' comp insurance. We do not have the Maine Municipal Employees Health Trust Program. So they're basically just, levying all municipalities an average of 3%, not prorating it based on your level of service. So yeah, the increase, Ralph, was 3%, average of 3%.
The other thing you get from them, and I don't want to get too deep into this, but you get their lobbying efforts. And so whether you agree or disagree, that's what you get also. And I see Joe, smiling a little bit.
So the other thing that, we do benefit from is the cost of the specialized training that, a lot of us do participate in. We do get a little bit of a discount off training sessions. And, when we advertise an RFP for, say we're selling a piece of equipment or we're going out for an RFP for auditing services, that would be, a service free of charge by being a member of Maine Municipal. And then, as we talked about a little bit, the legal services, but they just, it's very general in what they will provide for information. They would not defend you if anything came up in court. That's the reason why you'd want to consult with your own attorney, but that's just a little bit of information and background on Maine Municipal.
Thank you, Charisse. Any other questions on administration?
In regard to the photocopier lease, I mean, you got that in as a lease to own. If we're going to go down the road of leasing, are we better off not to do lease to own, just do a lease, so that you're going to then churn the equipment in 5 years anyway. So you're going to, essentially you're going to be going to new equipment every 5 years, but it's picked up under a lease type setup. I mean, it may end up being the same amount, but if you're going after 5 years and you have a 5-year-old equipment that you bought, and instead of just continuing the lease continuing a new lease after that with new equipment.
Well, that's one thing you could definitely look at, but I'll ask Sue how long we kept those machines with almost no repairs.
About 15 years.
After the 10 more years after the 5, but it's a legitimate way to do it for sure. You're going to have up-to-date equipment, reliable equipment, but we've actually had pretty good luck with copiers, and this is the second set I've been through here, and the first ones that I inherited also lasted a similar amount of time.
Yeah, I only looked at lease to own because that's what we've done in the past. I certainly can get figures for leasing straight out.
Right.
Joe?
Lease to own usually only has $1 buyout at the end of the year, at the end of the lease.
Right.
So if you buy it for $1 and you get another 5 years out of it, you do pretty well.
Right, and that's what we've been doing, except we're getting more like 10.
Right.
Yeah. But you never know. You can get a bad copier like anything else.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions for administration? Let's move on to assessing. Who will be presenting this assessing? John?
Well, the big issue in assessing is, I think that you've moved the revaluation out of assessing, right?
Correct. The FY22 budget actually had 100,000 put in the operating budget and not in where it really should be in the CIP is a capital reserve deposit. So yeah, that's the biggest change. Kurt's contract is getting a small increase starting in October. And we have prorated wages for his administrative assistant, which is Melissa. And we moved the registry of deeds invoicing or expenditure, which includes recording discharges of municipal quitclaim deeds and not discharges, recording municipal quitclaim deeds and discharging liens, as well as, when they're doing record search for transfers on who's the titled owner. That's all falls under the registry of deeds. He did put in, Kurt did put in a slight increase in the vision fees. And then the tax billing that we're looking to do in-house, as Sue had previously alluded to, that has been transferred over to the assessing budget because it's, it has to do with tax billing. So the overall impact of that budget is, well, you're factoring out the 100,000, taking that out. So it's am I hearing Joe say something? No, okay. So we got 60, it would be, going from 61,000 up to 79,000, roughly speaking, with those various changes.
Any questions for assessing?
I would like to say something there, and that is that we have an excellent assessor in Kurt LaBelle, and the contract has really worked out well for us. And so, it divides his time between us, but primarily another community Gardner, and so they have him, most of the time, and we have him as we need him, and we have had, great support people here, and have gotten the training to be able to answer the day-to-day questions. So it's really worked out well for the town. I think we've gotten a really good person, a highly qualified person, and been able to do that in an inexpensive way for quite a period of time.
Any other questions? Let's move on to code enforcement then. Oh, Alex.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
Good. All right, so I don't have a whole lot changing. Obviously, Don already touched on the big changes, or the big change, which is an assistant co-officer. We made a lot of changes in the last year in the office just to fix some problems that have been ongoing for quite a few years. And like Don said, things are going really well right now, very smoothly, and we fixed a lot of the major issues. So, the big change is the salary line with bringing on an assistant co-officer, and then we've also made the administrative assistant position full-time. That was previously a part-time position, now full-time. We'd like to actually bring it up to 36 hours a week to give a little bit more time for some of the administrative tasks that need to get done that haven't been getting done the last few years. So that's really the biggest change. Other than that, we had to move some stuff around software-wise just to increase the efficiency. Last year, we started using a new online permitting company that I did a kind of a phased implementation with. Now we're kind of on to phase 2. We've been using it for about a year now. That's working really well. And then the other big expense has been General Code. And that's a company that we have contracted with to take over management of our major land use ordinances. And they're on the second half of a codification process of the land use and shoreland zoning ordinances. going through them entirely and doing a full review, reformatting them all, not changing anything in the ordinances, but just reformatting them and correcting any errors that we've found along the way. So they'll do a full legal review of those ordinances and provide us with a pretty substantial document on all of the issues they found that they can't change. That's not just a minor tweak. And that's a list that we'll use to correct the ordinances for the next few years. So that's a pretty exciting project. My goal would be to put a little bit more into that over the next 5 years and have all of the land use ordinances be on that system. It's an online-based system. It works very well. And I did have experience with this company in Casco, and I was pleased with working with them there. That, just so you guys know, is something that they're looking to have those two major ordinances done by July. It is likely going to involve town meeting acceptance. So I don't know how we're going to work that into the time frame because it'll miss this year's town meeting, obviously. It's looking like it may be a 2023 thing, but that's something you guys will see more of down the road. So that's in there, and something that, you know, it is going to be an annual expense of $1,195. It may go up some years depending on the amount of ordinance amendments and if we decide to tack on additional documents, but that's kind of the base fee. Other than that, it was just some minor tweaks to clean stuff up, organize things a little bit better. And we are increasing the projected revenue to 100,000, which, to be honest, is pretty conservative. We're going to be over 100,000 this year. I think we had budgeted 87, approximately off the top of my head. And so I think we'll definitely be over 100,000 this year. We'll probably be over 100,000 next year. I just didn't want to go too high with it. And I do also anticipate some, hopefully, fingers crossed, some enforcement revenues, which I believe just go into the general fund. But and that's obviously not promised or a guarantee, but hopefully that's something that, you know, we do see come in as well. But
also not budgeted in any way. It's just going to fund balance. So it'll be a benefit to the town.
Yeah,
that way.
Mm-hmm. So that's pretty much all I have, unless you guys have questions.
Joe.
Alex, where are we with any backlogs? Are we caught up?
No, the way we've been doing it now is, so we're reviewing permits as they come in. And basically we have, we went from a 4 to 6 week permit turnaround to about a 1 to 2 week permit turnaround, which is where we want to be. I don't want to see it any more than 2 weeks. So we do have some that are currently longer than 2 weeks, but it's not our fault, I'll say. It's because they didn't submit all the information and we say, hey, you need to send in more stuff, and it takes them a week or two to get it back to us. So that does still happen, but with the ball in our court, I'll say I definitely try to keep it less than 2 weeks, and I think right now we're definitely doing that. Some of them are actually a week or less. So those get all scheduled out at the beginning of the week with Chris and I. We break them out as they come in, and then whatever we have left over for holes on the schedule, we fill with permits from previous years. I have a list of what we have outstanding, and we're chipping away at it each week. So we're kind of continuing to focus on some of that backlog permit stuff that's out there. Fortunately, most of the big permits that were pending, we've heard from and we've taken care of. So it's a lot of small stuff that people submitted, like mostly tree removal, to be honest, and they submit it and then they just never call back. So it's just catching up on those.
I would tell you that my phone has stopped ringing. For a while, I felt like the super code secretary that I would, term I coined, because everybody was calling to try to get relief from me, and then I'd put them, push those to the top of the pile because, I believe in expedient, and efficient service, and of course thorough as well. And so I think although the backlog may not be completely gone for some of these permits that may require additional information, or somebody may have lost a possible interest in, but we're going to get them all nailed down, and we don't have anybody complaining, and things that come in are now being processed in a workmanlike way in a reasonable time frame. given the amount of information that you have to get and analyze and then, you know, process the permits. So I'm saying that things look pretty good to me. I'm not getting calls.
Sue?
And I'm going to echo what Don said. We aren't having people come in here ticked before they get here. They come in and we are able to send them out to Kirsten or to Alex or Chris. And it's been, with a few notable exceptions of people that don't really like part of the process, I haven't heard anyone saying that things are late, they aren't hearing back. We aren't hearing any of that anymore. So it's been really nice.
Since you brought up Kirsten, she is exceptional in my view. Really good. Really good.
She's a keeper.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely.
That makes a big difference. You know, she's the first face you see in the code office, and actually the back room now, given our tight quarters, you kind of almost literally run into her when you come into the back room. And she has really helped, I think, a lot with the public relations piece.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I have a question, Alex. How are you guys moving around town to do your business? What are you driving? Is there a need to replace anything?
No, we still have the donated Tahoe that we got probably 10 years ago. We solved a poor, unfortunate person. He was a great guy. He had a problem though. He had too many cars and nobody in the family wanted the car. So we took the car and we've been using it happily for about 10 years. That's the older Tahoe. The second Tahoe was a gift from our friends at Cumberland County. It's a retired police cruiser. Nathan had to do an upper end rebuild of the engine. There was a little bit of problems with that, but because it's a complicated process, but he got it sorted out. And I guess I'll let Alex talk about how they go, but that's where we got them. One was, well, they were both donated vehicles.
Yeah, and it's working fine for now. The way we've set it up is Chris does a bulk of the out of office inspections, site meetings, and I'm primarily in the office meeting with people, answering phone calls, reviewing permits. So a lot of the times we have one vehicle out. I expect as, you know, nicer weather gets here and things pick up, you know, summer residents return, there'll probably be instances where both of us are out of the office doing inspections. But fortunately this winter, we haven't had a lot of that. So I do think, and Dawn's probably the better person to answer this, I've kind of been out of the vehicle discussions. I think there's a longer term plan on what we're going to do moving down the road, but it's just not something that I'm, I guess, aware of at this point. But
what Nathan wants to do, the Public Works Department has sort of been the overarching, you know, department that takes care of all of the motor vehicles. And now we have a mechanic, which has been a great addition to the town. And so I think Nathan's plan is to budget for, you know, a new vehicle, but we did get this, well, Nathan and I found this thing at the county's, I guess, facility. And so we took advantage of it. And I think with two code officers, it makes sense to be able to have them both have a, you know, an identifiable town vehicle. You know, we get a lot of positive about that in terms of people are, you know, not, when somebody pulls up in an unmarked car. I mean, Kurt, for instance, has been using the Bolt, the electric car, because, you know, it kind of conveys a sense of, you know, mission and purpose and authority for the town. And so, you know, the cars have been, relatively speaking, not anything that's cost us a ton of money. I think on account of Alex's time in the office, we're not even spending the kind of fuel that we would spend if you had two of them in the field. But I think it's essential to have somebody in the office a lot of the time, and that's what we have. And so I think in the future, we'll probably budget for, to answer the question about the car, we'll budget for one and then the other car, but it's not going to be in this budget. Unless we can find somebody who'll give us another car. If you want to, we're always willing to help you take the problem off your hands. Like, give us a free car, we'll take it if it suits us.
Any other questions for code enforcement? Thank you, Alex.
Thank you.
Let's move on to general assistance.
Yeah, so general assistance, as I said in the brief overview, and there really isn't a whole bunch to say, it's up, you know, on account of the pandemic. We think it'll come down post-pandemic, you know, who knows, but I believe it will. And 70% reimbursement from the state, important point there. The other thing I would say, it's related to general assistance, I hit on it in the introduction, is that the community assistance, we've been using more of that during the pandemic. And Jenny, our general assistance administrator, I think Sue would agree. She's right out there with her. She's done a really good job.
Any questions for general assistance?
Well, and one other piece about that, and Don touched on it in his opening comments, but we have had some very generous citizens give donations of Hannaford cards, of gas cards, of monies for the community assistance. And it's the response of the town without any kind of advertising or asking for it, just the goodness of their hearts has really been very impressive to see.
Yeah, as I said, I think some people have put us on their annual, giving, the charitable giving list. And then there are just people who, because of the pandemic, as Sue said, they've just been bringing in these gift cards and then gifts of cash. It's really been really good, really good.
Other questions? Let's go on to town insurance.
Sharice has her hand up.
Sorry, I wasn't looking up.
It's okay, Bob. Not used to raising my hand, but anyways, I didn't know if perhaps for the next meeting, would you folks be interested in knowing what the balance is in the community assistance fund? I think back along, someone had asked, where we stood with it, and we have, like Sue had mentioned, we have had a couple of very substantial donations. And would you be interested in knowing what that balance is for the next meeting, perhaps?
Sure, I would.
Yeah, maybe knowing the balance and what the expenditures have been for a couple of years.
Sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
Thank you. Let's move on to insurance.
You want to take that one, Sharice?
Sure. So insurances, anybody that's been in the insurance field, I know Rolf is, and I'm a former licensed insurance producer, both personal lines and commercial lines. They do go up. They generally do not come down. I have just basically done an average increase of 8%. That's probably very modest or conservative. And one of the things that, is impacting it is certainly with the additional staff and the modification rate going from 1.14 up to 1.39%, the increase in staff and the rate classification, when you're talking fire department, that's certainly higher than a clerical position that has a lower rate classification when it comes to workers' comp premium. So that's where you're seeing the big influx is basically the workers' comp. That's all I really have to reference in that particular budget. If anybody has any questions.
Joe.
So we're seeing a 40% increase in workers' comp. Have you had some cases or?
We did have, because Rita's the one that files the workers' comp claims on behalf of the town, and I've only been there 6 months, so not real privy to that information. But because loss of indemnity is where you typically, we'll see an influx in your premium. If we can't get our people back to work, that's where you're going to see the claims go up. It's not so much the medical, it's the loss of wages. And I don't know if the town has this. Where I came from, we did have a light duty or return to work policy whereby, if there was a position that they could come back with the approval of their physician, that they could perform the duties of, that like a light duty transfer, so to speak. And just to get them back in the workforce, it's good for their morale and still feel like they belong, still included in the town. I don't know if we have such a policy, but we did have one fairly substantial claim, and it does look back, the loss runs, I don't know if it's 3 or even 5 years for workers' comp. maybe Rolf can help me out on that. I think it's 5 years for workers' comp loss runs. But yes, that's basically it.
So the basic answer to your question is yes, we have had some adverse experience. And that's also true in the motor vehicle field, in which we're working on trying to improve there as well with our motor vehicle insurance. We've had, you know, some you know, accidents and crashes, some at fault, some not at fault. So we've had a number of those in both public safety and public works. So
Any other questions for town insurance? Thank you. Employee benefits.
You want me to take that one as well, Don?
it looks like the insurance, you go ahead, sure. Yeah.
Okay. This is another one of those changes that I made, you know, in this particular department or cost center, however you want to view it, is to segregate dental insurance from the health insurance. I just think that by segregating it, it'll be easier to track, you know, the increases from one year to the next. So I did pull that out. I did reference, we did change plans for 2022, and it was really a minor change as far as premiums and benefits and all of that. And for health insurance, I did leave the health reimbursement account, you know, levels the same. I really didn't want to, you know, make any drastic changes there until we, you know, filled this new insurance plan out, and we are getting that small business premium relief through April of 2023. So we have 10 months of that, and it equates to about 25,000. So that's substantial. So when you look at the health insurance line going from 475 in the current budget up to 490, you know, where we are looking to, you know, we are in the budget, we're looking to add the 2 positions for the fire department. It also factors in potentially, not in this particular budget, but once we get to the library budget, they have built in their budget health and health and retirement and dental benefits. So it's basically just projecting a little bit of a higher premium come 2023. But I think we took a very minimal hit for this year. Let's see, what else might have changed a little bit. Retirement, as we had mentioned previously, we, both Don and I were, you know, talking about potentially making a change to our personnel policy, an amendment to the retirement plan, in that to maintain competitiveness in the municipal market. We did do a little survey of local municipalities just to see what they offer for retirement, and, you know, to take up to 6 years to get to 6%. You know, that's a long time to, you know, get to a retirement level of where they should be. So we anticipated questions coming from the Budget Finance Committee and the selectmen, and we did a survey of some local municipalities to find out what they offer. So if you're interested in knowing what those are, I can tell you. But on average, they're between 4% and 6%. And they either start at the date of hire or after 60 days. And so, yeah, they're either, let's see, Casco is 3% match as of date of hire. Poland is 4% match of date of hire. Naples is 5% match as of date of hire. Wyndham, 6% match, date of hire. And let's see, Standish, after the first full year of employment, a 6% match. And then I also have Gray's number as well, and it's 6% after 60 days of employment. So our proposal or suggestion to, you know, for the selectmen to consider as a potential amendment to the personnel policy would be to offer a 6% contribution, employer contribution, after the employee has satisfactorily past their probation period of 6 months.
Right, and so that sample you did too, by the way, is and I think it's great because it gets some of the communities that probably people would want to compare with. But if you were to take the communities that are actually in our KMA labor market, it would skew much closer to the 6% on average. So a lot of those communities were communities to the west that are, you know, that some are, but most of those are not in the KMA survey.
So the cost associated with making such a change is about $37,000.
If everybody took full advantage.
If they took full advantage, correct.
And we're actually trying to indoctrinate our employees about the importance of saving for their futures. I mean, Rolf knows this. I don't know if you want to say something, Rolf, but.
I mean, you know, I advocated for that, you know, time and time again. Is, you know, the time for them to get into it is when they can first get into it, because you know, if they're not saving for their future, they're putting themselves behind the whole 8 ball. You know, and I don't have a problem with starting it earlier, and you know, and doing that match earlier, because if that's gonna help them, it's gonna, you know, it helps everybody else down the road. You know, even from the standpoint of statewide GA and things like that. You know, people that are putting some money away are going to help themselves down the road, and you know, the differential in what we pay, you know, to the budget there isn't that great when you look at the benefits on the other side. You know, and I would really push for them, you know, to try and get more and more people maxing it out.
Yeah, the other thing that I'd like to point out is the administrative complexity of trying to, you know, maintain such a tiered approach for retirement for the employer contribution. It just, you know, it means, you know, maintaining some type of system where you have to track people's date of hires and their anniversary dates, and, you know, make sure that you're making those changes in payroll accordingly. And, you know, if you get 6 different levels, you know, and 30, unfortunately, we only have 30 full-time employees, but heaven forbid, you know, if we were, you know, 50 plus, it's an administrative, you know, task to do. So this would also, you know, free up some time of Rita and having to, you know, track those. You know, all she would need to do is make sure they pass their probation period, and then right from the get-go program them the 6%. If you want to have it to be a match, you know, my experience with 457 plans, a deferred compensation plan, is that it doesn't necessarily need a match. When I think of a match, an employer match, I think of a 401k, but that's totally up to the board on how they want to structure it. They'd probably like to see the employee participate on their own to be able to receive the employer portion as well. So
I think that we want to do the match, and if we're going to do this, that we want to have a match.
Yep.
I mean, what I would almost advocate for as well would be a forced opt out rather than opt in, and say that, right, you know, when you start, you will be started at this rate. You can increase it to this, but you will start at this rate unless you opt out.
Right.
That forces them to get into something which is for their own good.
That's exactly what we've talked about here, and I think we should do that.
Joe?
On your small business premium relief, are you sharing that with your employees to lower their health insurance premiums, or is the town keeping all of it?
The town is.
It has to be done proportional to what they pay into it. So if they're not, you know, if you've got someone that's not paying into the premium, then it comes to the town. If they are paying a percentage of the premium, then prorated, they get a portion of that, reduces what they have to pay in.
Yeah, but you're allowed to share it with your employees.
Right.
So whatever they're getting in relief, which I think is $40 a month per employee and $25 for dependents, we gave it all to the employees to keep their insurance premiums down. So they're not paying as much in health insurance premiums.
Point of clarification, I had not been doing that, Joe. Just simply was reducing it off the employer's contribution. But if that's something, this is a new program that came out, was November of 2021, so it's real new. And certainly we could, if that's the wish of the board to, share that relief with the employees, for those that have, because they actually do it off our bill.
Right.
They put it right on the monthly bill that, this is what the amount is for the main business COVID relief as a deduction from the premium, the monthly premium. So that's what I've been doing.
I think you've got to check the actual statute on that, because if they're paying a percentage of the premium, which they are in some cases, then a percentage that has to go towards reducing what they're paying toward that.
Right. Which is what we're doing. We're just giving it all back to the employee. Whatever they get designated for, we just give it back to them and they reduce their monthly premium.
But we can definitely take a look at that. And if it's statutorily outlined, then we can certainly, make the adjustments and make that right back, to the inception.
I believe you're allowed to keep some of it for administrative costs.
We'll look into it. And if that's the wish, if that's the intent of the program and certainly the wish of the board, we can do that. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out, Joe.
We have last questions for employee benefits. Let's go to Tiff.
Yeah, the big change there is the putting the fiber network infrastructure from the CIP into the TIF and the network hardware updates. And that was something, as I said, that Sharice suggested. We checked the TIF, documents, and so that's allowable expense. And I think we also had a confirmation on that from our municipal attorney that handles the specialist in TIF, just to be sure, because we've had some questions on TIFs before. But so that works fine, and that's what we did. I don't know if you want to add anything else, Sharice, but.
No, it's pretty much the same other than those two changes. The, let's see, one of the organizations, the Fourth Hawthorne organization, reverted back to their $1,000 request versus the $2,000. So that was a reduction that they had, put forth. And yeah, other than that, I know there's going to be some TIF discussion with our assessor and the Board of Selectmen at their next meeting. I need to get some numbers for Kurt on, we're not really making full use of our TIF, and it expires, I believe, in 2030, if I'm not mistaken. And so he's got some, some suggestions, through the work of, with the legal firm on maybe some new ideas on, what we can do with it. So more information to come, but I thought this was a good way to, reduce the general fund operating budget and make better use of our TIF.
Any TIF questions?
I stand corrected. I'm looking at the TIF document right now. It's a 30-year TIF, and year 30 is 2028. So we still have 6 years left to make use of it. But so I do stand corrected for that. 2028, not 2030.
No questions for Tiff? Let's move on to revenues.
The story there is the state revenue sharing, increase, which is substantial. We also have some increases in revenues that are coming in from other municipalities for services we're providing. Nate and I are actually trying to market the services that we can provide with our mechanic to the communities to the west of us, being Casco and Naples, are baby stepping into public Works. Naples thought they were going to Public Works more fully than they are, but that ended up not passing their town meeting. I think Casco has an initiative coming up to add some staff, and so they become good customers in terms of used equipment, and we're hoping that they might become, people or towns that we would provide services to. But right now we are doing some roadside mowing. You may recall we bought a substantial tractor mowing machine. So from the revenue that we're getting from that machine, the cost of paying the operator and so forth, that is something that's been a benefit to us, and so we have the machine as well. So we're trying to regionalize and cooperate with our neighbors, and we're making some progress on that, actually. So we have some capacities they don't, and so that's something we can use as a revenue.
Any other questions on revenue? Sharice, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. So I think talking with Sue, it's typically in the month of June that the selectmen look at the fee schedule on an annual basis. So I do know in talking with our animal control officer, she had, when I was meeting with her and talking about, I'm trying to dissect the revenues, for the town on, where that comes from. We really don't collect a lot in impound fees. And I think she was even making the suggestion that we look at increasing those when the time comes. Maybe not so much for the first offense, but for the second and third offense. And as we had alluded to earlier, code enforcement permit revenue is up, and it was a modest increase to 100,000. And, I do expect motor vehicle excise tax to, continue growing. It's based on the MSRPs, and the MSRPs of vehicles right now are really significant. So I might have been a little low on that level. But those are the basic changes. And as Dawn had mentioned, doing some work for other municipalities and bringing in revenue from that, as well as, we're taking on snow plowing for the school district.
Right.
As well. That's a new endeavor.
Well, it's a new old one. We did it before.
Right.
We're doing it under a revised program that before we did it as almost to some degree as a courtesy. Now it's priced, more like it would be if they were getting a contracted private service. So I think it's working out for both entities. They're probably saving a bit, and we have a revenue, and we're doing well with that, given our cost to do it.
Can I ask a question about the plowing contract and where that's going? Is P&K going away?
P&K?
Yeah.
They've gone away.
They've gone away.
Yeah, some time ago. Yeah. I don't know how many years that's been, but it's been a few. So basically what we did is we over time, we had less and less P&K service. And then I don't know now if seems like it was about 3 or 4 years ago, we ended up buying some trucks from Vermont and taking this whole thing on ourselves. And I think Nate and the crew have done a really good job with that. We've had our ups and downs. This has been a tough year for equipment, but we haven't had P&K for some time now. Yeah.
No, we were gravitating to that direction. I didn't know that it had been completed already.
Yeah, well, right. Well, we kind of metered it back, so that might have been a little confusing, but we jumped in, feet first a few years ago, and I think it's worked out pretty well. From my standpoint, it has. I mean, I'm looking at the condition of the roads. I don't know if Teresa wants to say anything. She's made a particular point of calling this out, I think, to the board, but yeah, I think they're doing a good job with it.
Any other questions for revenue? Let's go to public safety, animal control.
Now, on animal control, I think there was a little bit of a misstep by us, meaning Sharice and Dawn. I don't know, is Sharice invited Jessica Jackson, our ACO officer? Is that correct?
I did not. It was an afterthought on my part this evening was to, I should have emailed her budget, even though she proposed it to the town of Casco, and we share the cost of the animal control with Casco and Naples. equally, 1/3. But she could speak to her budget that she presented to the town manager of Casco. And it would probably make sense, Bob, if you don't mind, moving that to the next agenda so I can send her the budget and have her speak to that at the next meeting.
She's aware of the budget. I mean, so it's 1/3 of the budget that we talked about.
I just didn't invite her. Sue, I'd have
I know, and she would want to be here, so that's our error. So we apologize for that. If we can put her on the next meeting, that would be what we'd want to do.
Any other questions for animal control?
I will tell you that on animal control, one thing we did this year, it's in the process of being done, is that we have now upgraded the vehicle. The one that we had for the past several years is it's at end of life in terms of functionality. So it's on life support even. So you may have noticed a black Ford Explorer. Some of you might have got your budget materials out of it, but that came out of a local PD. And so we bought it through a broker, and that's going to be the new car. And that's also a 1/3 share each town, and it'll be marked up soon. And the equipment, we had to get that particular year and model. The last year was 19, because the equipment from the 14 will go right into the 19. So that's what we're going to do, flip the equipment, the specialized. You take out the back and it's all lined with aluminum, and it's got a pneumatic door, all this other stuff for animal control. It originally came out of the state police, the equipment. So anyway, that's what we're going to do, is flip it into the new car, but this is the last one we can do it with. And then we have to buy new equipment because it won't fit anything else. But this should take us through several more years though.
Charisse, go ahead.
Yes, Bob. One other point on the animal control budget is that, this is another example, there was a line item for vehicle maintenance under the animal control budget that is now since been moved from this department over to the Public Works Department. I think you'll find, I think recreation might have been the other one that had vehicle maintenance in it. And it just makes sense to put it all under Public Works. They have the mechanic, they're buying the parts, they have the tools and whatnot. Again, the exception would be, public safety and the, the repairs to all the fire apparatus and whatnot. So that has been removed from this budget as well and put into Public Works. So you will see that, but we'll invite Jessica for the next meeting, March 15th, and have her speak to, the actual interlocal agreement with the town of Casco at the next meeting.
Yeah, the other thing I would say, and I don't know if this is going to happen or not, but Cumberland County is looking at a larger regional effort. And we're also now being approached by other towns, and we're even doing some limited fee service for Harrison. So there's a potential that it's going to require additional staffing, but there's a potential, if it makes economic sense, that we might broaden the effort either through the county or through our, consortium that we formed. Right now, we're getting a lot of inquiries from our surrounding towns because they can't find or keep anybody in this job, and we've been able to do that. So it does make sense to work regionally, but only if it's going to be economic sense as well. So it's kind of studying that possibility in two different ways.
Teresa.
Therese, I know you pulled the vehicle out of animal control, but you're still billing the other two towns for any work we're doing, correct?
That is correct. Yeah. The vehicle that we just purchased and, taking equipment out, putting it back in, we'll be invoicing, Casco and Naples, for their share of the new vehicle and the outfitting of it, so to speak, with the cage and whatnot.
When you buy a vehicle from us, Teresa, of course, it comes with a service plan. So we're servicing the car, we're taking care of the car, which is, something that is a bill back to the other two towns to their share.
Okay.
Yeah.
But helps support the mechanic position as well, I think.
Thank you. Let's move on to the fire department.
Hello. I'm here back up. There we go. Thank you for all being here for this budget process. We appreciate the guidance and the help that we've been given. Charisse and Dawn, Deputy Goslin, for assistance in producing this budget, particularly. For those of you who don't know me, there's new faces here. I'm Bruce Tupper, I'm the Department Chief, EMA Director, and 911 Addressing Officer, and I'm pleased to provide you with this budget overview tonight. The mission of the fire department is to help people provide comprehensive emergency services, inspection, prevention programs, training, and professional development of our members, and to overall assure the health of our members. Now, as we develop this budget, we realize how sick everybody is of hearing about COVID, but unfortunately, it has to be somewhat of our focus tonight. We have a smaller than ever group of people doing this job now. Our call department is down to 6 people, with 2 seasonal students are doing the job of what we had 20 people doing just 2 years ago. COVID exacerbated this gap in our coverage with members who are unwilling to take the risk of getting sick or bring it home to their families, etc. Some who may have just been on the edge of burnout who have left, and we've had some other health issues with our members, which have caused some long time and very valuable folks to turn in resignations because they just can't physically complete the job anymore, unfortunately. We're also seeing, because of this, an increase in psychiatric patients. Violent calls are more the norm now than the exception. Twice we've had patients jump from moving ambulances. Just recently we had a third try it. That one didn't make it to the hospital. Yes, didn't make it out of the ambulance that was moving. A recent incident with an intoxicated person at an accident scene tried to move their car with our provider standing right beside his car and wedged between another one. He had to climb on the hood to get away from it, got nicked by the mirror. And the only thing that stopped this person was the fact that our ambulance was behind them and they struck it and were unable to proceed. So we're seeing a lot more of this. It's a lot more dangerous. We're seeing a lot of weapons and substance abuse in general, along with aggressiveness, both physically and verbally, towards our providers. Unfortunately, none of this helps us gain call department members because no one wants to subject themselves to that kind of behavior or risk as a hobby, anyways. To put it into perspective, every department everywhere is going through this. The Maine chiefs have written a letter to the governor. You've probably seen some of the info on that. It's been on the news. Trying to spark some kind of funding and fix for the whole thing. There really isn't anything that's quickly on the horizon, unfortunately. We're seeing a huge increase in open call shifts. We're also seeing a big increase in call volume. We're up about 34% right now. Unfortunately, we're also unable or only able to meet the NFPA standards of 6 people on scene within 15 minutes, about 24% of the time now. And we are fully staffed with our firefighter paramedics and our firefighter EMTs. The problem that we're experiencing there is we've had a lengthy outage for health reason, and now we have an FMLA outage, and it's absolutely killing us with overtime costs because we're having to force paramedics in to work the shifts. Something we don't like doing, but unfortunately we're having to do. So twice a week we're forcing someone to cover a 24-hour shift, and that's overtime pay. So when I talk about, increasing responsibilities and such, I just need to kind of touch on this one particular day that we had this morning, and all these incidents happened or were toned out within like a 5-minute period, 15-minute period of time. We had 5 ambulances in our town covering calls. And you're going to say, hey, well, at least you covered them. Well, here's the real story behind it. The first call went out, we covered it. The second call went out right behind it, Casco came in. Third call went out and the Wyndham truck came in. Wyndham only had 1 truck left. Casco had no more trucks left. We had nothing left for crew. We ended up with 2 other towns coming in, and it took them over 20 minutes to get here because it was not our surrounding communities, if you will. We had to go beyond that to get the resources. The unfortunate piece is for them to cover the calls in their town, they also had to reach further out, and they were 20+ minute responses on some critical calls, which is unacceptable. Our system, it is breaking, there's no doubt. And I find that when you have a critical call, 20 minutes to get an ambulance to the scene is just unreasonable and very undesirable if it was me on the other end of the services that were needed. So what we've done is we've put together a plan that has some changes in it. Payroll, changes, and that's based upon a union negotiation, which will be talked about more at the select board meeting and executive session. We've included some of those, the base pay rates as proposed in our budget, so at least there's something there to work with at this point. We've also been talking and have been working with our mutual aid towns, as we have done for years, regionally, if you want to look at it that way. It's a regional approach to providing services. 6 departments that are working together have agreed to standardize pay for our per diems so that we're not in competition with each other. In other words, it's like a shell game. We talk about it every year. One pays $1 more and everybody goes there. They're per diem people, so they're looking for the money. And then you lose your staff, and then you decide to up yours and pay $1.25. They all come back, and then someone else pays $1.50, and we lose them again. It's just the nature of the beast when it comes to the per diems. They're all part-time people. So we're looking to create a pool, standardized qualifications and pay with these 6 towns, which will create a pool of personnel to pick from, if you will. We're hoping that that will have some effect on filling some of the shifts that we have open and being able to provide adequate coverage to our citizens and safer coverage with our people. The savings is not only in the staff, but also would be in turnout here, as we realize that people are working from multiple towns. If we have a standardized set of turnout gear and a Velcroed on name on the back, Wyndham, Gray, Raymond, whatever, they can put a new Velcro patch on, and we all share in the cost with that gear. Not only that, we're looking at mutual aid incidents, and automatic mutual aid is a buzzword that gets thrown around. It means that it's not something you get to the scene and decide you need help with. You call for it immediately on the dispatch. We don't even call for it, built into our response plan. Now we have to also consider at this point that even that's kind of failing because everybody's busier. So we've got more calls, less people, and more towns involved. But we're also reaching out and asking for this help automatically on smaller calls. Throw out the car accident, because that's where it's gone recently. We're starting to see towns ask, if we put an engine company on for a car accident? And that's the boat we're all in. We're trying to help each other out. We're also working together with this group for training. And we're putting together and combining our training efforts and resources. And we're currently sharing the cost, as well as instructional staff, to put on a Maine Bureau of Labor Standards firefighter certification class, where we will instruct 15 new firefighters throughout a bigger region than the 6 towns, but it's still a step in the right direction. And this will give them the opportunity to test and to certify at that level. Make them available for our labor pool. Again, it's just their first step, and it's the very basic of basics for firefighter certification. Covered that. We're all facing the uncertainty of uncontrollable and skyrocketing costs. As you know, things are absolutely haywire right now. Our gear vendor sent out an announcement today. They had sent one out about 6 months ago. They've gone up 3%. They're going up 5%, and it's from the factory, not from the vendor. I just heard from the ambulance vendor that we buy our ambulances from generally. I said expect $30,000 basically increase in the cost of that vehicle. Fire apparatus is absolutely done the same thing. We're looking at 20 and 30% changes quickly in that, and then talking double changes in years' time. It's due to the metals, it's due to the technology components in those vehicles. One, the supply chain, but 2, the value of them. That's just gone crazy with inflation. So with the impact of supply costs, we even question that we put in enough to hopefully stay within our bottom line in this budget for fuel, oil, heating, things like that. I'm confident that payroll that we're okay in that area, and that's what we've seen our biggest increase. We do have a few other increases in there. There's a couple of decreases as well. As Mr. Wilbert alluded earlier, we've put in for assistance to firefighter grant for the Safer Act to the federal government. That staff would, if it's funded in its entirety and if the board accepts it, provide 8 full staff. And you cringe when you hear, oh my God, we're at 8 full-time staff. But when you put it in perspective, it only provides 2 people per shift because we work 24/7, 365. We would wait on her proposal, but fund the 2 additional persons that we put in the budget until after we hear from the federal government if we're going to get this grant or not. I think it will be about September-ish when we do start to hear when grants are awarded. So it's not that far out. However, we also do feel that 2 people is probably short-sighted and really should be 4 people at this time, just due to the lack of call. Something that may be able to be fixed in the future with training, with newer interest, with new recruiting, but we're seeing that decline everywhere, and I'm not so optimistic that we're going to suddenly have this surge of people who want to become fire and EMS people. If we did, it would take over 2 years to get them trained and up to standards and efficient in working on their own. So it's a long-term turnaround. On the CIP budget, unfortunately, I have to apologize on this one. We automatically have a $75,000 ambulance fee for replacement that goes into that account every year. I didn't put it on my form, and Sharice didn't know. I'm being new to it, and I think I did it last year too, actually. But so I didn't include that, and I just assumed it would be an automatic thing. So I did not include that in there, but we should include that in there because it is for the ambulance replacement, and our ambulance would be due for replacement next year. We extended it out another year from last year, and unfortunately, extending it costs more in the long run. But I think we have to plan on it for next year. We have the proposal in there for a $730,000 expense, and that is a truck that would replace 2 and put 1 basically into reserve status to preserve it for another 5-7 years, somewhere in that area. So utility 7, a truck that's a 20-year-old pumper. It was an extrication vehicle until it didn't carry enough equipment that we needed, so we bought the squad truck used and put that in service. The problem is we had to start looking at things reality-wise now with the lacking staff, and we can't roll 3 trucks out the door in a car crash during the day without adding staff. So in order to cover a car crash, we need to put together a vehicle that would do 80% of what these other 2 vehicles could do currently. So we added or looked at the concept of a rescue pumper, and that's a truck it's designed specifically, as it says, it's a rescue pumper. So it really covers the needs of a squad truck, which is the extrication vehicle, technical rescue vehicle, carries your ropes, high angle, water rescue, ice suits, as well as a fire apparatus that can do fire suppression activity. We'll carry the large diameter supply hose, the same as a regular engine company, but would create a situation where 1 truck, 1 engine rather, could roll out with an ambulance and handle most of our car crash incidents. We've had situations where we're dead manning trucks on scene. That means we're leaving a truck sitting beside the road with no one around it until someone can come from wherever they're at, pick the thing up. Sometimes it's public works, sometimes it's our guys coming from their work. And it's just the unfortunate situation at times. This is happening more often. It was very ironic, but right after we started putting together our plans and meeting with vendors and the vendors' engineers to start designing this truck to meet the needs of this community and the needs of this department, I spoke with Chief Libby in Wyndham, and he said, we're doing the same thing and we're combining 2 into 1, and for the same exact reason. So they have actually beat us to the punch. They've ordered the truck, and it should be in probably another 18, 20 some months, because that's what it's taking to get these vehicles now. I've also heard through the grapevine, and have to just confirm it, but Bertie told me the other day that Casco is doing the very same thing. We're all in the same boat, and we're looking at how can we respond more effectively, more efficiently, and handle the incidents that we have safely, provide safety to the public as well as to our own folks. That's where we are with that. So that was an expense there for this year, but in reality, I believe there's no vendor that's going to be able to provide that particular vehicle. If we ordered it July 1, they wouldn't be able to provide it in that next year. It would be just over the year mark. So it's going to push it out two budget cycles, basically. unless we get extremely lucky. Back onto the rescue truck, actually, I got to cover this too, but one of the things that we're designing it with is a higher tech rescue equipment for extrication tools. One of the big things that we find is our hydraulics are old now, and they do need to be replaced, but technology has proven to be our friend. Battery equipment now, one, is easier to use. You don't have to have a hydraulic pump, cart that and hose lines around with you to run that piece of equipment. And we're more effective with the battery tools because, believe it or not, a battery tool is more effective and efficient now, stronger, if you will, than the hydraulic tools that we're accustomed to. So the stuff that we have that has 30, 40,000 PSI cutting strength at the tip can shatter board on steel is being outdone by battery equipment. And the longevity of the batteries is greatly improved. And the tools that we actually have our sights on can take a regular DeWalt battery, 24-volt battery, so it's not a super expensive battery. That's just one example of what we're looking at with this vehicle. When I use the term rescue pumper, I think it's important for you to understand too that the cabinetry on this vehicle is set up differently and it's engineered to handle this equipment. The tanks on a truck are usually a T-shaped water tank. This is an L-shaped tank. Ladders will sit on edge and go sideways through the tank area, be totally enclosed. It just makes a better and a safer vehicle in the end. We really do believe that engine one would be preserved for quite some time after that and still be a viable piece of equipment. Now, when I talk about this, the utility 7 truck, that's one of them being replaced. It has been out of service for over 60 days this year alone due to mechanical issues. These are ongoing and repetitive issues with fuel systems and electrical issues. For the past 2 years, it has not passed its mandated UL pump test. Barely, will sneak by, but it has not passed it officially. So it's basically has to be a D-rated pump, and it's because of mechanical issues with the truck, not the actual pump. So we're entering into that phase with that vehicle being that age that it just needs to be considered at this point for replacement. One point I just realized that I forgot when I'm talking about the payroll. That's our biggest increase. And the thing that's important to mention in there is that not only is the union's potential bargaining agreement amounts in there, but also the 90,000 for the 2 personnel, and our administrative assistant was an additional expense for this year when we added her just last season. But she's 30 hours a week, and it's basically $30,000 of that increase as well. So I'm kind of wrapping that all up. Again, thank you. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions to fire? Teresa?
Bruce, you're putting in for 2 additional full-time people.
Correct.
Okay, and I think Dawn had said something that a grant, 2 is going to cover that too. You are coming down on different items. Aren't you going to have to pay for stuff for these 2 new people?
There is some items that we've come down on. We're also looking at the a little bit better, even though the cost of the turnout gear may be going up. We're looking at better buying power by standardizing our equipment across 6 towns and being able to buy more in bulk. So there's one of the things that we're looking at. We are a little bit nervous about the other expenses, as I said earlier. There's so much unknown out there right now. I can't tell you that same turnout coat we're spending $1,000 on tomorrow, maybe 12.
No, right. That's why I'm surprised to see that you came down, especially with 2 people. Yeah. So.
Yeah, there are certain things we did. I think we went up in heating. I don't know what our fuel costs are going to be yet. We're trying to gather some intel from our surrounding towns ourselves and see what those departments are going to do. And talking with a friend today in Wyndham, he said that they're planning on a fairly significant fuel increase in the fire department, like 30-40 cents a gallon minimum. So they're going to approach that in their budget. It's I don't know. I just don't know where it's going to go.
Nope.
This war is just compounded things now, and that's the thing that's making me so uneasy.
Okay.
I'm sincerely hoping we can fit everything within our line item, We try every year. We try.
Any other questions for fire? Okay, let's go on to emergency management.
I'll keep mine on then.
Okay.
There is no specific budget for emergency management. It is lumped in underneath the fire department. So that's basically where that all falls. Working with the COVID stuff, we got a $15,000+ reimbursement out of the federal government. We're currently working on a smaller one than that because a lot of things became very much free to us. So a lot of our protective equipment for a while became free through the emergency management agency at the state, and we took advantage of that, got masks and gowns, etc., all with no cost. So, we don't have a great deal of money that we can collect, but obviously we're working on that actively, and we'll continue as long as the feds are paying. We'll put together a plan to get it back from them.
I don't see any questions, Chief.
All right, thank you.
I've been asked to add debt services to this agenda. What's that?
It's the fund.
For the fire department. Do you want to speak about it?
Oh, you might as well take it as a whole, Bob.
Okay.
All right, debt service. So based on what the fire CIP has in its reserve account presently, I suggested that, you know, we not take any more than 230,000 out of that. It will be after it's funded the 75,000, it will be at 313,000 come the end of fiscal year 22. So I made the suggestion not to totally deplete it and then finance the 500,000 for the new rescue pumper over a 10-year period. As you know, interest rates are on the rise, but I do have, I did get a couple of estimates on what that would cost per year to finance the 500,000 for 10 years, keeping in mind the interest rates more than likely will go up. I did, you know, the bonds that we have outstanding, they're going to mature in FY26. One has a declining principal balance, and the other one, I don't know what the financing term is, you know, for to be consistent from 1 year to the next.
Level. I think she's frozen.
Yeah.
There she is.
Yep.
Rose up.
Sorry, am I back?
Yes.
So, and the other debt is there. So that's basically it. The new debt for the new rescue pumper is included there.
Rolf?
Yeah, Don, at what dollar level should we be looking at self-bonding instead of going to the bond bank or whatever, like we did before? I mean, if we're looking at it, you got $500,000 on the fire truck. If we've got other items, are we better off to look at consolidating a total bond and going out and bonding against ourselves, because we still have the AAA rating. So last time we beat the bond bank by about 1.5 points.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think in general, you know, using the bond bank is going to probably be a higher rate, an easier process. It's a more, you know, I guess, complicated process by issuing our own bonds, but you do have that benefit in the rates that you get, particularly with our, you know, AAA bond rating. So I think the larger issues are should always probably be, local issues. And if you wanted to consider, we do consider, actually, we do use actual bank financing for real short-term stuff. But I think the fire truck is significant enough where it may be something we want to, issue ourselves, if that's the question. But we would probably want to analyze it one against the other,
Yeah.
So and figure out what's the best thing to do is. But in the past, it has been to use our rating and to get the better, I guess, financing that way. There are costs, you got to add the costs in. There are costs to that you don't have with the main bond bank. So I think we should do an analysis and see which is better, but it's probably going to be bonding ourselves.
Any other questions on debt service? I see none. Public comment? Do we have any public out there?
The only one that would qualify as public would be Bob Jones.
Okay.
And Bob Jones has been invited to, I guess, be a part of the committee, subject to selectman appointment. I don't see his picture there, but he's there, I think. There he is.
Bob. Thanks. What's that? I don't. Let's go to Budget Finance Committee comments. Do we have any? Dennis?
Well, I'm just curious, when the chief talked about the rescue, does that get added in automatically because it was missed, or do we have, how does that process work? This 75,000 that's usually in the CIP for it that was eliminated or missed?
We would make an adjustment. I mean, that was an error between the request and the finance office. So we would put that back into the next iteration of the budget. Yeah.
Okay, just curious.
And of course, it's all subject to review and approval by the board, but there are going to be some adjustments up and down. This is a particularly peculiar year that way. I mean, as I said, we've got to figure out what we're going to do when the library comes in about that. And, I think we have some things that we can, talk about taking out of this budget for sure. But that's going to be, I guess, when we get to the deliberative process. I have some suggestions on that, but we're not there yet. But it wouldn't this one's an error omission, correction of an error omission.
Well, the reason I asked that question is if we're going to be looking at a combination engine rescue and also an ambulance, and going along with the previous question of bonding, would you put those two together?
You could do that.
I mean, if you're talking about that same length of time or whatever, it's just, would that be the right time to do that?
The question I would have for the chief would be, I mean, on an ambulance, you typically would have at least a 10, maybe a 15-year bond. What's the life of the ambulance? It's more like 10, right?
Correct.
So I think if you could do that in a 10-year bond, that might make sense, as Rolf just pointed out. I mean, to figure out which is the best way to go. Maybe you should put those two capital items together. Possibly.
Thank you.
But we can look at that as a way to, spread out the cost and reduce the budget.
Thank you.
Good suggestion, Dennis, I think.
Any other budget finance committee comments? Any select board comments? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved.
All those in favor? Thank you. See you at the next finding meeting.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good evening and welcome to the Town of Raymond Planning Board for Wednesday, March 9th, 2022. The board does have a quorum, and we will start with roll call. Ed, would you start us off?
Ed Cranich, sure.
Kevin Woodbury.
Mike D'Angelo.
Mark Childs.
The board does have a quorum, and we work from an established agenda. We have the approval of the minutes for the February 9th, 2022 meeting. We have some new business. And then the old business is a tabled application for Raymond Hills LLC, followed by some planning communications, some code enforcement communications. Somewhere in here, I guess we'll just touch on the ordinance, if there's any issues on the ordinance reviews that we are working on. So our first order of business is then the acceptance of the February 9th, 2022 minutes. Does anybody have any additions, deletions, corrections?
I have a question on page 2, the second last paragraph. There's a reference to someone named Phil. I don't know who that is. Alex, that was something you stated. Who's Phil?
And that's the town attorney.
Okay. You think we should just add his last name so people know who it is?
I can do that if you'd like.
Yeah, thank you.
Any other comments on the minutes?
No.
Move to accept with the change, adding Phil's last name.
Second.
We have to do it's a voice vote because we're on Zoom. Ed?
Yes. Approve.
Approve. Greg?
Yes.
And Mark?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well, so the motion passes unanimously. And we're on to some new business. Jen does say no, but I have received communications from Kyle Bancroft that he has resigned from the board. Job plus family makes it really difficult for him to get to the meetings. So that is now a vacancy, and I think we do have somebody, Sandy, in the works that would like to join.
Yes, we do. I will get in touch with them and I'll do the application.
Yeah, perfect. And then maybe get that to us for and invite that person to the next board meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. Okay, old business. Our Raymond Hills LLC project. And we have no Jim. Or do we have a Jim? I'm showing no Jim.
Jim.
No Jim. Okay. So, for the project, we are pretty familiar with the project. I think then the best way to approach this, Dustin, you have Jim's latest memo?
Yes, I do. Yeah, the March 8th.
Yes, March 8th for tonight's prep for tonight's meeting. Okay.
Yep, I do.
Okay. So I think first thing we have to do is we need a motion to take it off the table. So could I get somebody to make that motion?
I move to take the application off the table.
For consideration. Second, any discussion? All those in favor, voice vote again, please. Ed,
Aye.
yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Greg, yes.
Aye.
I would yes. So we're all, it is off the table. Dustin, I'm thinking with we're lacking Jim. The best way to approach this is to go through Jim's memo. And address those issues that are in there, vice kind of how we normally do the intro to both. Does that sound okay with the board?
Yeah.
Sounds good. Yes.
Yes.
All right. So if we start off with Jim's memo, I think it's just page 2. Item alpha.
Yep. Yeah, so on, so since we were last in front of the board, I mean, we had presented quite a bit of information, right before the last meeting. So I think this memo basically goes through and reviews that information. So, on page 2 on Jim's memo, on part A, I spoke with Jim today about this. He just wanted to make sure that, any conditions that were attached to the state permits for the septic system are included on the subdivision plan. So we do have a note on there related to that. So it was more just a make sure that that information was on there. So I believe we have addressed that comment.
Yeah, I think so too.
I don't think he had anything under B and C.
Well, I think B and C are the water. I think you've met that, right? The fire department's okay with the gallons per minute flow. Wayne, are you okay?
Yes, we're okay with the fire flow.
Okay. And I agree. We're all set with item C. So item delta.
Okay. So moving on to item D on page 3 on soil and erosion. Jim just had a comment at the bottom there that he just wanted some on-site monitoring during construction. So if that's something that Jim's firm wants to do, or if that's something that we need to get a third party involved with, we're not opposed to whatever the town feels is appropriate as far as construction monitoring.
For environmental type stuff, which just sounds like it is, we've used the Cumberland County Conservation Commission to come and monitor. Does that sound okay with you, Dustin?
Yep. Yeah, we can do a contract directly with Cumberland County Soil and Water. That way we pay them to do their inspections and they send us the bill, or if they want to do it as an escrow. And we'll coordinate that with Chris Baldwin. That's fine.
Okay. Is that okay with the board? Any problems?
Sounds good.
Okay. Echo, unreasonable public congestion.
Yep. So on that section, there was one comment that Jim had put in here, just mentioning that there was another driveway just to the north of the entrance that he wanted shown on the plans. When I talked to him today, he thought that was just a leftover comment from a previous memo, because there's only one driveway to the north that is on Suzanne Boris property, and it is shown on the subdivision plan and the plan and profile drawing. So I think Jim was satisfied based on our conversation today that that's already been addressed. And then otherwise, it was just, we had provided some traffic data as far as what the anticipated trip generation would be for the project. And DOT's issued their driveway entrance permit, so we're not anticipating any congestion or traffic related issues.
Excuse me 1 minute. Bob, I just spoke to Jim. He's working on signing in now.
Oh, perfect. I think let's just keep on going. Okay. I think we're doing fine. Foxtrot, adequate soil, sewage waste disposal. It's private waste disposal, right? For trash.
Correct. So we do think it's appropriate that there be some sort of a condition of approval or a note that just states that, trash hauling will be private, and it'll be, individual curbside pickup for each of the units, because there's no dumpster anymore, but that it would be private, and there's no anticipation that it would be, town provided, dumpster removal services or anything. So.
And the cost associated with that is going to get rolled into the condo document?
Correct. Yeah. They'll have to pay for that. They'll have to go out and contract for it, every year or whatever they do it. So that'll just be completely separate from the town, and they'll pay for it 100%.
Okay. And the septic systems?
Yep. Yeah. Jim just had some concerns just to make sure that there was adequate separation between the buildings to be able to get in and around the leach fields, to be able to pump the septic tanks and things like that. So when he and I talked about it today, maybe he'll hop on here in a minute, but he seemed to be okay with how the buildings are spaced out. I mean, most of these buildings have about 30 feet of separation between them, so there's plenty of room to move in and around with like a small excavator or a skid steer if they had to go in and repair a septic system. And we have a dedicated access road that'll be like a reinforced turf road that's being built in between units 14 and 15 to get out and around up towards that engineered septic system, and then around the stormwater filter basins down to the outlets of those so that they can all be maintained.
Okay. Was that his concern about the drainage behind units 14 and 15?
Yeah, he was just making sure that, there was going to be adequate access in and around those units, because there is some drainage that runs down behind those buildings. But where we have reinforced ground area, it'll be, capable of, it's not going to make a big mess if a small piece of equipment had to get back there to do some maintenance.
Okay. As far as the board goes, if you guys have questions, please jump in as we go along here. Item golf, unreasonable burden of the ability of the town of Raymond to dispose of solid waste sewage. I think that one is all right.
Yep.
Hotel.
Yeah, I mean, this condo type projects won't have a big demand on municipal governmental services. They usually don't have kids in the school systems, or, all the roads are private. So we didn't see any big demand there. Certainly have been working with fire department to make sure they have adequate access into the facility, so it wouldn't be an unreasonable burden for emergency service to be able to service the property.
Okay, and DEP has already come back. Is that stormwater? So we're all set there?
Correct. Yeah, DEP's approved. Yep. And then section I has to do with the scenic and natural beauty of the area, and we did consult with all the state agencies for Maine Historic Preservation, Maine Natural Areas, and just to make sure there wasn't any registered areas in and around the proximity. We did actually go out as well once that additional land was acquired next door. We went back out and basically surveyed that entire lot as well, just to make sure the survey encompassed the whole project.
Okay. Jay.
So in the second paragraph of section J in the review section, it just references a note to be added on the plan related to the driveway curb cut access to Krista Tish's property. And so, we're in complete agreement to construct a driveway in that in the location where we had provided a sketch to the town, kind of showing where that driveway would go. The reason we didn't show it on the final plans was that we just wanted, this is something that we're basically kind of working with the neighbor on the location of that driveway entrance. And, in the event that he decided she wanted to slide it one way or the other, we just didn't want to have it be something that's on like a subdivision plan. But to the extent that we want to include any sort of, commitment, is fine with us. I know the town's attorney has been working with Ms. Kish's attorney to come to some sort of agreed upon language that would allow this curb cut to be installed and provide access to that rear lot, but it doesn't necessarily guarantee that that lot would be eligible for a building permit. It would have to go through a zoning review if and when they apply for a building permit. But we think it would be appropriate to have that condition on the plan that just states that lot can access Honey Hill Lane, but that any building permits would have to be reviewed in the future.
Justin, what about the road maintenance costs? Is the two properties that are going to have access to those roads part of that process of the cost the plowing and costs in particular, and the road maintenance itself?
I mean, right now, the way that the condo association documents are prepared is that the condo is going to be responsible for, all the costs with maintaining that road. That's something that, until such a time there's a dwelling on there, I don't know that we need to, go into that as far as this project goes. As far as the town's concerned, the condo will be completely responsible for maintaining the road. So that's how it's worded. So Jim did have one other comment, just to make sure that we had a boundary survey completed for that additional land that is to be added into the project. We did have that entire 60-acre lot next door surveyed, and we provided a copy of that survey to Jim today with the surveyor's stamp on it, just so the town can have it for their files. The surveyor it was the same surveyor that performed the survey on our lot and the 60-acre lot next door, and that surveyor will be the one stamping the subdivision plan. So that'll certify all the boundary information as being accurate and correct on the final plan that goes to the board for signatures.
Okay. I think you've already taken care of the financial capacity, I believe, right? For item K?
Yep.
Okay. Right.
I think item L doesn't apply, I believe. I don't think there's any development other than that first little section of roadway that comes in. The rest of the development is more than is outside the shoreline zone. So there are some road standards.
Right, but that, I guess, part of the road is, right? That wasn't a problem.
Yeah. So that first couple hundred feet of road coming in is inside the shoreline zone, and so it just needs to meet the slope requirements, which it does.
Okay. All right. What do we have to M?
Yep. Section M has to deal with affecting the quality or quantity of groundwater and aquifers. We've got all of our we've completed HHE 200 septic designs on everything. We have all of our state approvals on the leach fields, and we've also done a nitrate analysis, which includes all of the leach fields that are proposed on the site, showing that we contain the safe drinking water standard of 10 milligrams per liter of nitrates on the property without crossing over the boundaries.
Right.
All that information has been submitted.
And November is not applicable. Oscar P.
There are no wetlands on the property. We did have a reviewed, and we provided a letter to the town from a wetland scientist indicating they've looked at it and that there aren't any wetlands.
Well, let's skip down to Q, Quebec.
Yeah, so on Q, the concerns that Jim and I talked about today is it's really around the construction monitoring side of things and erosion controls. He just wants to make sure that if groundwater is encountered during construction, that there's adequate measures put in place to deal with that groundwater, both from a initial dewatering standpoint and also from a like a long-term removal of groundwater in the area of some of the sub-bases of the gravels. So the way Jim and I discussed today as kind of what we thought would be the best way to do it was, just to have, in this case, Cumberland County Soil and Water would be doing the inspections during construction. And, if groundwater is encountered, then we would, notify them and propose a solution as to how we would deal with it in that kind of localized areas. Because what we found is it's very difficult to determine, if you are going to have groundwater issues, and if you are, where those locations are going to be. It's just one of those situations that as you get into construction, you may open up a vein that channelizes some groundwater and you have to deal with it. So while there is a hill here, it was more, he just wanted to put everybody on notice that that's something that needs to be looked at. And it's something that we deal with on a regular basis, because you really can't get adequate compaction in the roadways and prep it for paving unless you've got all the water out of the road. So we're very interested in handling water during construction and for the long term.
Okay. I think that wraps up Jim's comments on the first section.
Yep.
For the board, does anybody have any questions? The first part, the review. Everybody happy? Nice. Greg, you're happy? All right, Dustin.
You talking to me?
Yeah, no, yes. Yeah, I was talking. I want to make sure you're still awake, Greg.
Oh, you caught me sleeping, huh?
I know two items that weren't, I didn't see them listed here in the memo, but it was something that was kind of a carryover from the last meeting and something we addressed in the application. But there were two waiver requests that I believe the board needs to act on for the dead end road standard and the number of units.
Right.
So be an action item that I don't know if we want to go through the full memo or if we want to stop and talk about that while we're in the subdivision section.
It really makes no difference. We could do it right now. We could do I think the first one is a pretty, the extension of the road. We've done that waiver a number of times. I don't think that's an issue. Alex, do we have we don't have anything from the attorney, do we, on the 25, 26? We can indeed waive that?
On the number of units, is that what you asked?
Yep.
We may. Hold on one second. Let me see. I know we got something from him last month. I just want to pull it back up.
Okay.
If you want to move on, I can let you know when I found something.
Okay, yeah, I will do that. Mr. Kennedy, are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi. If you've been talking, I assume you've been talking with our town attorney. Have you discussed how that lot is going to be incorporated into the subdivision?
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't been able to actually discuss it with Phil. I put a couple emails out to him and I haven't heard back. I think he was on vacation for part of it. And I'm guessing when he came back from vacation, he had a mountain of work. So I put together language, and I know Dustin said he's fine with it, and I think Jim said he's fine with it. I would, my preference would be to get Phil's, the town attorney's sign off on it as well. But I mean, from my perspective, I have no problem with the waiver, but you know, I'm looking at it from a different perspective than Phil might be. I suspect you're able to still do it for what it's worth, but that's
right.
You know.
Yep.
Bob, I do have an answer for that question. I did chat with Phil about this, and he's okayed. I believe it's the language that Bill, you had proposed last, which was this curb cut is included with the understanding and intent that an additional dwelling unit can be accessed on this lot by Honey Hill Lane via this curb cut, provided that the additional dwelling unit satisfies all applicable zoning requirements, which was what Dustin had said earlier, I believe. So Phil said that that language is fine from his perspective.
And that's what I had proposed, so it's fine with me as well.
Okay, so is our waiver then for 26 units? Or 25 units?
25.
Hey.
And Bob, just to go back to that, Phil had said it was fine to exceed the 25 as long as they put in writing the waiver request, what they were looking for, and you guys approved it, obviously.
Right. So Jim, go with 25 now and not including the Kirsch lot?
Yeah, because we don't know, the Kirsch lot has to kind of stand on its own because it'll have its own zoning requirement. So that one should just be exempt anyway. So just go with 25 and we'll exempt because we have the note for the Kirsch lot that we agreed to.
Okay, is that all right with you, Mr. Kennedy? Is that we do that?
I mean, as long as we get to the same place, I would feel a little better if we did it the other way, where it was just counting ours as the 26th. I think that kind of connects the dots a little more, rather than saying that there's an exemption where we otherwise fit in. I mean, the big picture is, if Krista ends up developing that lot, she just doesn't want to have to go back to you all for approval to, you know, get access via the curb cut that's shown on the plan. So,
Rob, maybe we word it just that it's 25 along with the possibility of one lot for Kirsch, something to that effect. I just don't want 26 to be the number that development gets. It has to be 25 plus one.
Yeah, because if we go to 26, it actually pulls that lot into the.
Right.
Right, we don't need to do that.
Right, just go 25 plus the one.
Okay, 25.
25 for the development, one for the addition, one potentially for the Kirsch lot.
But with that language, we really don't need the plus one, right?
Yeah, I just worry that when we write it up, we just have to be careful, that's all, because we're saying that the Kirsch lot is part of the development, and I don't want that.
Okay.
The Kirsch lot stands alone from the development. It doesn't follow it's not part of the subdivision. That's why I just want to make sure it's not part of the subdivision. It's a standalone split at some point down the road. We say 26, we're including it as part of the subdivision.
Right. Okay.
Maybe we just say specifically that 25 lots in the subdivision and then the additional Hertz lot. We actually explain it verbally.
Yep. That makes me feel a little better. Same accomplishment, just wordsmithing.
That rear lot is actually a separate tax lot. I mean, it's map 51 lot 22B. So you could even reference it as its own separate tax lot if you wanted to do it that way.
As long as that lot meets all configurations as a lot in the zone. Yep. Has all the lot frontages, all the setbacks, everything like that. I don't know that right now.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so for the board, the road extension is not a waiver, is not a big deal. We've done that before, and I don't see us having any problems doing that again. My concern is on the waiver, is not so much doing the waiver, it's the language of the waiver. And personally, I think that might be better that we have that language in front of us that we're voting on, by voting on the discussion of what it's going to look like. That's just my feeling, and I go either way with what the board's thinking. I don't think that we will get to a final approval this meeting, so it would not hold anything up. But just my thoughts, and I'm happy to go the other way if you guys think we could do it sufficiently without seeing it in writing in front of us.
I agree 100%. I think we ought to have that language in front of us.
Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, I want to see the language before we finally approve it. Is it worthwhile to approve the concept today, since this is just a preliminary approval tonight? Approve the concept of these
waivers?
Yeah, of the waivers pending the final, write-up in
the language.
Text.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, and I'll let Dustin, I took you, I think all of us are going to vote for the waiver. It's just a matter of the language that is how it's presented. So, we could do a vote that we intend to, but I think it might be, just take our word for it. I think everybody is in favor of it. I don't think anyone is opposed to it that I've heard. Dustin, you have-
If that's, I guess my question is to the board, and I know, I'm sorry I missed the first few minutes here of this discussion, but if there are other items you have that you aren't comfortable voting it for final approval, if this is the only big item you have for approval, I think we can wordsmith it tonight. But if you have other items, then I won't push for it.
Okay, so let's take the road extension and get that out of the way. So we need a motion to accept, to waiver the 1,000 foot road requirements. What are we extending it to, Dustin, 15, 16?
Yeah, it's about 1,600 feet.
15. So do I have a motion to accept that waiver?
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Okay, thanks. And I don't have that waiver written in front of me, but I think I already read it once. We do have a hard copy, Jim or Alex? Of that waiver request?
Yes, we do have a hard copy.
Okay.
It was in the packet.
I'm pretty sure I read it too. I just want to make sure we have a hard copy.
Yep, we have it in hard copy.
Okay, it's in a cover letter from the February 16th.
Okay. So the very end of the cover letter, page 3 of his cover letter. It was for Article 10, Section 385, and Article 10, Section 386.
Okay, so we have a motion for the waiver. It's the second. Is there any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Who did I not get? Mike, Kevin, did I hear you?
Yes, aye.
Okay, now I vote yes, so the motion passes, that waiver is approved. So Jim, just as a recap, for those that are time challenged, we've gone through the first part of your memo, blow by blow.
Yep.
Are there any specific items in that A through T that were not in your memo that you are concerned about or think need to be highlighted to make sure we address?
I think the only thing that is probably going to be the most critical thing is that we have a third-party field inspection during the construction.
Yeah, we set that up.
There's going to be some field assessments we're going to have to make, possibly with groundwater, and it's a DEP condition as well.
Okay.
That, and the only other one that I have, that I don't know if Dustin went over, was he's got these walls behind a couple of these condominium units, these steep stone walls. And I don't know if we've got a detail on that or not, or Dustin, I don't know if you went over that or not, but those are some pretty high walls. I know you and I talked today about maybe stepping those down, but we just need to see that prior to construction.
Yeah, that was in the site plan section that we hadn't quite jumped into yet, but
Okay,
yeah.
understood.
Yep.
Okay.
So I think, so talking about the second waiver, I think we have kind of two that are very related things going on, but they're a little bit separate. We have the waiver request, which for the 25 or 26 units, what the waiver request is actually for the second street connection. So the way I was looking at it was that, we presented the project as a 25 unit condo with, there's basically two lots who also have rights to this right of way. And that the finding would basically just be that a second road connection is not required. And it doesn't necessarily say, 26 units or 25, I mean, we can attach whatever we want to it. But I think that the other item had to do with the condition of approval, which had to do with the curb cut construction and when that would be built and whether it would provide access to that land. So we kind of have like the two things going on, one being wording of a condition of approval, and then the other one being the actual waiver request.
Right.
So you could word that waiver request as to waive the requirement for a second road connection based on the application before you.
And that's how we worded it when we wrote it.
Yeah, which would be the 25 lots plus the one for Kirsch, because that's in the application. It's for the road. He is correct. This is for the road, the second road.
Yeah, great. I just,
I
guess
should be able to document that pretty good in the findings as to what exactly we're approving. 25 units plus the one specific lot there.
Yeah, and I think you could word it just like we talked about. This is the allowance of 25 lots for the development plus one for the abutter to access off the common road and waive the requirement of the connection, the second connection.
okay, so why don't we go with that, your plan, Jim, there? Why don't we push ahead and we'll work on some verbiage for the waiver for the motion. And then if we get to that, we'll come back and we'll do that motion. Sound good? All right. Well, actually, you'll be doing two things now, Jim. Can you also go through the site plan review standards with us?
Just a second here to grab my memo. Okay, the site plan review memo. Went through all the subdivision. Okay, preservation of landscaping. I don't know if you went through this with the subdivision. I just had a concern that we're kind of thin on one property line. I was hoping we could get some fencing or some kind of screening on that one common line. Obviously had nothing with relation to buildings and the environment. Vehicular access, that would really be the fire department's concern as far as making sure they have adequate turnaround space, which I believe you have a memo that says that.
Yep, Wayne's okay with that.
Yep, you've added more spaces for parking. That meets what we would requested. You have a DEP permit for the surface water drainage. You have a letter from the Poland Water District with regards to utility. Are you guys satisfied with the portable generator for the pump station?
Yeah, that was a point of discussion as to how that actually is going to work.
Yeah, because I think with the documentation that Dustin had, you know, obviously when the power goes out, your water consumption or a lot of utensils in your home drops. And I don't know if they actually provided, but I think I estimated you'd have something like probably a 12-hour window if everybody was using all their water and flushing all their toilets and everything still, which they could because you're on public water. You probably have somewhere between half a day and a day's worth of capacity in that pump station before you start running into problems. If everybody was, flushing. Then they'd have to pull in a up generator. And I guess the question the board may want to have is, who's in charge of that? I think we had this discussion last time. Who's in charge of this generator? Is it on site? Does it have to be brought from off site? And I don't know what the comfort level was at, but.
Well, is it going to be the type of generator that kicks on automatically and has a fuel source?
We don't know that, and that's honestly my only concern so far in this entire project is that alone. A standby generator that auto start. I think that's got to be part of it. You're going to get to a point where there's going to be he said, she said, your generator, my generator. We're going to bring this one up here in 12 hours and store them. That's the only concern I have. Waivers and sure, I get it, but that's just. I'm not feeling good about that.
Yeah, and
I don't know whose responsibility that is, but
I agree with Mark, Dustin. I think we got to have something in there that is beyond somebody's going to roll out their generator and plug it in.
So what we had proposed, and I think we had put this in writing in the last application, and if it wasn't clear, I apologize. But so we're proposing to build a shed structure right next door to the pump station, and we're going to keep a generator in the shed. So rather than putting one that has, a big fuel source tank and all that, it's just a standby generator. It will be a mobile generator, but that's really the only purpose of that shed is to be able to mount all the electrical controls for the pump station rather than having it on a pedestal. We're going to put all that right on the on that utility shed. Also, there's a bunch of alarms and things like that were for the for the advanced treatment units for the septic systems, all have like one central meter location. So that's all going to be in that shed as well. So it's kind of just a wastewater utility shed is the only purpose, and we will have a permanent generator that sits in that shed that it can just go right on the hookup. So all you have to do is put it outside and turn it on.
I disagree with that too. I agree with Mark. It's going to be auto start. It should be tested at least once a month. I test mine every week and run it for 15 minutes, and I get a report. It's online. That's the only way you're going to guarantee that you have a working generator when you need it.
I agree.
Yeah, well, 100%.
So I think, Dustin, it's an automatic start generator.
Generator.
Yep.
Okay. Well, if that's what everybody wants, then it's, that's what we'll do.
Yeah, I don't think that's highly unusual, and I think a lot of these pump stations, now have controls that they can do that.
Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. That's what we'll do.
Thank you, Dustin.
Want to carry that as a condition?
Yes. Yeah, it's.
Okay, continuing on. Special features. This is where I get into some of the walls, and I don't know if this came up, but I know there's, Dustin and I kind of talked about this a little bit too, where they are providing access into the Kirsch lot or a curb cut into the Kirsch lot. Where that curb cut is where currently they have a retaining wall going up that side of the road. And so if they're going to put that curb cut in there, that wall is going to have to be terminated and opened up so that they can make this all fit. And then there's there's some more retaining walls between units 9 and the back of 9 and 10 and 11 and 12 that are shown on the plan that have a pretty substantial reveal of, probably 15 feet and 12 feet. So those aren't little walls. Those are good sized walls. And Dustin had talked about stepping those walls, but the plan doesn't necessarily show that, but doesn't mean it can't be done. So I know, Dustin, you want to just explain the conversation we had today with Kirsch and what they're talking about with that?
Yep. So, so for the curb cut Kirsch driveway, when that gets built, we would actually create side slopes in lieu of that retaining wall. So that's something we talked about with her in the field, and that is something that is reflected on the sketch that we provided, which shows the full grading of that driveway. So when that driveway is built, the side slopes will actually, replace that retaining wall, which we're showing along that property line. Yeah.
I have one question. If we do side slopes, then are you going to acquire a grading easement from Kirsch because that grading will come onto her property? And are you talking the whole wall or just the area where the curb cut is?
Yeah, so that is something that we did talk with, I talked with Bill Kennedy about it today, and that's something that in order for us to build that sidewalk, there needs to be some kind of mutual agreements, whether it's in the form of a license or temporary construction easement or whatever, that allows that driveway to be built with the side slopes, and that we would kind of just work that out with them separately in order to build that driveway and do those side slopes on her property. Because, she has, she wants to be involved as far as, how the, looking at some, stone placement and use along that side. And so it's something that we're going to just work with her on. It's not something that's, necessary for the project, but it's something we've committed to and agreed to. And it would just basically replace that wall. So that was the reason why we didn't show it on the final plans, is because we felt that it would have needed some sort of easement to demonstrate that we could build the project, including land that would be on the abutter's property. So that's why we've kind of kept the two separate, from an approved plan set versus this driveway entrance location that we've agreed to do at her direction.
How's the board feel?
Well, but Jim, if I understand the issue correctly, and from what Dustin's saying, is that we're not going to show where the curb cut is on the plans, but there is going to be a curb cut, and that curb cut is will be agreed upon with by Dustin, the contractor, and Mr. Kennedy representing this Kirsch. Is that pretty much what the discussion is?
Yeah, I mean, the way that we've drawn up the plan for the curb cut is, the way we looked at it was that this is how that driveway would be built if Miss Kish was to build it herself. And let's say the road was already in place and then she wanted to build this curb or this driveway curb cut after the fact, then in order to accommodate all the grades, all of this sloping and everything would be done on her property. So that plan was prepared as if we were working directly for her, as opposed to, building out the subdivision project. So again, that's why, because I mean, we don't know if at some point, between now and when we build, if for some reason she changes her mind and just decides she doesn't want the driveway anymore, we just don't want that to impact the project. I mean, we're happy to do it and we're committed to do it. But if she changes her mind and says she doesn't want the driveway for whatever reason, we don't want to then have to go back and re-engineer the plan, put the wall back in, and do all of that. We want to just keep it as a standalone project that can stand on by itself, with a commitment that we would do this other kind of alternative design to provide her driveway entrance at her direction.
Well, my concern is in that section, we've got a pretty good vertical drop, and we do have a little bit of safety concern there because they do have guardrail currently designed because of the slope drop off from the edge of the road. So if it's about timing, and if we show it on the plan and they move forward with the guardrail, at what point and who's responsible? If Kish comes back and wants to do this, is she going to be responsible for taking up this guardrail and moving this block wall? And how do we know when and if this ever happens? To me, it's, in that section of road, if you look at the plans, there's guardrail and retaining wall. It won't be a cheap driveway at that point.
So, Mr. Kennedy, are we not building this road cut at the time we're building the road?
Well, I think Chris is actually on the call, but it's been my understanding throughout, and maybe I didn't express this clearly, but in my mind, that curb cut was always getting shown on the plan, and we were committed to it. And I know, frankly, I think that is my preference as well. So,
okay.
Yeah, I think it should be on there. And we looked at the latest plan that Dustin put together showing the curb cut. We were on board with that.
And if that's the case, then you will have to grant a grading easement to the developer to do that side slope.
Correct. And Dustin and I talked about that today, and I didn't have a chance to get back to him, but my client's on board with that. We're happy to, we'll figure it out, but some kind of license or easement for for that work.
Okay.
I do think that, Bob, we're getting to a point though, of, I'm not sure I'm comfortable granting all these conditions on that one, because that one, I would like to see how that would work with the road. Because I still think there's sections that we're gonna want guardrail through there. And the sketch that he has doesn't show guardrail, but the plan set that you have before you, the actual plan set does. So I just think we need to make sure that if the sketch that he submitted, this one in the letter, is what they want, we should see that on the plan set.
Is the board, I think Jim makes sense, is the board okay with that?
Yeah, I can see where Dustin's concern is that her lot is not part of the subdivision. So in a way, it's sort of strange to have something on the plan that really is impacting a lot, not part of the subdivision. However, another part of me says that we need, as a planning board, to somehow, maybe not guarantee, but give her some sort of way to enforce it. So the only way I can think of is to have it on the plan.
Right.
Yeah, I think where she has legal rights to have that access, that they being the developer should have to show that legitimate access, just to say that there's a right, and physically it couldn't work without actually building it. So to me, they should show it as if, like they do with the other piece that went off the other side. They should show at least the curb cut and how it works to get into that property.
Yep, for sure.
I can understand where the board's coming from and everything. It just, a lot of this ends up being, it's a little bit, certainly frustrating on our side, because, a lot of these things we're doing, we're trying to do as a convenience and as, trying to be good neighbors with this particular property owner. They've had some concerns. We're trying to do everything that we can. And it does get a little bit difficult when it turns into, because normally these sort of things would just be done privately. We wouldn't bring it to the board and talk about, somebody else, just coming in with their driveway. In this case, because, there's been so much concern, we've been very transparent and open about these private negotiations that we're doing with the landowners next door. But it is, it is a little difficult, just the fact that we're talking so much about it.
Yeah, and I hear you, Dustin, but at the same token, they have a right to access this. And, if you didn't do anything, they'd go up that road and they'd be able to turn in and do their access. But by the developer building the road higher than the existing grade, they kind of create this unusual condition, making it difficult for her, if you were to build the road after the fact, come back and kind of modify it. So in some regards, the developer is creating the condition that's making it difficult for them to have their allowed access.
I think that's an important point that I think sells to me that we need to have it on the plan.
Okay. Is there any other comment on this one? No. All right. We're going with a revision to the plan to show the road cut placement and the grading that's required for the road. Jim?
Yeah, we just want to see the access and the grading to serve the Kish lot.
Which means we're going to require some sort of agreement between.
That's up to the final design. If they need to push into the lot, we'll need to see a grading plan. If they can't do it without going into the lot, then so be it. But the way it's shown right now, they'll need a grading easement from Kish.
But then they would also need permission to do that grading, right?
Yeah, a grading easement would be an agreement, an actual.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
And that's not going to be a problem from our end.
Okay. All right. Any other, Jim?
Yeah, and Dustin, are you going to do a step wall for those back units, or?
Yep, I think what makes the most sense for those is that we basically just provide a sketch on those back units showing how that wall will be stepped, and that if we could say if there's a wall that's taller than 8 feet, that it provides some sort of like engineered design. But I think the idea is that we would just step that wall up as we get closer to the building, and it'd be a tiered wall. We're not going to build a straight 10-12 foot vertical wall.
Alex, is there a code requirement for a rail or restriction based on a wall height?
Well, we typically, when possible, I know Wayne and I have talked about this before, if there's a situation where there could be a significant drop and it's next to a walkway or within 36 inches of a spot where someone could be, we treat it just like building code. I mean, we like to have fall protection in areas where it's more than a 30-inch drop.
So we need some kind of, so what you're saying, we need some kind of fence or rail if we're gonna have more than 30, did you say 30 or 36?
If it's more than a 30-inch grade difference, then we usually require some type of fall protection.
Also under that, you just want to move on now, Bob?
Yep.
Okay. Moving on, I know we don't have sidewalks in here, but I did know if it might make sense to, because we have the open space, at least show some trail connectivity to that open space. And I know there's all kinds of existing trails in there, but it might be just beneficial just to outline the access point to go to that open space, that wedge that's dedicated for the open space in the back. H, exterior lighting. I don't believe they've provided any, they're not going to have any overhead lighting. Emergency access, we've gone over that. Landscaping, we've touched on that. And then, go ahead.
Jim, I would have a comment on the emergency access.
Okay.
Been working with Dustin on establishing the fire lanes and no parking areas. In the copy of the plans that Dustin submitted on the 2nd, he had those items listed out in the notes, which would take care of that. And then the final thing was making sure that the condo declaration also has provisions in there for the fire lanes and the firewalls in the buildings and tow policies in the condo docs.
So we don't typically get into the content of the document, condo docs. We just make sure they're in place.
But I think you've already agreed to that, haven't you, Dustin? You've already agreed to doing it.
I mean, yeah, what Wayne's asked for, he's given us very good, precise language as to what he's looking for in those documents. So we have no issue with.
We're good.
Good. And then we had talked about that we'll need a survey of the survey stamp on the new piece that's been acquired for the open space, that long triangle. We haven't seen a stamp survey of that yet, so that'll need to be, I assume that'll be part of the subdivision plan. When we get it back, it'll be stamped by a surveyor. You added the parking spaces. Oh, and one of the last items I had was the, I think because of the unique nature of this lot and the confinement, we would like to see a construction management plan so that when we have our construction, pre-construction meeting, they'll provide us a construction management plan. There's a lot of things going on here and there's not a lot of space to store materials and equipment. So we just like to see an organization of how that would all come together, because I mean, obviously you got a long narrow neck going into this that we're going to be constructing, and then you've got all these condos and roads and, you know, stormwater ponds and septic systems, and it's a pretty congested site. So we just want to see how it's all going to come together, make sure it's protected from erosion because it is on the slope. And there was a little bit, I want to see a little bit more erosion control behind those units 8, 9, and 10, 11 too. So it can all be kind of addressed in the pre-construction plan, but we would like to have a condition that we do see a construction management plan.
Okay.
And I think that is pretty much it, because we've gone over the wall at the Kish lot.
This is not a public hearing, but I see that Jennifer, you've joined us. Do you have a question for us, or just kind of like to watch?
No, just listening in. I work for Remax by the Bay, so just keeping an ear out.
Okay.
That's all.
All righty. So how to proceed? I mean, it sounds like we are certainly at a preliminary approval plan. And then with the only thing hanging that would be the verbiage for how we're going to handle the 2 road cuts. And then what we've talked about, the driveway cut for the Kirsch property and kind of odds and ends.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, step walls.
Step walls.
Yep. We got walls, and then we want the auto start for the pump station generator.
Right.
Yeah.
So for the board, it's sounding like a preliminary approval vote for this evening, and then final approval when we get the rest of the stuff in, or we could go with final approval and with the whole list of conditions, which would put all those things into conditions that we're waiting for. Dustin, I know you probably want to get going, right?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, I mean, I was taking notes as we went down through here. It sounds like the conditions are to, I mean, we've provided that grading plan for the driveway. We just need to basically transpose that onto our actual plan set so we don't have two plans. And we'll work with Jim on the extent of, guardrail or anything like that that's needed. We'll make sure he's happy with the final layout of that plan with the grading. And then as far as those stone walls behind those two units, we'll just step those up the hill. We don't need to have a big, backyard area like we're showing. I'll just step those up the hill so we don't have tall walls there. That's not a problem. And then we've already agreed to the standby generator. So I think those are the ones that I had on my notes here. And it seems like that would be pretty straightforward for me to add to the plans. And it's stuff that you've already seen as far as that driveway and everything goes. And I think we're all in agreement with the neighbor as to what, the way we've drawn it up is we're going to just transpose it onto the other plan. So
we'll need a grading easement.
Yep. Yeah, that would be a condition, is that would provide that executed drainage easement or executed grading easement or license prior to starting construction.
All right, so how does the board feel? I mean, we don't normally go with final approval with this many conditions sitting out there, but we've been working this project for almost a year, I think. So we're pretty familiar with it. What do you guys want to do?
I'm comfortable with it. It seems pretty well in order.
Jim, are you comfortable with it, with the list of conditions?
As long as we can, I guess I would like to, if there's one thing, if we do these list of conditions, I would like to see the execution of the grading easement and all this prior to you signing the final subdivision plan.
Okay.
Not before construction. I'd like to see it before we sign it, just because that's kind of an important item.
Yeah, that's fine. We can get that done between now and when everybody gets in the same room again, whenever that's going to be.
Kevin, what's your feelings on this?
I agree with Jim. Get everything done before we sign, and I guess we could go ahead. It's just a lot of things to say, all these dependencies without having them all in writing and finalized. But I'd be willing to go along with it tonight.
Can I just have a quick point of clarification with Dustin, just to make sure we're on the same page?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
And we talked about this, I believe, at the site visit we had. I just want to make sure it's kind of on your radar, because it's probably more important to my client than yours. But just to clarify that for that curb cut, obviously the guardrail is going to be removed so we can get down through the curb cut. And I believe there was going to be boulders kind of placed around that area, so it'd be more of a kind of natural look, and that the part of the curb cut that goes into my client's property that you all were going to reseed it afterwards. So as long as that's the understanding, then I think I'll double down on the construction easement being okay. And I just want that to be reflected and just sort it out now so we don't, goop things up.
you hold the cards because they need to get the easement from you. So you do hold the cards for them to execute this. So you two can work out what construction details you want, but you hold the cards as far as executing that. You have to sign it too.
I'm just trying to figure, you know, I don't want to, yeah, I'm just trying to be upfront about it. Yeah.
And I don't personally care whether it's boulders or a guardrail, but you know, we got to have some kind of, we've got a pretty big vertical drop there on the edge of that road. So we need some kind of restriction to not let vehicles in the winter slip down over the embankment there.
Yep. And that is what we talked about at our site meeting, was that by being able to grade onto Miss Fish's property with some fill slopes, we're going to be able to revegetate that, put in some, you know, boulder, small rocks as, you know, edge protection versus a, you know, guardrail that's very, you know, industrial looking. And that those, the actual physical surface of the driveway, we're going to build it with gravel so that it's stable and you can drive on it, but we are going to loam and seed over the top of it afterwards. So it's not going to be just a big gravel, you know, road going into her property. It'll all be seeded, but it'll be, you know, stabilized, built out as a gravel driveway, and then seeded over the top of it. So when she looks out back, it'll be grass with some boulders around it protecting it. And that to the extent that she wants to, you know, put up a gate or any sort of anything blocking somebody from driving down it, you know, we can leave that up to her however she wants to do it. I don't think it's necessary that it needs to be kept open and, you know, anybody can go down there. So, yep, we're agreeable to all that.
Thank you.
Dustin, my preference would be to have all of it laid out in front of us when we vote on it, and not to put a long list of conditions on the approval. But my question to you is, you know, and honestly, what is the big impact if we get all this put together and final approval comes at the next meeting? Does that throw a monkey wrench?
Well, you're not going to, personally, Bob, you got a good point because you wouldn't sign it till next meeting.
Plans.
Yeah, really, I mean, what ends up happening is, as far as, you know, I mean, construction financing, you know, notifying contractors are holding windows and schedules and things. And if we were to get an approval tonight, what that would tell us is that we have a laundry list of things to do, that the town's not going to tell us that we can commence construction until everything is signed and done. But by getting a vote for an approval, what it tells us is that we have a final punch list that we work on before we can start. And then we can go to the bank, let them know that the board voted to approve. They can start underwriting, getting all that stuff finalized. And we can tell contractors that we're ready to start in 30 days versus, I mean, there's a lot of things that could happen. I mean, we could not have a quorum in a month. We could, you know, there's just things that could happen. And now we've told the contractor that it's a big job. And for someone to postpone it another month because of a technicality or something, and we understand that things happen and we're not, you know, it's just, those things do happen. And then it's a huge ripple effect through the project if we don't have something that says, okay, in 30 days, we're going to have a signed plan and we're going to kind of be working towards something.
But if we give you preliminary approval this evening, you will have the same thing as if we gave you approval tonight with a whole list of conditions. I don't think the timeline is going to change for you. I mean, maybe by a couple of days at max. Am I reading it? If I'm wrong, please tell me, but I don't think that's.
You're thinking, Bob, is we grant preliminary, we clean up these things, they come to the next meeting and we sign at the next meeting.
Yeah, then we're done.
Where if we grant approval tonight with a bunch of conditions, we're still not going to sign it till the next meeting.
Yeah, we understand that. I mean, we're not going to be putting up units for me, but we can't offer units for sale or anything like that until we have a signed plan. But it's, you know, it's like anything goes. I mean, nothing's approved until it's approved. So we're just one step closer, which is awesome. I appreciate everyone's time on this, but until we get a final vote, we're still just waiting.
Right. But as far as the board goes, and as far as my understanding goes, I don't think we are holding the project up because nothing is going to happen until the next meeting either way.
Right. I was thinking the same thing. I mean, either way, it's the same. We give a final approval, contingent upon clarification. So it's a verbal final approval, but it's not a final approval. It's the same. It's the same thing. We have to wait to see all the we have to wait till the next meeting regardless. So it's we all agree we're gonna move forward with it, but it's the same thing. It's a verbal agreement.
So is there any objection to from the board moving forward in that direction? Give preliminary approval, give we've got the list of things that need to be completed, punch list out, and then we'll be prepared for final approval next month. And in that time, we also would have the curb cut, the waiver for the second curb cut worked out as well.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree too.
I agree with that.
Okay. So then can I get a motion for preliminary approval?
I move that we grant preliminary approval for this project.
Second.
All right, so the motion is for preliminary approval for the Raymond Hills Village applicant Raymond Hills LLC. There's been a second. Is there any other discussion? And all those in favor, Ed, start with you.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I vote yes. We are unanimous. Preliminary approval is approved. And there shouldn't be any problems. That's in the next meeting.
Okay, it sounds like we're pretty much there. So yeah. Well,
Yeah, it sounds as if we just knocked that punch list out, that the board is basically verbally agreed that once we knock that punch list out, they'll be ready to go with final.
Yep.
It's not formal yet.
I'm assuming next month is Zoom again, or are you back to in person?
I think we have not discussed that, but Kevin and I were just discussing that off meeting. So I'm guessing we're going to be Zoom again, but that's one of the things we will talk about here shortly. If you hang on, you'll find it.
So with the Zoom meetings, that just means that the planning board members, you just come into the office and sign the plan, one at a time, or okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good.
Now, what about the Mylar? Will that be available as well?
Well, that's going to be what we'll work on with, we'll work with Jim and Alex and Sandy and just make sure that everything's buttoned up on the plan so that you'll have a hard copy in the office when we have this next meeting so that when you vote on it, you can come in and sign the plan when you're ready. So we'll just get everything all buttoned up so that we just go right through it.
And Jim, you can have the finding of facts ready to go for the next meeting?
Yeah, if we get this buttoned up in a short order, I'm on vacation for 10 days, but when I get back, if Dustin's got that all ready to go, I can have that drafted, ready to go.
Because I thought that palm tree behind you was a...
I'm not there yet. I'm going south, but I'm not there yet.
Yeah, so I'll have it all wrapped up when he gets back, and I'll work with Bill Kennedy on that. Will be the only thing that we just got to make sure we've got finalized is that easement document with them, just so that's not an item that we have to revisit.
Yeah, and Dustin, obviously you can show the easement area on the plan and then reference that in your easement language if that helps. I'll let you guys work it out, but you can do it that way too.
Yep.
Okay, item 5, planner communications. Jamie, you have anything for us?
I don't, but Mr. Alex does.
Code enforcement.
Yeah. So yeah, I did send over the link for the document on the website that shows the updated ordinance amendments. And we can go through that if you want. There's some changes from last month, very minor changes, nothing huge. If you want to run through it, it should only take a minute or two, hopefully. But we did have a few changes. I don't know if I can screen share. It doesn't look like I can. So if you have that up, I think the first change is actually number 4, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Yeah, the first change is number 4, and that was, sorry, not number 4, number 2. That's the solar ordinance, and basically the attorney went through it and he has changed the section that's highlighted, and he has changed the definition slightly in the phrasing of this to commercial solar energy systems. And basically he altered the end of that first paragraph so that the code officer has the authority to issue permits for a residential solar system. Someone has solar panels at their house, but you guys will have to do site plan for anything commercial, which was the intent that we had from the start. So he just went through and essentially cleaned it up and expanded on that in the way that he thought would make the most sense legally. So that's that. You'll see there's a definition in there, a new definition. Number 4 was the definitions, and that one did go to the attorney. He had a comment. If you look at the document, I think I put it in there. I put his email in there. It is page 21 of the PDF. And so he didn't really have any red flags at his first look through of this, but what he did question was, and Jim, I don't know if you've seen this, but you'll love it if you haven't, it was for the treatment of retaining walls. So him and I are going to work on this later this week. And so, Jim, I know you're gone next week, but what him and I will do is probably put something together. We may have to move that around, the retaining wall thing around a little bit. And he's going to tweak this document and we'll get that over to you. My question was, are you guys okay with this as it is currently? And you feel comfortable bringing it to public hearing with the attorney's amendments to it? Or is it something that you'll need to look at again before the public hearing? Because we're planning on doing that at the next meeting.
Right. I have no problems with bringing it. I mean, I don't think we can argue with the attorney, so.
Yeah, that's fair.
Well, it gets changed, it's fine with us.
Okay. I assumed, but I figured I'd ask.
Yeah.
So we'll work on that with Jim once he's back. Number 5, Jim, I did see you sent over a revision to this, but I didn't have a chance to loop that in here. So do you want to just describe what you've changed?
Yeah, into that subdivision, and this gets to the 1,000 feet.
Yeah.
Really, in the subdivision ordinance, we don't allow for that, and I just kind of cleaned that up a little bit. And it was just some confusing existing language, which I just added in there, that the terminus must be a cul-de-sac or a hammerhead, and it must come off a town-approved road or town-approved private road, essentially.
Okay. All right. So again, is that something you guys are okay moving forward with that minor change? Having not seen it.
I have a question on that one, Jim. Are we changing any of the street ordinance?
No.
Language that we approved?
Yeah, in that section of the ordinance, we're referencing the street ordinance, so it has to be built per the street ordinance.
Okay.
All right.
Hearing no objections, I think we're good.
Okay. Number 6, the only change was I updated solar energy systems to commercial solar energy systems. I think that was it for that.
You added outdoor sales and outdoor storage under conditional uses.
Yeah, that was on there last time, so that shouldn't be new. Number 7, I think we had no changes as well. Let me just see.
Same thing, commercial. You added to the list in the shoreline zoning, I think.
Yep. Yeah. So amendment number 7, no changes, and number 8 had no changes. So that is it. So that was easy, right?
That was easy.
So now we have to prep for public hearing next month. Sandy, do they need to make a motion to do that? And you're familiar with the notice requirements, so I know we don't need to go over that.
Yeah, I would make it so the board has a formal motion to post this as a public hearing.
That's exactly what I was going to say, Jim.
So we need a motion to post ordinance changes 1 through 8 for public hearing on the next April something. Next meeting. Calendar. April 13th.
So moved.
Seconded.
Second.
Any discussion? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Everyone votes yes. We are unanimous for posting. Either Alex or Jim, whoever, probably Alex, probably you. For in the past, for our ordinance changes, we've kind of written up a very short intro paragraph just to explain what's being changed. It makes it a lot easier for the discussion. If there is any discussion, I don't anticipate there's going to that we've got any high interest items here, but it's easier for those people that go on the website to actually just read this short paragraph as what's being changed, as opposed to try to go through the ordinance and figure out what's being changed.
Yeah, I think we've just come that. Sorry.
Each one of them actually does already have a summary. So I will just expand. A couple of them need to be expanded on and updated. So I'll go through each one and beat those up a little bit.
Okay.
So I guess next time would be your discussion about return in person or remaining remote.
Correct. So Kevin and I talked a little bit about this with the meeting. County still kind of is still red. So I'd say that we probably should say Zoom for the next meeting, and then look at least 1 month, see if we're out of red before we can kind of go back to meetings with masks or meetings without masks.
I think we should go have the option of hybrid meetings.
Hybrid meetings starting next meeting?
Well, I mean, it depends on the people. I mean, that gives people that like to be in person, the choice, and I still think masks should be enforced until we get out of, like you say, out of the red.
Basically, Kevin, return to what we were before we went remote this time.
Yes.
What are your feelings?
I'm okay either way. If we have in-person meetings, it's okay with me. I would like to have a mask requirement though.
Yeah.
In person's fine.
Right.
My mind has been all along.
I agree as well. In person's fine, and I don't need anything. I'm good.
Okay. So our next meeting then for the public hearing will be will be hybrid. It'll be either remote or in person, depending upon who's going where.
Well, before, right, Kevin was the outlier because of his medical condition. So would we follow the same context with this next meeting?
Yeah, because I will be an outlier as well, because I won't be back.
Okay.
So Ed's standing by to run the meeting if I cannot make it. If it were going in person for a public hearing, Ed, it might just make sense for you to run that meeting. I can be on the big screen with Kevin.
Okay. Yeah, we'll plan on that.
At least they won't be so huge.
Does that sound okay with everybody? I don't think we need a motion or anything. We'll just return to hybrid meetings on the April 13th meeting.
Yeah, Sandy, are you clear what needs to be posted on the website or on the notices?
Yeah, I'll take a quick review of all of it, but yeah, I got it.
Okay.
And as far as new business goes, Bob, I do know that Sebago will have that subdivision coming in for on Raymond Cape.
Right.
In the April meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
So you'll need to get a hold, Sandy, you'll have to get a hold of Will Haskell.
Yes.
For Jim, for site plan?
Subdivision, I believe.
Yeah, so but site plan review or preliminary?
That's a subdivision.
Preliminary.
Preliminary. Okay.
Right, it would be preliminary.
Okay.
And I don't know, you guys have to determine, did that have, I don't think that's at a public hearing, so this one will probably be a public hearing too, right?
The first, they only came in for sketch plan.
Sketch plan.
Yeah.
Well, at some point you got to have a public hearing. It's all just, I'll let you guys.
Right.
I'm walking away.
Well, do you think it's going to be a two meeting approval?
Typically, that's the way we've done subdivisions in the past. We've done preliminary and then we've done final, public hearing and final.
Yeah, so.
That's a major. So, I mean, that one should be probably I mean, typically majors are usually 2 meetings.
Yeah, so let's just do the public hearing next time, and then we'll do it at the next round, the final round.
It's up to you guys. I mean,
well, because we have the public hearing for the ordinances, so we'll keep them separate.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so this one we won't advertise as public hearing.
Right.
Gotcha.
That's for our ordinance review.
Right.
Right. So, Ed, just actually remember, but each of the ordinances we have to approve individually, and we forward with a vote to the selectmen, either approved, forwarded being approved, or just forwarded without action, or forwarded recommending non-approval. So there's.
Yeah, you have to open it up for public hearing on each one, so the public can discuss each one individually. If there's no public comment, you can just move quickly to a motion to submit it to the. Yeah,
I just want to make sure if for some reason I can't log on, I just want to make sure Ed was aware that there's 3 different answers to each of the ordinances as to how you make the motion to send it to the selectmen.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe it might be a good idea if I talk to you offline and have some questions.
Okay, sure. All right, anything else? All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Everybody wants to stay?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All approved. Motion passes. Ed, do you want to stay online right now, or?
Good evening. Welcome to the March 15, 2022 Budget Finance Committee Select Board Budget Review Session number 2. I'd like to start off by calling this meeting to order. And first order of business is to approve the Budget Finance Committee's meeting our last meeting, the organizational meeting. So I'll be looking for a motion from the Budget Finance Committee. I'm looking. I have a motion. We're reviewing the minutes from our last budget finance meeting. Can I have a second?
Yes.
Abby? Thank you. All those in favor?
And you now have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Yes. And any opposed? That motion carries. We want to next approve the minutes for the combined meeting following our organizational meeting. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes of March 1st, 2022?
I move the motion to approve the minutes from March 1st.
Thank you, Karen. What was that, Ralph? Any questions, omissions, additions? All those in favor? Any opposed? That motion carries. We're going to move right into the new business, which is department head review, and we're going to start with Public Works.
Thank you, Bob. Good evening, everybody. I'm just going to go off the budget summary instead of going line item by line item, cover the items that we're changing. The first would be in the software account 3210. We're increasing it by $1,000. This covers the mechanics program for truck repairs, and we're adding a new Public Works program to track work orders and paving, and also inventory for the shop. The other item is buildings and maintenance is 4005. We've moved that to build town buildings, a separate account altogether. It's been pulled out of Public Works. 4015 would be equipment maintenance. We increased that by $5,000. We've seen a pretty substantial increase in parts and petroleum products, as we've all experienced. Clothing and uniforms, which covers the crew's clothing allowance and the mechanics uniforms. That's account 6015. We increased that by 620. It was an increase for the uniforms. Street signs, account 6082, went up by $1,000. Again, we've seen an increase in materials. Mostly the signposts is where that cost is. Account 6083, road salt. We're going to increase that by 17,000. We're currently budgeted for 1,300 ton per year. We're looking to go up to 1,600 ton per year. We've seen a substantial increase in traffic and the way the weather's coming in. The salt's a very important part to getting the roads cleaned up and keep them clean. Currently, we're with the DOT salt bid. We separated from GPCOG several years ago. It's been fairly stable. We're at $54 a ton. I bumped it up to $55 a ton, anticipating an increase for next year. Utilities went up by $1,000. That's to closely reflect the spending. That gives us a total of $7,500 in the Public Works operation budget, not including salaries. The next one would be solid waste. That's under a contract. That went up by 2% this year. This would be the second year of I believe it's a 3 or 5 year contract on that. The recycling disposal fee, we adjusted that down from last year to reflect what is actually going on with that right now. I think we're going to be okay on that. We'll see how the market falls on that. Any questions on the Public Works operations?
Floor is open. Go ahead, Abigail.
I noticed that the line for gas and diesel went down from in the proposed year, and I'm just wondering if that still makes sense given the state of gas prices.
When I put the budget together, we lowered that to better reflect us. We were a little on the high side. We were still operating on what we anticipated to spend when we took over the plowing. We didn't see the increase in fuel until after the budget was put together, and we don't go out to bid on our fuel pricing until June. So we made a call to the company that we go through for our fuel. I did not hear back from them before this meeting. So hopefully by the time we get to voting time, we'll have a better answer to what's going to happen. I really don't have a good answer to that. I'm hoping it goes back down, stabilizes a little bit. Without really crystal ball, I don't know.
Any other questions for Public Works?
One to CIP?
Sharice has her hand up, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Go ahead, Sharice.
Oh, it's basically just a formality in that I had sent today, well, actually some on Friday, some updated budget worksheets. And that was for the CIP program to include the $75,000 for the fire truck. And tassel top I sent to reflect accurate calculation of FICA. And the FY22 budget and year-to-date revenues were not accurate, so those have been corrected. And library, these are the ones that were sent on Friday. I did not include $1,000 for mileage and training as submitted by Allison. Now today, I had sent updated budget worksheets for revenue. The state revenue sharing projections have been published as of yesterday. So I initially had budgeted $395,000, and yesterday's publication was $505,000 for a projection of state revenue sharing. So that's up $110,000. Animal control was a slight reduction. What we determined, Dawn and I met with Jessica today, in looking at the budget submission. Casco's Refuge League assessment was included in their budget. That's shared equally between Casco, us, and Naples. So that has been removed. So that's a slight reduction there. And then we received the actual assessment from the county. So those are updated budget worksheets as well as the appropriations summary. So I'm not sure who has or has not received it. So that was my question for you, Bob, if you had gone ahead and forwarded that on.
I think I sent one document forward to the members, but you know, I work all day. By the time I get home and check my mail and get ready for the meeting, I didn't have time to go through everything.
Okay, no problem. I can do that if you like, tomorrow, if you like. And then a couple of action items from the last meeting which have been provided was the balance in the Raymond Community Assistance Fund. It's a little over 44,000, so it's a very healthy fund. We've had some substantial donations. And there was some discussion on the Maine Small Business Health Insurance Premium Relief Program, and that was actually geared to the employees that contribute to their share of the health insurance plan that they sign up for. So those have been reviewed, adjusted, and refunded, and new biweekly deductions have been made as of last payroll. So I think that was it for me. I believe Dawn was going to talk a little bit about the TIF, since that was a budget we talked about at the last budget committee meeting. But I also wanted to ask, when we get to the recreation budget, the Raymond Rattlers, the snowmobile club, they typically ask for $2,000. And I did not reach out to them, neither did Joe. So just looking for direction from the selectmen to see if you want me to go ahead and reach out to them. They didn't submit anything. Not sure if we should just assume that, you know, we're gonna fund them, or where do you want to go with that?
Question real quick. I'm a little lost, Therese. I guess you're kind of jumping over a lot of them. Last time, I must have just missed something because we were doing public works and you just jumped on a bunch of different things. That's why I'm a little lost.
Yeah, so today I sent updated budget worksheets.
Right.
Yeah.
But some of the stuff that you just went over is like animal control and the provider agencies. So when we get to those, that's when you can add that in. So I'm looking around through my paperwork, I think is what it is, trying to figure out what you were just talking about and jumping around. So I want to make sure I didn't miss something. So, all
So
right.
I can do that when we get to those particular budgets, but you know, we have already talked about revenues. We've already talked about employee insurance. That's why I wanted to touch on that a little bit, and the request for the Raymond Community Assistance Fund balance. And we can talk about those others and the CIP for the fire truck set aside. It's fire apparatus, but it's a 75,000 specifically for ambulance replacement. So those were some budgets that we talked about last meeting, and the others I can touch upon when we get there tonight. Sorry about that.
No, it was all of a sudden I'm looking down going, wait a second, what am I missing? Okay.
Yeah.
Nate. All right.
Can I say one thing, Bob?
Sure.
Yeah, sorry for the confusion. We had hoped to start off with a summary of the changes and some additional information. So we didn't mean to confuse the Public Works presentation, but we're happy to do that at the end or wherever it's appropriate. So sorry about that.
It's okay. Nate, do you want to continue?
All right, we'll go into the CIP for Public Works. First line item be equipment. We're adding $10,000 to reflect the increase in equipment and repairs. Out of CIP, we purchased our new equipment and major repairs on the equipment that isn't in the maintenance stuff. For instance, on the major repairs, we had to put a motor in one of the dump trucks this year for almost $40,000. That came out of CIP. The plan this year is to replace the 2004 Chevy pickup and rehab the 2009 International dump truck and replace the 2009 Cat excavator. The pickup's been ordered, won't be here until after July. We have not got any pricing on the rehab or the excavator. We're going to try to fit that into what we have for a budget. Municipal facilities, I'd like to add 50,000 for a one-time expense. Right now, we're in 3 different facilities, 47 Main Street, 389 Webb's Mills Road, and the 170 Plains Road where the sand and salt building is. Joe and I, the Parks and Rec Director, share the office down here at 47 Main Street. Our plan is to eliminate one bay, put a receptionist area, office for Joe, clean the place up a little bit. It's going to be renovated on the outside, make it a little bit more. We're kind of looking like the ugly chicken in the village down here. The place is, I think the building's fairly decent. It just needs to be fixed up a little bit. Roads and paving, I'd like to add $100,000 to that, again, to reflect the increased cost of paving, anticipated increased cost. Our plan this year is to do an overlay on Mountain Road. We rebuilt the further section from Coneska Road to Tenny Hill last year. And we did the section from Tenny Hill to Spiller Hill probably about 7 years ago. And I'd like to get a surface on that before that goes beyond repair. We also got to do the Shaw Road surface on that. That was rebuilt last year, or 2 years ago, I'm sorry. And start the repairs on Coneska Road. Cost on that Mountain Road and Shaw Road combined is about $300,000. Coneska Road, I'm figuring about $100,000 in construction, and any unanticipated repairs that always come up would be about $35,000. That brings us to discussion to consider. We've been tossing this around for a few years, and I guess I decided to put a number on it, and opportunities come up that we're not gonna, I think we really need to take advantage of. We're gonna end up with Jordan Small School handed back to us in 3 to 5 years. And I'm suggesting that we set aside $100,000 a year for renovation and planning for that. Didn't really, the town office is getting to a point that we're really cramped for space. We've been always looking for a community center. Now we've got Parks and Rec. I think this is a tremendous opportunity for the town. We're going to have the property back, but I think we need to start planning for it. And the other item would be $100,000 to go towards a public works facility at the 170 Plains Road. Again, this is just a suggestion. I needed to put a number on it to get the discussion out there and talk about it. We're in 3 separate locations right now. It works. It's a pain in the butt, but it does work. Our garage up to the maintenance garage is small. We knew that going into this. Well, I knew this going into this when we started building up the department. It works. It's tight. If we got to work on a dump truck that involves dumping the body all the way up, the truck has to go outside or down to the sand salt building in the old building. So this is stuff that I think that we need to start looking at, and I put the number on it to open it up for discussion, and that's it.
Does anyone have any questions for Nate? Go ahead, Teresa.
What happened to the $35,000 for playground? Is that you or is that Joe I have to go after?
No, we still have that in the budget. That's number's going to stay the same. The 35,000 in the CIP for playground equipment and playground upgrades.
I'm sorry, I was looking at 2023. Yeah, proposed. So yeah. So, all right. And I do agree with especially because I don't want to be behind the ball when it comes to 1 is the public works facility and 2 is Jordan Small. You know, take advantage of it and start getting prepped for it now.
I don't know if $100,000 is the number where it needs to be at, but
Shut up, Nathan.
Okay. Joe, you had your hand up.
Joe, go ahead. You're muted. Okay.
Yeah. I think it's too early to be setting aside that kind of money. If you're going to be renovating the Jordan Small School or building a new facility, you'd probably be better off bonding something like that instead of setting aside all kinds of funds. I'm looking at this budget and we're throwing a lot of money around already. And to just continue to throw money on this, aside and saving it, I don't think makes sense right now. We're going to have, there's still a pretty good increase in this budget right now. And just setting aside money for the sake of setting it aside doesn't make sense to me right now. I would rather look at capital projects with bonding, especially in renovation of building like Jordan Small or building a new building. Bonding makes sense when you do that.
My thought behind it, Joe, and like I said, that's a big number, and I picked it out of the air, to be honest with you. For the public works part of it, I needed a little bit of money to. I'm not going to go out and re-engineer a new building. We've got neighboring towns that have put up public works garages, and I think it's sensible to go build something like that and make it fit. But I need money to do the engineering and the design to fit that property. And the same with Jordan Small. My thought was we're going to need money to hire an architect to change it and do that. I wouldn't suggest anything but bonding when it come down to it. And that number may be $25,000 a year, but I needed to put a number there to start the conversation and start looking at it. It is 3 to 4 years out, maybe even 5. It was just a spark to get things going. But without money to start looking at engineering and design, we're really doing the same thing we've done right along, just talk about it and push it down the road.
Well, if I may, I think we're jumping the gun here on Jordan Small. We don't know that that's a definite yet.
I would have agreed with you, but I talked to Bill Hanson and he said, yes, that's their intention. So, well, yeah, you're right. It's their intention to give it back to the town.
Yeah, and that's 5 years out.
2026, Joe. That's when they're gonna be going into this new school,
Okay,
if
that's 4
everything's
years
on
out.
target.
It's 3 to
That's
4
years
yes.
out.
Yep.
It'll be
But
here.
until you have a vote for both towns, you honestly don't know where you are right now.
What do you mean a vote for both towns?
Well, you have to approve the new project. You have to approve the signing of it. You have to approve giving back Jordan Small back to the town.
From their school board?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, you might have some funds available somewhere in this budget to start an engineering project, but doesn't even make sense to do that for a year from now. I mean, how far out you want to look? Because things change in a matter of a year or two. Just my thoughts. I'm just looking at the bottom line on this budget, and I think it's pretty hefty.
We've added a lot and we've done a lot and the town is growing and I feel we need it. I do. That's just my 2 cents, Joe.
Yeah, that's fine.
Any other questions for Nathan? I don't see any. Thank you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to technology.
Okay, Bob. So the big news in technology is just a reshuffling in the budget. We've got $16,260 or 8.3% that's locating the cable modem expenses for Public Works at the Plains Road, Public Works Main Street, the Public Safety Building, and the town office out of those respective budgets and into technology. So we put some things, Teresa's made some changes in the budget, as every new finance director does, that makes sense to her, and I think they make sense in general to put those technology expenses in there. Aside from that, you have some incidental increases throughout the budget, and there's a detail, of course, in the budget from Kevin, and I wouldn't pretend to be able to talk about the details of the different technological improvements and costs and so forth that he's planning for, but he is here tonight and could answer questions. But the biggest part of it is just a change in the structure of the budget.
Well, one of the things I would be interested in, since Joe brought it up, but we're trying to save in the CIP, over 6 years, basically enough money to get a fiber network for the internal town's intranet, because we have a really hard time with communications. We're spending a lot at each location for cable modems. But our biggest concern is backing up from the public safety building, offsite backups, and having the offsite backups from the town office going down there. We just can't get it done in the time allotted because the line's so slow. But is that something you said, Joe, that bonding would make more sense than doing this over a 6-year period and like at $100,000 a year?
Actually,
CIP?
That's actually in the TIF. I didn't touch on that because I thought we'd talk about that separately, but I think we moved that expense to the TIF, Sharice.
That is correct. Yeah, in talking with Kevin as well as a representative from Bernstein Shore, because the public safety building serves a TIF district and they're part of this fiber network infrastructure project, that we could prorate a percentage of the total cost of the estimated total cost of the project to the TIF. And so, we thought maybe 10 to 20% of the total cost and allocate that from the TIF funds. The other thing, in talking about Jordan Small School, we might as well touch on it since the topic has come up, in that, and I know it's preliminary and kind of maybe premature, but in talking about the Jordan Small School, I believe we're possibly looking at having a community type facility, community building or community center And if that's going to be serving the general public, then that could also be an eligible use of TIF funds on a prorated basis, of course. But that's just another thing to add to your thought process when, you know, looking at Jordan Small School.
To me on that, I'll just weigh in and say that I think it's a blend of what I've heard. I think that we want to do some pre-planning, but you know, perhaps this is too early. And as Joe indicates, I mean, things are going to change. Maybe the engineering doesn't change so much, but the cost of what we're planning will change. So I think, you know, maybe a year or two in advance when we have a better idea about where we're going with the former school and the conversion into a town office, community center, and maybe a library if we end up voting to make the Raymond Village Library a town department, then I think, you know, there'd be time enough to do it a couple of years out. And then I'm 100% in agreement that something like that is absolutely a bond. And same with the Public Works facility. I don't know about the timeline on the Public Works facility. That, you know, may have a different timeline, a more, you know, urgent timeline or closer timeline. I would look to Nathan on that. I know he's making it work right now with these various buildings and so forth, but I think that's something you've thought about for quite some time, Nate.
Yeah, that's been something that we've been talking internally for quite some time. And like I said before, what we're doing right now, it works. It's a scheduling nightmare sometimes. Through COVID, it was wicked, trying to keep track of everybody and where everybody was. We had people reporting to 3 different locations. But I think the biggest part of it is the same thing the fire department ran into 20 years ago. The equipment's getting bigger. It's harder. You back 2 plow trucks inside the District 2 building. You got to walk over the front of the plows to get to the other side of the building. The guys are all used to it, and I mean, we've made it work. But yeah, it's coming up. We've got works with Naples and Casco. We're working, trying to work with them on maintenance and combine maybe 2 or 3 towns into it. So we're looking to grow. We're looking to and cover the cost from other towns, cover our costs from other towns, some of it. So yes. The time.
So the answer there is they're 2 separate and distinct projects that we'd have to talk about and decide, you know, what timelines work. But the school is definitely out there, but something we ought to be thinking about, and maybe not this year, but in a subsequent year or 2.
My thought.
Yeah.
My thought was with the school and the Public Works garage is you'd be able to do 1 bond instead of 2, and I don't know even if that's feasible.
The thing is, you could do that, and that might make sense, but they're both large enough projects. I'm telling you that renovation project is going to be significant. I mean, it's going to be equal to, possibly greater than, you know, new construction, but there's a lot more square footage there, and it'll be a, you know, a more functional building, I think, for the town, should we get it. And as far as the Public Works garage goes, that's also going to be a order of magnitude project that would stand on its own as a single issue bond. Yeah. That's not to say it wouldn't make sense to put them together if they came together, but they're big enough so they could be apart. Yeah. My opinion, anyway.
Yeah, Joe.
So I just looked at our bonds that we have out there right now. They all mature by fiscal year 2026. So the timing on it can be that you can bond these things out probably by fiscal year 24 to 25, and you will have, you know, 1 year probably where you're taking on some debt, and then your debt service as those other bonds mature will not be that hefty.
Yeah,
good point.
I mean, if we refinance the 2013 bond, is that why it matures in 2026? Because they're usually 10-year bonds.
13 was the Sand Salt building, wasn't it?
Yeah, but those are usually 10-year bonds, and unless we refinanced all the bonds when we took out the one in 2016, is that what happened?
I don't think it did. No.
So it matures and should mature sooner than 2026.
Yeah.
I want to, That was a 15-year bond? I thought that might have been a 10-year bond.
I thought the San Sal building was a 10-year bond.
I thought we always bond for 10 years.
Yeah, that may be an error. We'll have to look into that one, Joe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because if you get rid of that 2013 bond, which is probably due this year or next year, you have some wiggle room right there. So just a thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause I've got two bonds. I've got the paving bond and the San Sal building. I think they were both 10.
Yeah. But
So
one
we'll
was
look into that.
2013 and one was 2016, or 15. So
We'll look into that and get back to you. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I think Nathan's correct.
Any other questions for Nathan? Go ahead, Teresa.
Nathan,
Yes, ma'am.
did you budget in here at all for the library? Should it come under the town as far as taking care of the building?
I did not. I assumed that wasn't going to be in the library budget. Most of the building maintenance stuff before we changed to what we did on this one, they were under their own, Public Works had their own, town office had their own. So the answer to that is no, I did not. I would have not been involved in any of the library stuff.
Okay.
All right, we'll move on. Let's go to animal control. Hi, Jessica, how you doing? You're still muted. There you go.
Sorry. I'm clicking, but nothing's happening. Evening. So for our budgets, there's not much of an increase at all. If anything, basically what I've done is moved some of the money around so that we have better access to training and whatnot. I've asked for less money for the assistant ACO. We could offer a larger stipend and for 19 weeks during the summer when we need them most. The situation that I'm running into, they want to work in the winter and then they quit in the summer. But basically that's really the only changes here.
Any questions for animal control? Go ahead, Teresa.
I think we just got a new vehicle for you, right, Jessica?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. So, and then we're going to split that. Sharice, I think, is billing the other 3 towns.
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, once we get it outfitted with the cage and the laptop shelving and whatnot in the dog cage, then I'll invoice the other 2 towns for the new vehicle.
Cool. Great.
I think Nathan's just about to do that. We're going to have the equipment flipped over starting this weekend, and then it'll go out to have the decal package, and we'll be done. We can put the interior of the new one into the old one and sell the old one, and we should be done. We'll give Jessica something to use over the weekend so we can get that accomplished.
Cool.
Yeah,
good. Thanks.
Should be going. The car's going down Friday. I was going to give her a call, but we got to catch up to Jessica and swap.
Friday?
It looks like Friday.
Okay.
Seem to think it'd be a weekend, and we'll have it back first of the week.
Perfect. Thank you.
You get to drive our fine green half-ton. We call it the green truck.
Yes.
Surprise.
It's an honor.
It runs.
As long as I don't have to put something in my car, I'm happy. So.
Kevin?
I just have a question for Jessica. Was Naples going to give you some office space?
Yes, I actually have some office space that we're working on. It was kind of hard during the winter because I got plowed in. We had an ice dam going out front. But yeah, we're working on retrofitting that again.
Is that the building that Marine Safety moved out of?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, yeah, because we're going to try to get you some wireless access point service from the Marine Safety building, and that should be within the next couple of months. That would be great.
Yeah, because I have a modem over there and a couple wires that come in, but they were telling me that I needed to have some kind of switch or whatever. So I figured I'd just get in touch with you when it was ready.
Okay, all right.
So, yep. And that building's going to be excellent because it actually has a spot where we can hold an animal. So in the summer, if I do have a call, you know, where we have a dog and I'm busy with something else, we can always put the dog there, and then, you know, hopefully an owner will come. And if not, at the end of the day, I can take everybody down, which would be great. So nobody's, you know, left holding anything.
Any other questions for Jessica? Go ahead, Rolf.
Not specifically for Jessica, but more for Don. Have you had discussions with Casco in regards to the insurance portion?
I have had discussions with Tony about that. Briefly, I had deeper discussions with the previous town manager. I believe the town of Casco right now is looking into their entire employee wage and benefits system. So I believe they're looking at, you're talking about the health insurance benefit specifically. They're looking at that and to try to determine, you know, and I don't want to make a comment about another town, but they're trying to determine, you know, that their overall package and whether there should be changes there, changes in compensation. Maybe they should be looking at different insurance. The insurance, as everyone's aware, is now a legacy program from MMA. They don't offer it anymore. It's extremely expensive. So I believe they are analyzing that and looking at alternatives. But I could make a direct, you know, I guess contact on behalf of the Budget Finance Committee, Board of Selectmen, you know, expressing that interest, but I think it's happening.
I think, you know, I think in light of everything, it's, you know, it's something that they, you know, should be being looked at because it's, you know, obviously it's a high cost portion of that. So.
Right.
Any other questions for Jessica? Seeing none, thank you, Jessica.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
You're welcome. Let's go on to cemeteries.
So for cemeteries, we're in year 2 of the new mowing contract, and that went up 1%. And I'm asking again for $3,500 to continue the repair of old stones and straightening of them and cleaning of them and whatnot. I don't know if any of you have had a chance to go out and visit the village cemetery, Riverside, or Raymond Hill, but the Colette's has done us proud, very literally. They really have come out nice, and they've fixed all the stones. We're only going back as far as the oldest stones. The newer ones, especially in the village toward the rear where it's more active, the families are maintaining. But for the old marble stones, that's what we're concentrating on. And I'm kind of along that line, wanted to just say publicly how much I appreciated Dick. I'm not going to get through this. I'm sorry. How much I appreciated Dick Sanborn and all he did for the cemeteries and whatnot. He'll be sorely missed.
Thank you, Sue. Any questions for cemeteries? Seeing none. Parks and Rec, Tasseltop. Joseph?
Hello, everyone. I'll start with Parks and Rec. It's 40-12-10. I'll go through the changes. 3005, the contracted fees and services, that's going up. For a couple of reasons. One, I extended the use of porta potty time at our parks. So we extended that a little bit further into the fall, which seems to have made a lot of our travelers and tourists very happy. So that's why there's a little increase. Also, IDS contract got moved from Public Works to there. So there's an increase in that line. The next increase is 3230 travel and training. That's just because we've added a parks foreman. We're going to also look at getting him certified, and also have additional trainings and conferences they can go to keep learning and growing his skills. 32, 35 dues and publications. Again, just one more person, so we're going to have to increase that to cover the additional dues. Raymond baseball, we've zeroed that out as line 3315. It says move to special revenue. It's really going to be the maintenance of it is going to be rolled to projects and maintenance line 4025. And if we do run a baseball program, then that would be run out of the special revenues account, and any other additional equipment needed for the maintenance of that would be there. The reason why that's also zeroed out is that was a 2000, I guess, sponsorship or donation to Raymond Little League. The board voted to merge with Great New Gloucester into a combined Little League. So they will be taking all the registrations. I'll do the maintenance for the Raymond residents for the T-ball and coach pitch at the Sherry Gagnon Park. The Raymond Rattlers line, the 3320 that I think Charisse just mentioned in the beginning. Raymond Recreation is still going to be the 2000 for Camp Agawam field rental. I think that is all the major changes in that budget. Any questions? Yes, Teresa.
Teresa. Yeah.
So, wondering minds want to know, anybody that's been involved in baseball, what are those upgrades to the athletic field in Sherry Gagnon Park? Yeah, because that
Great
is
question.
a nightmare.
Yes, it's as Nathan, his crew, my parks foreman, and I have been battling that park. It's just there's so much clay. It's not graded. It does not drain. So I have a kind of a master plan for the park and try and transition some of the spaces into more leisurely recreational activities. Something that's not athletic field based, so we don't get any mowers stuck or have to pump the fields. So in my initial needs assessment, I think the outdoor tennis court and pickleball courts would be a very good venture for the town. So that's my would be my first proposal for those changes.
You got to touch base with Marshall because he wanted something else, and I think it was God, yeah. I'll have Marshall text you.
Pickleball.
Huh?
Pickleball.
No, it wasn't pickleball. It was something else, and he's really wants him on that field down there. So I'll text Marshall and find out what it is and let you know. But yeah, so things are going good. Joining all the recs.
Yeah, yes. All the programs and events. Well, that was previously run by Raymond Rec Association. Besides the ski club that got canceled right between the Omicron coming real fast. So we've gotten everything going. We've added extra karate session because our first one maxed out. We got the Raymond Running Club going back. That already has 22 registered. I just opened that up last week. So it's a very nice thing to see the activity from the community.
And I don't know if everybody knows on here that we now have a bus for Raymond Rec. Paint it green. Yeah, whatever.
It's supposed to be bluish green.
Yeah, it's what.
It looks great in the sun. Just don't look at it on a cloudy day.
So, which is really good. And I'm hoping to see the ski program. Great job, Joe.
Thank you.
Now, did I hear earlier that you're planning on adding a receptionist?
Yes, that's it was kind of a proposal between Nathan and I to have a hybrid, kind of like we did with the parks foreman admin for both departments. I think we're going to do the Field of Dreams approach and try to get District 1 built first, and that set up my office. We're also running out of space there as well. I have probably, to Nathan's right, about 50 basketballs right now in transition to go to storage or somewhere. So we're quickly kind of growing out of that space as well. So yes, I don't think we're going to do that this fiscal year, but it was internally talked about.
Any other questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you. I'll move to Tassel
Top. Yes, please.
So again, Tassel Top is an enterprise account, so it's kind of, I operate it more of as a business as far as the accounting. This is kind of based off last year's data, and we have been growing so fast that it's changed so much on the proposal side. The biggest one you'll see in 41,700 is under contracts. The increase is the septic pumping for our new toilet trailers down there, portable toilet trailers. We upgraded from, because it's such high usage down there, we upgraded from the porta potties, and also because of COVID, we could have actual hand washing and soap stations in those trailers. But it is a huge expense of ours, one of the biggest. Get that pump every week, sometimes twice, 3 times a week, depending on the volume of people coming through. So that's a big increase. We also looked at 4070 cabins. We did some upgrades there. We're going to continue to kind of get those going a little bit more. Barry's done some really great work, just redoing everything. We've got new appliances, new sink tops, new cabinets. He's done a great job. I actually had the honor, just to give him a shout out, he won an award through our Maine Parks and Rec Association, so I got to announce that he was the outstanding professional in parks for this year. So I just came back from the conference, and so kudos to Barry. Also structures, we've kind of had that. Last year we did a lot of upgrades. We had a new deck to the snack shack. We've upgraded the maintenance building, have concrete there. So we've been really kind of trying to update all of our buildings and structures. Let's see.
Joe, what was the name of that award again, please?
It was Outstanding Parks Professional Award.
Thank you.
Yeah. So when he comes back, we'll give it to him. Any questions on the expense side of things?
I don't see any.
Revenues, we increased revenues, which was great. Last year, it's hard to calculate because the fiscal year runs about a third through it. But as a season, we increased $118,000 in seasonal revenues. So this half of going into May and June, we'll definitely have an increase there. So we kind of adjusted the proposed revenue line. That kind of increasing it really, what helps was just cycling through the gate memberships, people coming in at any time of day. If we have a parking spot, you can come in and either pay or show your membership and use the park. And that's been a very good model to get as many people through as possible. I think on the statistics, we had over 16,000 daily users, daily gate admissions, and over 1,200 membership check-ins. So they use their membership to check in. So that's been a big increase. The cabin rental, we've increased the number of weeks we can rent to 21. And I think we already have booked 20 for this season. So that's helped at least give us a baseline of revenues, knowing that we'll have those come year after year. So if we do have a rainy season, we at least know that is cabin rentals will be here. So that is it.
Any questions for Joe? Ralph?
Yeah, on the snack shack, you, year to date for this year, we're at 40,000, but your budget for 23 is only 12,000.
Is that, oh, sorry, is that under revenues, Ralph?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
5101.
Yeah, if I could, Ralph, we've got new budget sheet. So that's what the comment was that I made earlier. The FY22 budget and actuals were not in the initial submission correctly. So I did email out corrections last Friday. So the budgeted amount for Snack Shack for FY22 is actually 6,500, not 45,000.
Okay.
Yeah, this season, yeah, we're around $13,000 in Snack Shack revenues. So that 12,000, I think, looks a little bit closer to the actuals that I have and Sharice has.
Any other questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Let's go to provider agencies.
All right. So for the past several years, you've allocated $2,000 for discretionary funds for me to use to fund provider agencies that provide, you know, the highest level of services for the town. And that's actually worked pretty well. There are still a number of agencies that are making requests that have a lesser, you know, presence, but we do try to find the ones that have the most impact and are making, I think, the most, I guess, good for the community. And so I'm comfortable with that. And that's what we put in again. It looks like Sharice has put the Chamber of Commerce in with the provider agencies as well. And we've kind of funded that through this fund. And I think the first year we did it, you know, I don't remember exactly where I got it, but it was a de minimis amount. I think it was $250. And so Robin Mullins is here from the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber. I think she wants to talk about the chamber. I don't know if we've ever had a chamber person here before. And so I would tell you that she has provided a lot of value add for the town, for the towns, particularly through the COVID pandemic. And so, and I know she's very active in business promotion and development and, you know, tourism promotion. So she'll probably want to talk about all those things, but I feel comfortable that the $2,000, I can meet the needs of the provider agencies that we think are making that impact in the town. So Robin is here, I think, to talk about the chamber, though.
Hello, Robin.
Thank you, Don. I appreciate that. We have actually asked for more money this year than we typically do in the past, so I just want to make that clear right up front. And I've been in my position for just over 2 years, and what we've discovered in looking at what other chambers charge for investment dues is that we were way under what typical towns are giving to chambers. So that's the reason for the increase. Sebago is a town, so just so you know, we cover 8 towns. We cover Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Windham. The smallest town that we have population-wise is Sebago. We have $500 is what they pay us. Our larger towns give us $2,000, and not only that, also Naples gives us $2,000. So we are asking you guys for $1,000 this year. And just to let you know, we serve 300 businesses throughout the state. Most of them obviously are in the 8 towns that I just mentioned. We serve another 45 businesses as part of the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy initiative that Dawn was talking about. And we did that for 20 and 21. We provide funds annually to 11 food pantries in the 8 towns that I mentioned. So obviously the food pantry that you guys have in Raymond is one of those. Last year, we gave that food pantry almost $800. And I want to say a huge thank you to Dawn, to Nathan, and to Kathy and some other folks that were involved in our polar dip this year, because of their help and the generosity of those brave jumpers, we made just over $11,000 at our polar dip this year. Last year, in total, we gave those 11 food pantries $12,000. I'm happy to say that this year we're giving over $25,000 to those food pantries. So that $800 figure will probably be about double that we will be giving to your Raymond food pantry. So we're really excited about that. In total, including this year, we've given almost $150,000 to the local food pantry since we started our Feed the Need campaign. So that is something that we're very proud of and something that we work very hard at in the chamber. We also offer $1,000 scholarships annually to graduating seniors in the region, and obviously RSU 14 is one of those. And last year, we actually gave out 2 $1,000 scholarships, and they both went to RSU 14 students. So we were excited about that. In 2021, we served 15 Raymond businesses as Sebago Lake Region Chamber members. We also served those businesses, some members that were not members of the chamber, and also the town, again, in the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy initiative. We do provide marketing opportunities to member and non-member businesses. We have marketing opportunities in Maine Invites You, which is the largest travel magazine and kind of the official magazine for the state of Maine. Maine Lakes and Mountains magazine. And we also partner with Gorham Savings Bank this year and with the Wyndham Economic Development Corporation to do a holiday bonus card. And we offered that again to all businesses. They did not have to be members of the chamber. And in Raymond, the business that took advantage of that was the Beacon Pizza. So basically what we said was, for every $25 gift card or gift certificate that you sell, we're going to give you a $5 bonus card to give to that customer. So if a customer bought $100 worth of gift cards, they got 4 $5 bonus cards. They would come back and use those. They would get a $20 discount, and then we paid them back for that. So they basically got that money for free. We were giving it to them as part of our bonus card program, and we have done that the last 2 years. Whether or not we continue will be whether or not we have the generosity of Gorham Savings Bank and Wyndham Economic Development Corporation. But I was very happy that we were able to offer that to all of our towns this year. We have a town listing for Raymond on our website where we have information about the town, your website. We have a link to that. And we're very excited. We're going to be doing a huge marketing campaign, and we're going to be able to put the beaches and any of the hiking or any of those things that are available in your area. We're going to be able to put those on our website. So that is a big project that we're working on for this year as well. But that's something that's getting funded separately. We also have a visitor guide, and we have a page for each of the towns. And so we work with Don or someone on his team as to what goes into that information. And again, in this visitor guide, there's information about Tasseltop, there's information about restaurants in the area, accommodations, all of that stuff. So you don't have your own official visitor guide, but we make sure that we include all of that information in our visitor guide so that you guys are well represented. Let's see. I also partner quite a bit with Joe from Parks and Rec. He will tell you. Last year, the chamber gave him $500 so that he was able to provide the Toy Story movie as part of the Family Fun and Fitness Film Festival. And we also try to work with local businesses to get him prizes and things when he does his Easter egg hunt and things like that. So I think it's really important as a chamber. I've discovered that we can't live in silos anymore. We all have to work together to help each other because volunteers are very hard to come by these days, so we have to kind of work together to make sure that whatever he needs, we're making sure that we're there to help him. So yeah, that's kind of in a nutshell what we've been doing and will continue to do for the town of Raymond. And I'm more than happy to answer any questions if anyone has any.
Thank you, Robin. Don, go ahead.
Yeah, if there are no questions in provider agencies or for Robin, then there's also the RTP Explorer tab, which is broken out as a separate provider agency request. And I think we see Don Libby here, and I think he wants to speak to their request.
Absolutely. Thank you. Appreciate the time tonight. We are requesting the $8,500 for fiscal year 22-23. It's the same amount that the other towns of Bridgeton, Naples, Casco, and Wyndham are providing. Service, we believe ridership's going to be up this year, especially with the increase in fuel costs. We're getting a lot more riders, especially in the last week, 2 weeks, than we have in previous scenes when the fuels have increased. I think a lot of people are taking that into Portland, and I see that as a continuing trend. A couple things to keep in mind with our service is it takes about $158,000 to run that bus every year. Some of that comes from public funds. Others comes from the towns that contribute. Our fuel costs, as everybody knows, are up. Running the bus, that's something that we didn't account for in this year's budget. And then the other cost that running that this year that is taking its toll is the cost of paying CDL drivers and also training CDL drivers, which is the federal government decided to change the way we license CDL with passenger endorsement. And they passed this law February 7th that states that they have to go through a special training class on top of the normal routine of taking the test and everything else. So those of you that don't know, we run 2 buses. We run 4 round trips. Right now we're doing 3 round trips a day. We will be doing 4 round trips starting in Bridgeton. They finish at the Pulse in downtown Portland. And then from Memorial Day to Labor Day, we end up doing the Saturday trips as well, which believe it or not, that's a pretty good route that the buses tend to fill up. A lot of people trying to get to the Lakes region from Portland. So all our buses have GPS. All our buses have Wi-Fi in them, so people can work on the way into downtown Portland. We do have a few commuters that take that. They start in your neck of the woods and they jump on the bus. And I think a lot of the people there are using those buses because they don't want to pay for parking in downtown Portland. So. But we're planning on, like I said, expanding that in the summer for the Saturday route. We're asking for the $8,500 that we've asked for in years past. Hopefully, we can get close to that number because we really needed to keep that bus running. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Don. Any questions for Don? Teresa.
I don't have one for Dawn, but I have one for a different agency. And I know Sharice was talking about the Raymond Rattlers. Is that where this would go?
Well, actually there's $2,000 in the Parks and Rec budget earmarked for Raymond Rattlers, and that's where it's been previously. That's the Snowmobile Club, and that was the one that I was looking for direction. They didn't make a submission, but I did not reach out to them either as an outside agency that we provide funding to. So I'm looking for direction whether or not you want me to contact them directly. Just an oversight.
I would. I think we've done it every year. I think we should still put it in there. So I thought that was under provider agency. So my apologies.
No.
Hey, Teresa, so I had a question from David through chat, but the same thing. Raymond Baseball, before the Parks and Rec department was formed, and I think the same with Raymond Rattlers, was under provider agencies. And then somehow when the Parks and Rec department was formed, I think those then fell underneath the Parks and Rec department. So there was not a donation. They were actually provider agencies. So I just want to clarify that.
Ralph?
Yeah, the point of clarification on that, the Raymond Rattlers, the money that goes to them essentially is the pass-through of the registration fees that for the snowmobile registration fees. So it's not per se a provider agency that way. It's the conduit's going there, reimbursing that or moving that money that comes from, from the registration fees through to them for the trail maintenance. And they're maintaining the trails and the town has full access onto those trails. So it's a little bit different than say the baseball or something like that, because it's there's an income side that is offsetting it.
So where should it go then?
I mean, it's fine. We made the decision last year to put that under the Parks and Rec because it made sense to, as far as the overall recreation side. But I think it's important to recognize too that you've got an income side that offsets that.
Okay.
And the amount that was given to them was kind of pegged against what the registration fees have been. So it was, it's always been one of those trying to come up with this way to word that so that it didn't exceed what we got in for the revenues, but it was close to what we got in for the revenues.
I guess the question is that, of course, we don't typically reach out to provider agencies. Normally they reach out to us. And so I think Teresa is saying that she didn't do that. She's wondering if you want her to do that because they have traditionally been in the budget.
I think we should just count them in normally.
Joe?
Yeah, they have been getting this money for 30 something years.
Yeah.
It does come from snowmobile registrations. We put a cap on it for $2,000. Some years the registrations amount to $2,400, and we still cap it at $2,000. Now, they're just Raymond people who get together and groom the trails. They probably don't know anything about having to apply to the town. Have they even gotten their money this year? I don't even know if they have.
Yeah, they have not, Joe. They haven't reached out,
Right.
and I can do that at the same time, but I'm not sure who the person is I need to contact.
Larry Wood, I think.
I think Don Gunn is the president.
No, I think it's Larry Wood still.
No, I don't think so.
Do you know what? I know Keith Thomas has come to the last meetings. I can reach out to him to say, hey.
And Zach Davis. I mean, those are the guys who do all the work.
And I wondered, another municipality that I work for in Bridgeton, they applied for a municipal and aid grant through the state to help with trail maintenance. And, it's just a grant application that they can submit, and it provides funding for trail maintenance, for equipment, for fuel, and that sort of thing. But maybe this organization isn't quite that.
It's not quite organized that much.
Okay. But yeah,
Okay.
if someone could let me know who to reach out to, I could do both.
I'm pretty sure Don Gunn is the president because
Don.
he lives across the street from me here.
Okay.
Gaudin.
Yeah, I'm texting Keith too, because I know he's on it too, so.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that will take care of that one. And so that's pretty much the provider.
Don, can I ask you a question also? Who are the agencies you distributed money to last year?
The Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging.
Was that the only one?
A small amount to the Chamber of Commerce.
And Crescent Lake?
Crescent Lake was separate, wasn't it?
It's $500, I think.
Okay, yeah, Crescent.
The watershed?
Yeah, the watershed, right.
Okay.
So I was under the 2,000.
Okay.
Any other questions for provider agencies? All right, we'll move on to Raymond Village Library.
Sorry, I had a little trouble getting the video started. I'm Allison Griffin. I'm the director at the Raymond Village Library. I believe our board president, Deb Hutchinson, is logged in here tonight as well. As you know, this year we are submitting 2 separate proposals for consideration, one with the library as an official town department and one in the event the library remains an independent nonprofit organization. Under the independent nonprofit scenario, we would be requesting the same funding as the previous 2 years of $66,000. This would allow us to maintain our current level of services to the town of Raymond. And it would basically cover about approximately 44.2% of our total estimated budget for the upcoming fiscal year. Currently, our staff continues to provide in-person walk-in services along with no contact and home delivery options for those who are still not comfortable coming into the building. We've had a really successful year with fundraising and grant writing, which allowed for some recent changes. Most notably, we were able to increase our hours. We're now open, I believe, 37 hours a week instead of the 28 previously, including our senior hours. We were also able to invest some of those fundraising events into building up the digital and print collection and in doing some building repairs that had been in need of, it was on our radar for a few years that we finally did some of those repairs. We basically have circulated over 25,000 items over the past year, and we provide access to about 16,000 physical items and an additional 16,000 digital and e-books and periodicals. The upcoming year, we hope to provide the same services that we've provided this year and hopefully build on what we already have in place. And I can answer any questions that you might have about our services or our funding request. I mentioned the 66,000 we'll be requesting as an independent if we don't become a town department. I didn't get Sharice's email with the changes to the budget that were sent out, so I'm not sure how much of that changed from the original if we were a town department scenario, but I do have those figures as well. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them.
Thank you, Allison. Dawn, I believe you have your hand raised.
Yeah, probably the biggest change from what Allison and the library trustees submitted is in the area of salaries and benefits. And so the thinking there was to try to get Allison and the other employees to the midpoint of our KMA survey, taking into account wages that are paid in like libraries. And so there's some difference between where she is now and that number. And then there's also the cost of the benefit package. And of course, it's a whole different setup. I mean, it's not the nonprofit. It's more, as she said, a town department. And so there are going to be some lines that are new and aren't in that nonprofit budget. So that's all detailed in your budget book. And so it is a significant, increase for sure. And but I think that it's something that's been a long time coming, something we've thought about for, at least I've been here for a couple of decades and it's been bandied about all that time. And so I guess if we go to the townspeople and see what their thoughts are, then we'll know the answer. But I'm hopeful that they do become a town department. I think that, the offerings can be expanded even further and we can make it a sustainable service for the town. I know it's an appreciated service. I think a lot of people already think it's a town department, so they're doing a pretty good job that way. And I think that they're committed to trying to do some level of fundraising. They'll talk about that. And so, we can mitigate the cost somewhat that way, but it's not going to be less expensive, but it's going to be a better service and more sustainable service. And so that's what I really have to say about it. And I think probably the biggest difference, as I said, are in those areas. I think aside from that, I'll let Sharice speak to it, but I don't think we changed a bunch of things, did we?
No, the other thing just to touch upon was that we did not build in any of the library's ongoing revenue source in the event that they do become a town department. We didn't want to just make the assumption that all those revenues would transfer over to the town. So there wasn't anything allocated in that respect. The other change would be their internet presently is funded by the state, from what I understand, and that would no longer be the case if they were a town operated department. But that's, I think, estimated to be $6,000 per year.
Joe?
Sharice, I'm looking at this sheet you sent out today, right? This new sheet.
Yes.
So if I'm reading this correctly, the operating budget's about 136,000.
Taking the difference between what the town typically appropriates and
the 202 you have at the bottom.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Right now they're combined, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it meant to be that way, or?
Well, it's, we got to build it in, I think we were talking about the warrant articles at the beginning of tonight's meeting and how we're going to present that to the voters, and, one passes, the other one fails. And yeah, it would be, if it does pass as a town department, then it would be a net increase of 135,000 roughly. But again, we did not
be a net increase of 70,000, because you take the 136, you subtract the 66, it's really an increase to the town of 70,000. Right? Am I doing that right?
Because we normally put in 66,000.
Right.
Yeah.
So what happens to the library's money that they currently have in their fundraising and certificate of deposit, which I know is, from what I remember, over $100,000? Is that correct?
That's gonna, go ahead, Deb.
Well, we have to, when we wrote the MOU with the town, we really laid out how those finances would be transferred to the town. So it really depends on how that all goes through. Isn't that what we said, Teresa and Ralph? We said that.
Because most of that money is going to stay with the library.
Well,
not most of it, no.
Not with the library, but
No.
essentially under the MOU, there are certain costs that the library would have to decommission from its 501c3,
right,
to CSAT and set that up as if they want to set that. There was talk they're going to set that up as a separate fundraising area to be able to raise additional funds for the library for special projects and things like that. But the money that's essentially in the bank and in those, that under the MOU, that transfers over to the town to be designated for use for the library. So effectively, it would you impact there where that money comes in, but it's only going to be used against the library. So
for use as a part of the operating budget, or for use as, I mean,
it'll be designated. The MOU says it would be designated for library use, so that can be used.
But what does that mean?
Oh, the memorandum. Someone's asking memorandum of understanding.
It's kind of like
it's an
contract.
MOU.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But I'm trying to figure out what does it mean it's for the library, but it's not part of their operating budget, right?
It can be used toward operating, can be used for maintenance, can be used for, but it can't. Essentially, what it was saying is you can't take it and use it to use that money to parks and recreation.
Right. That was
right. It's only for the library.
Yeah.
Right.
But no defined purpose. Like, is it used for capital improvements or nothing defined?
No, there was no designation against that. Only that it could only be used for the library. So that could be maintenance, it could be operations, it can be whatever, but it can't go to other town departments.
Because people donate specifically to the library and want the money kept with that library. And then they're also looking to have friends of the library to be able to do more fundraising.
For capital improvements or buying books and whatever.
Right.
Right. Or any special programs that people want to do, or anything else, and
to help offset it.
Yeah. Yep.
So we're looking at a cost for the town of about $70,000
to have the library
become a town department.
Yes, because we normally budget 66,000 anyways. And we're adding that 136 for people that don't understand.
And how much is in that other fund with the library right now?
Allison, you would know that.
Yeah, I'm looking for that sheet. I'm gonna have to pull that up or ask Nick to provide that, but I can get it to you.
I thought I just saw.
That current figure that you asked for, Teresa?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now.
It was 400 and.
Well, that's the net worth of the whole library is 400 and some thousand.
But that includes the building.
That
I
includes
assume,
that
and
includes the
land.
building and
Everything.
the assets.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm just talking about the cash.
My recollection was it was about, in the order of between 100 and 120.
It's actually, my phone is frozen, so it's in Nick's notes that he just gave us for the meeting for Thursday night, I think.
I mean, but
If I
there's
can pull that up.
issue, but out of that money that's there, there's some that has to reside to do, for the transitioning and whatnot because of the changing over to the 501c3 and changing that over and things like that.
Right.
So,
We said,
the full amount that they've got in the bank wouldn't
right.
come over.
We just requested 15,000 for that.
Just to keep for startups for the others, for the friends and like postage and
money.
stuff like that they would need.
What I'm seeing is approximately 141,000.
So Bob Jones has been trying to raise his hand here.
Yes, Bob.
According to the financial statement or financial position as of December 31st, they had total bank accounts of $287,574.
Yeah, but there, what's in there is money that also is accrued towards that was a grant that's in the process of being spent down.
Right.
Okay.
Right, Deb?
Is that the capital fund?
There's the capital fund, but there's they had received a grant.
Yes, that's going to be used up this year.
And I can't remember what the project is, but so money that's in the bank is part of that is that grant. So that's not available because that's going to be spent down.
It was the Stephen King $30,000, and we had a state grant as well.
Mr. Chair, we also have a member of the public that has a question.
Yes, David Prezone. You're muted right now. Very good, David.
I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, no, so I put my hand up quite some time ago, so we've talked quite a bit about this. I was curious as to if somebody can explain to me how we came about originally basically making a town donation of $60,000 or $66,000 to the library. Was it, I mean, it's a separate corporation, has nothing to do with the town. So how did that come about?
The library asked for assistance to help function and to pay the bills and stuff like that. So they come to the town, and I think it was 60,000 before, and I think the last 2 years it's been 66,000.
It's usual and typical for nonprofit libraries to get a town appropriation. That's it's a customary thing.
Customary in what?
In the municipal world. In the municipal world, I think Sharice from Bridgeton, they have a nonprofit library. They had, I think she told me $80,000 there, but there probably are some nonprofit libraries that don't need any kind of governmental assistance, but normally they make a municipal request.
And do other not-for-profits make a similar request?
We have lots of nonprofits that make requests, yes, but this is different in that it's a direct service provider to Raymond people. It's based in Raymond. I think that differentiates it somewhat. And it's a service that more likely than not, if they didn't exist, the town would be providing on its own, which is now what's being proposed.
Understood. So is that a similar situation with some of the other not-for-profits that have requested? Do we make a donation to other nonprofits at this time?
It depends on what they are.
No, I mean, currently in last year's budget, did we make a donation to other nonprofits outside of the library?
Yes,
Can you tell me who those are?
the Southern Maine Area Agency on Aging, the Chamber of Commerce. What was the Crescent Lake Association? And I believe we have smaller appropriations for the Veterans Group in Naples that takes care of the veterans groups. So some small appropriations in the budget for some nonprofit organizations. We get a number of requests every year. Some have, a direct impact on the town. Some not so much. Some are, really quite distant in terms of what they provide and where they provide it. But we do receive, a significant number of requests. And so what the selectmen have decided was to develop an appropriation that would be discretionary for the town manager to administer. And that's the $2,000. That's what I have. The Lake Region bus has typically been separate.
The Hawthorne House is a non-fund, what we've done.
Yeah, that's also separate. That's a good point too. That's also separate. That's another nonprofit. So there's some nonprofits through the budget. Am I missing any others, Charisse?
Yeah, the 15,000, which is funded through the TIP. The Historical Society, and let's see. Well, maybe that is the Hawthorne.
No, those are two different
Raymond
ones.
Water.
Raymond Waterways you have.
Yes.
Right,
Mhm.
right. But so there are a number of nonprofits that we fund. Yes.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? I see no other questions.
I do have one other thing I'd like to bring up if we're getting towards the end.
Yeah.
That is, there's not an appropriation in this budget for a consultant for the comp plan. And I'll let Sue speak to this issue. We've had a really hard time getting anybody interested in that. And I don't know if we're going to be up and rolling, and if and when we're up and rolling. And so if we were to do that, we would at some point need to engage a consultant. We probably can go for some period of time, an information gathering and with a volunteer committee, but that's something that's sort of, we've talked about, we've advertised for it. We haven't got much interest unless something's changed. So
Is that one that would properly flow under TIF?
yeah, I think that could go on to
I
TIF.
mean, I would hold that off and work that under there.
Okay.
Rather than funding it separately.
We've actually had a rash of, I don't know if that's the right term, of requests to get money. And I think partially thanks to the Roadrunner pieces that Melissa has put in, we've had people understand a bit better, I think, what it means. And we've had a few folks that haven't been on committees before say they're interested. So we're up to, if I'm just doing a quick look at the people who've requested, we might have 9 or 10 different applicants. So I was going to put it on the next agenda for you folks to consider possibly appointing.
Okay, I stand corrected. Last I knew, the last up I got was a couple of people.
Yeah, it was just within the last 3 or 4 business days. So like the end of last week.
So the Roadrunner works.
It does. People actually read it. It's cool.
Yeah, Rolf.
Yeah, just going back or looking at the updates that Therese sent out today. You got on the RSU, you bumped that up, but where did that number come from? Because they haven't finished their budget yet. So is that just another guess?
No, it wasn't RSU, it was the county.
Well, you had the county tax that went up, but also on the RSU side, you went up.
Oh, I just did
yeah, you did a 216,000 increase on that, but I don't think that's real either. I think that I think it's going to be a whole lot more than that.
Yeah, I just did a placeholder, Rolf. I don't remember what I did, 3%, I think.
Yeah, you did 2%, but I mean, that's untypical for them. It's usually closer to 4 to 5%. And on the county tax, did that go up because our valuation changed, or? or is it a combination between the valuation change and the increase in the budget?
Yes, combination, yes.
At the top, Teresa, I can't remember, did you cover the increase in state revenue sharing that we got word of today?
I did, yeah, at some point, and initially I had budgeted 395,000 for projected state revenue sharing because it hadn't been published as of yet, but it's now out at 505,000, so that's an increase of $110,000 for state revenue sharing. So that has been updated in the revenue spreadsheet for you.
So that's at least one thing going the right way.
Yes.
Any other questions? Any public comment? Go ahead, Bob.
I'm brand new on the committee, and there's a lot of stuff that has been sent out over the past week to members that I don't have.
Yeah.
How do I get it?
I'll send it to you. I just got notification that you were sworn in yesterday. So I haven't been able to update my mailbox yet, but I'll get that stuff out to you.
Thank you very much.
And if there's anything that's missing from the town, Bob, you could check with Cherise, see what you have against what she sent out. We'll get that to you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Budget Finance Committee comment? Select Board comment. Oh, Bob?
I'm sorry, I'm a little delayed here each time.
That's okay.
I guess this is for Nathan or for Don or both. I have seen that Casella is pushing Wyndham to go to an automated trash pickup and recycle pickup service from the current, I guess they bag it and throw it. And our contract is with Casella also. Is there any indication that they're going to be pushing that to the smaller towns like Raymond?
We just actually talked to the transportation manager this morning about that. I don't have a good answer for that. We're in a different situation than Wyndham is. They're pushing Wyndham to an automated system for many reasons. A lot of towns are starting to go to that direction. We just signed, like I said earlier, a 5-year contract. We're in this first year of the 5-year contract. I don't see it coming our way for a few years. Wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah. The near-term answer is a no, but it is the future. Although the manager told us this morning, our manager for our town said that he doesn't know about Raymond as an automated pick town. There may be some barriers to that, and I don't know exactly what those would be, but it is the way it's done, and it is a significant capital expense. But as Nate indicated, we have a new contract. It's not something that's on the table at this point, but of course, the biggest expense is the equipment that they need to do it. They're on their side, and so as these other towns automate, they'll have that equipment and they'll begin to serve the smaller towns. Then we'll have the capital expense of the containers. So that it is probably something that's coming, but when it's coming, I don't know. Of course, once you buy the containers and so forth, because they have less labor involved, there should be some contract savings. So, it's as Nate said, not a great answer right this minute, but it's not something we need to talk about in this budget for sure.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Select Board comment.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Teresa.
I just got a text back from Keith Thomas. He says he's at a Raymond Rattlers meeting right now, and he says we very much appreciate the heads up on this. So I told him to call Cherise tomorrow.
Okay. Any other selectmen's comment? Then I need a motion to adjourn.
I move the meeting to adjourn.
Second.
I have a first and a second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. This is a meeting of the Raymond Recycling Committee. Thank you for joining us. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm the chair of the committee, and I think it would be good to just go around quickly for the others who are here and be introduced. And I know we've got another member joining us shortly as well. Sue?
Sue Accardi.
Karen?
Karen Lockwood.
Don?
Don Willard, town manager.
Nathan? Oh, you're muted, Nathan. Sorry.
Sorry about that. I was looking right at it. Nathan White, Public Works Director.
Thank you. We have Representative Jessica Fay is on. I'm not sure if she can unmute.
I'm here. Thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's patience. I am on my way home in the car.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. And we will hope that our other member can join us. I know that Rolf Olson from the Select Board is unable to be here this evening. And we also have Bob Jones joining us. Bob, if you want to introduce yourself, feel free.
Well, I'm just a member of the public that's interested in recycling.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. We'll get started then. Call the meeting to order. And first item on our agenda is approval of the minutes of our last meeting from February 17th. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you, Sue. In a second.
I'll second.
Thank you, Karen. And any discussion, any questions? Seeing and hearing none, without objection, we've approved the minutes of February 17th. Is there objection? And seeing and hearing no objection, we've approved the minutes. Thank you. And thank you, Karen, for taking those minutes. Much appreciated. As you said, they're always excellent. So that's great. Thank you. So we'll get underway. We've got some updates and some things that people have done since the last meeting. First, anything from either our town manager or from Mason White on any updates from Casella, anything on that front?
Well, we're asked to look into contamination rates on our recycling facility in Auburn for Casella. At this time, most of our contamination is controlled on the street from the guys collecting it. When it gets to the facility, we've had no loads rejected to this point. So there isn't a lot to report on that. The only way to really get right down and dirty into it is to do what they call a recycling audit, which is pretty labor intensive. They take the truck and they bring the truck over after it's picked up its route. They dump it on the floor and they paw around in the trash and pick out what's not recyclable and what is recyclable, and then they report back to us. The problem with that is we've got nothing to compare it to because they haven't done any yet out of that facility. I wouldn't recommend it at this point. I think we're at 17%. We're doing pretty good. I think we can do better with educational flyers on our end and training and education on our end on that. Our biggest contamination problem out here on the collection site is the dumpsters. If not dump, the recycling is less than 50% dumped out of the dumpsters at this point. Without having some kind of control on those dumpsters, I don't see that changing much. And it doesn't get worse in the summer when we come into summer.
All right. Thanks, Nathan. And you had mentioned that before as well, as far as I made a note just myself, some of the issues, some of the barriers to doing a better job of recycling are some residents being knowledgeable and, or for that matter, weekend residents, in some ways to deal with that. The 17% was the rate of recycling, not the contamination, but
Correct,
the rate of
correct,
recycling,
17%. And how that number's, the way they come up with that number is by the total tons picked up, what goes in as MSW and what goes in as recycling. We seem to hover right around January and June of 22, we were at 18%, and we dropped back down to 17% in July and September. And that's basically when the summer people come in and you're picking up more household trash than you are recycling, and that's what lowers that number down to 17. They said that's a pretty good rate. I've talked to a couple of towns around us, Auburn and Lewiston, they're down in the single digits. Bridgeton was up a little higher than that, but they've got a transfer station, so they're handling it. The residents come in and hand them the trash and the recycling, so they're able to control it a little bit better. There's a lot of changes coming up. I mean, everybody's read the article from Wyndham. I don't know how that's all going to work, but that's really all I got at this point.
Well, I thank you for that, because if, for one thing, I misunderstood what that 17% was. The 70% of what's picked up is recycled. It's not 17% of households are recycling.
Correct.
So we don't know what percentage of households are recycling, because I did find some information, at least I think it was just on our own website, about the percentage of participation. That's a different figure. We don't have an idea of that.
That's a lot of old information. And in talking to Dave today, you got to remember, we bid this out to Casella Waste. Geez, Don, what has it been 20 years now? 18, 19 years anyway. Back then, they were figuring around 2,600 stops a day, which only 1,500, I'm sorry, a week, and 1,500 of those are recycling. So he said now, and this is just an off the cuff guess, he said pretty much anybody that's got trash out, you've got a recycling, something's there for recycling. It's not 100%, but it's a fair amount.
Good. Okay.
So I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that a lot would help is getting rid of the food waste out of it. We've talked about that. That's going to lower your tonnage, which is going to but it will naturally raise your recycling rates up into whatever tonnage you lose there, and that's considered recycling when you get into the food waste.
Well, thank you. That's a whole lot clearer to me than what that 17% was, because that seemed like a low participation rate, but that's not what it was. It was the amount of what goes into recycling of what's picked up. So that's good to know that we've got many people participating. We just need, as you said, to reduce the waste part of it. And
I think the biggest part is that food waste. I think that, and talking to Pine Tree, Casella, I'm sorry, I keep calling them Pine Tree. A big chunk of our weight is food waste.
Well, we've reduced it a little bit from this household because, as I said, in February, we've been composting like crazy. So we're getting better at it, but we need more people to be doing that. So we'll come right to you, Don, in a minute. Kathy's just joined us. Kathy, just want to introduce yourself real quick.
Kathy Goslin. I apologize for being late. I was at my grandson's wrestling match.
Hope it went well.
It did.
Good. Thanks for joining us. So Don, any updates from your end of things?
Actually, Nathan did the research on these items, and so he'll be reporting, and I think Kathy has a couple of items, one that's listed for me. So I may be getting off the hook tonight, but I would like to say that on the issue of compost, I'm all in favor of it. I just don't know the best way to do it. I'm in agreement with Nathan that we need to get that wet waste out of our, overall waste stream. I'm actually impressed with the 17% number. If you think about what you see roadside and the amount of trash that we produce, I think I have nothing to judge it against, but it sounds like a pretty good number to me too. And but I just want to reiterate the idea of go after the wet food waste. I don't know if it's curbside pickup or you know, a site. We've had bad luck in the past with having, you know, congregate sites for recyclables. I personally like the idea, if it was at all possible, of the town buying backyard composters and providing instruction on how to utilize them. That'd be my favorite, but I don't know. I think getting the waste out of the wet waste out would be a great goal to pursue.
Great, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Anything for Nathan or Don?
Is there any Nathan and Don, anything you want to, any thoughts about what the article in the Eagle about where Wyndham's going? I mean,
It's going to come to us eventually, but you know, in talking to Taylor, anyway, she says that it will be some time, and I think Dave McNally has communicated a similar sentiment to Nathan. So it's not going to happen in Raymond right away, but it's going to happen. And so I think later on Nathan will report on the carts or toters, however you want to look at it, that would be need to be obtained to facilitate that. But yeah, automation's coming. We're not going to be the first town. And it's probably, I don't know if it'll affect this contract or not, Nate. What do you think?
No, it won't. It won't affect this contract. And we've got an extension on the end of this contract. Raymond would be pretty tough to automate the whole town. They've admitted to that and quite clear of that some of it is easy, but a lot of it's not. We've got a lot of roads that people are half, 3/4 mile in, and to drag a 96-gallon tote out to the end of the road, it's a lot of weight. It's a lot of dragging. So I don't know. I don't think it'll be in this one or the next one.
So can you clarify the length of the contract? Because I think I heard of the budget committee that's the extension. So how long is it for?
3 year. We have a 3-year contract with a 2-year extension, eligible extension on the end of it.
Okay. And so that 2-year extension might be a spot to do some things a little differently, or it's an automatic?
You might, no, it's not automatic. It's a negotiation point. And you might see some of the town go automated. And I would think it would be along the 302 corridor. That's what Dave was talking about the other day when I was talking to him about it. You'd see a couple of the developments may be picked up. And there's a lot of, in the pickup, curbside pickup trash, there's a lot of moving parts to this thing right now. And a lot of different, it's changing every day.
And if we were ever going to do it, we need some advanced, you know, lead time, because it's a pretty significant capital cost for the town to get into this. So, I mean, if Auburn hasn't done it yet, and they've been working on it for a number of years, now Wyndham is jumping into it. I think they're going to start with those larger towns. They are starting with those larger towns, and it does work really well. I mean, I'm familiar somewhat with Scarborough's program with my mother there, and it works great. It reduces labor, and I would guess it's probably a good thing from an injury standpoint and safety standpoint. And so it's coming, but not for us first. It'll be the bigger towns.
Okay, so we'll let them figure out the whole long drives and things like that people have, and ways around that. There must be ways around that, certainly.
The other thing that they were talking about on the, I guess it's the chitter chatter on the inside, and they did touch on it in that article, is the recycling contamination, the very thing that we're talking about right now. The driver can't see inside that bin. He doesn't even get out of the truck. And that has been a problem, and that's been an educational problem in a lot of these other towns that are automated right now. So that's something they got to get around, and they're still trying to figure out.
So do they run separate trucks?
No.
So they it's compartmentalized, the truck?
Yep. It's a split truck.
Okay.
They call it a split truck. Yeah, you said it right the first time, but they call it a split truck.
Okay. But people are dragging fairly large, you know, so I see people with those yard wagons on our street anyway, and they put them in that and roll them out. So, I mean, they're already bringing trash up to the road. And some of those ones with wheels are almost easier to roll with than the ones without wheels. So I don't know.
Some of them are, but we are still going in and out of, I think it's 9 camp roads, 9 or 10 camp roads. And those are where your problem's going to be. There's not enough room for the truck and the toters, and that's where your problem's going to be.
What are they doing now?
They have
They're
to
driving the rear load of truck in.
Oh, okay.
Toters have got to be set, there's a little bit to what the toter's got to be set on. They can't be cocked off sideways or crooked and sliding down the driveways. It's like I said, there's a lot of moving parts to it.
I gotcha. I see. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on those topics? If not, we'll move on to the brochures and our artist in residence, Kathy.
I just wanted to send stuff out so people could see it, looking at a few different ideas. I looked at what Casella has. And Casella's is similar, but I think it's harder to read. So I guess first, how did people like the logo? I think for most I heard you like the one with the Raymond with the earth with recycle, reduce, reuse around it.
That was my favorite, but what did others think? I know there was some, I think Rolf expressed the idea that was maybe the reduce, reuse, recycle was not as visible there. Was that?
Right. So you could do it with the earth with just the arrows around it. I know Rolf was concerned on how it would copy. I've tried it a few times. It's in a JPEG format, so it seems to copy okay. I just wanted something that when we do a flyer, they know who it's coming from. You know, if it doesn't say recycling committee or anything like that. And in my feeling, it doesn't have to, but if it's Raymond Recycle, you know, that would people would kind of get used to seeing that. In addition, we did put a small article in the Wyndham Eagle. I don't know if people saw it. It was just, we had space, so it was easy just to put something in to say, you know, zero sort and easy to do. So then I did those 2 or 3 other little flyers, and I was kind of looking at it as saying, to me, a big question that everyone seems to have is what you can recycle and what you can't. And we find, you know, as listening to Casella and them with all the contamination, I think we do have to do a better job of saying what you can't recycle. So thinking of those flyers, they're not polished off yet by any means, but if people like them, I would, you know, see if we could get some copied, put them at the town hall, see if we can get them out through the school department. You know, I know the school does their weekly Friday folders going home, but I know with the fire department talking through the school, the school had stopped letting groups send stuff home. I don't know if they'd let the town do it.
The answer there is most likely no. When it comes to the school, they want to use our media to disseminate information, and we cooperate with the Roadrunner, with electronic signage, with all the media we have, Facebook. But they feel that putting other things that are not school related dilutes their message, dilutes their efforts. So that's a no, I think.
Okay. But we could use, you know, public places, some of the businesses in towns, the library, through websites and stuff. So I just kind of want to get a feeling for where you guys want to go with that. What you liked, what you didn't like.
Well, what did others think? I mean, if it printed well and still showed the reduce, reuse, recycle, I would think that's the best and start just thinking in terms of the 4 R's. Raymond, reduce, reuse, recycle. But again, what do others think? Sue and Karen and
I think, yeah, I mean, I think any of them would work well. And, you know, I think that the one didn't have the reduce, reuse, recycle, correct?
Right.
So probably do need that. Even though that was pretty, I really love that picture. It was really, you know, really grabs you. But you know, there were 3 of them, right? I'm trying to find them. I have the ones that you sent out just the other day.
Yeah, there was one that, you know, had the earth with reduce, reuse, recycle. There was one that they all had Raymond in it. There was one that just had the recycling, the 3 arrows that go around. I think we would only want one logo. You could do multiple, but I think one logo kind of, you know, you start to recognize it. And then I think another one was just a recycling symbol underneath the Raymond.
What do you think, Karen?
I like the arrows with the earth. And I'm just wondering, is there a way, what do you think about putting the words on the arrows over the earth?
I mean, the reduce, reuse, recycle on the arrows.
Yes, on the arrows itself.
I can look and see. I'm kind of, you know, online, you go online and search for clip art for it, and there's hundreds of it. And I was just trying to look at stuff, but I can look for that, Karen.
I think it would be cool.
Don, did you have a preference, or you?
Not really. I would go with the, I guess, the consensus of the group. I'm told by my wife that I'm not great with colors and things like that. So I think they're all nice. I try to go with the simplest and most direct one as you would judge it. But I think Kathy's done a really great job, and I'd be happy with any of them, really.
Yep, ditto.
Hey, it's Jess. Can I weigh in?
Please do.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you to Kathy. I've tried to put together things with clip art, and I know how much time and effort it takes sifting through all of those images. And I would echo what Don said. I think the simpler the logo, the better. People look at things for like a tenth of a second, and we want to make sure that we get the arrows and the town in there. And that's really the only input that I have. But I just, I think this is a good idea and a good direction.
Okay. I'll work on that. And hats off to Kirsten at the town hall. She was the one that saved it, did the Raymond for me and saved it into a JPEG. So we'll keep working on that this week and get it out to you guys. Other than that, with the flyers themselves, do you like those directions, or are you looking for something else?
I thought that I myself thought that they were fine. I don't know if there needs to be something that leads them to maybe the Casella website for more details if they have questions, because Casella on the website has a whole lot of information.
Yeah.
If you know, whereas you can't put it all on a flyer. You've got, I think you've got the major information there that people need, but they may have other questions. What about this item? What about that item? And perhaps that would be a good idea.
Well, and I know I looked at Casella's website and they have a flyer. It'd be hard for us to, I could probably get them to put our logo on it, but it had the same info, but it did have, hey, a number if you want to call, check out the website. So that's a good idea, Grace.
What did others think?
I like the first one, you know, the pictures are always good. They're easier for people just to look at, you know, not have to read. So that, I mean, that was quite good. Although the setting of that is like, some of them were really hard to
right.
Yeah, you know what I mean? But pictures are always good. But the first one I thought was really good too. You know, it was pretty clear. Do's and don'ts. It's funny, you know, we only put like plastic bottles in, right? Is that the only thing that we had in there was plastic bottles? And because they do take tubs, you know, yogurt tubs and all of that. Plus, she said they take pretty much all plastic, which I still can't figure out. But so there's more plastic that they'll take than we have in those.
Right, and in some websites, Sue, in looking at Casella's, they say don't do this and don't do that for some plastics. So they kind of contradict. You know, one of their flyers say, oh, it's got to have the recycling and the 1 through 6 number on it.
They put it on everything. that
Yeah.
logo. That's just a scam, everything. And even if it's really, it's not so much it's not recyclable, that there's no market for it.
Right.
So, but, there is more, they said they take all the, those little containers that come with salads and
Mhm.
at the supermarket and takeouts and stuff, and they're very flimsy plastic. And they said, oh, we take them, but I don't think there's a market for that. So I'm not sure where they end up.
They said they just mix them with the other stuff, and it's just such a small amount that they're able to mix it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, they do take yogurt, the big plastic heavy containers.
Yeah.
To me, the answer on,
Go ahead, Don. Sorry.
to me, the answer there is one that I think Jessica has brought up in the past, and it's above and beyond what a single municipality can do. But, there has to be a nationwide, maybe even worldwide view of how we package things. And there are alternative ways to package. I look at, my wife buys yogurt and I look at that plastic, I have them in my recycle bin and, all that plastic. And I think that there must be some, more environmentally friendly, organic sort of container that could be used. But, that's the idea of, I guess, legislating or mandating somehow that manufacturers, develop those technologies and implement them.
Oh, I agree. I have more of those containers at home because, I have tons of them because I say, well, I'll recycle them, I guess, but they are recyclable, but it's just a waste. I mean, they last forever, those containers. I can't imagine them being in landfills without, or if people throw them in the trash, it's just, they'll be around for a long time.
Right.
Yeah.
May I?
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm sorry. And I apologize again. It's a little tricky. I don't want to interrupt anyone. So thank you, Don. Yes, we are, the state and other states and really other countries are working on that packaging issue. I do want to say, remember the first two words are reduce and reuse. So, there are other points where down the road, and I'm not suggesting now, where we might be able to just ask folks to think about creative ways to not just reduce, but also to reuse some of the containers that can be ultimately recycled. But if you can reuse something more than once, that's also keeping it out of the waste stream longer. And then just on the flyer, I think it's a great idea. I think having multiple access points for people to get those flyers so that they can stick them up on their refrigerators and refer to it is a really great idea. I think even, with maybe rental agents who are doing summer short-term rentals, that might be another point of distribution, just so folks who aren't here for long periods of time also understand that this is a thing that we do in this community. And then the third thing is kind of a wacky off the wall idea, which is, it might be kind of fun to use social media to reach folks that might not necessarily be interested in picking up a flyer. So we've got some really creative and smart people in this town, and I wonder, maybe we could do like a little interview type video or like a how-to video, and just kind of, show folks what's acceptable and what's not. Might be just another fun way to reach people who aren't gonna be in a place where they're necessarily picking up a flyer.
Okay. So Kathy, do you mind working some more on the flyer? You've already done a lot. Is that okay to?
No, I'll keep working on that. I think we definitely need to update the town's website. I know last meeting we talked about, what's on the website, and I went and looked, and the recycling info that was on there, I think, Nate, it was probably like 2012 when we went to the recycling rules, I guess, are there. And I think we need to update that, not the recycling, but the trash and recycling. You know, maybe put some on the different town websites, you know, any public websites that we have in Raymond. I know we could put it on the fire department's website, you know, Facebook, I mean, and different that to get the info out. But I think before we push recycling all that much, and I apologize, I was a little late. I know Nate was talking about it. I think we need to figure out what is the absolute goal of the committee. I think most of the committee members love recycling, but it is more expensive for the town to do recycling. And is that what the recommendation we want to make to the select board? And I would say 100% yes, if it wasn't that our trash goes to the energy plant. So it's not going to a landfill, it's going to produce energy, which makes me feel better than it going to a landfill. But I think if we could really educate on the food waste and whether it's the backyard composters or what, and maybe further down the road have a program in Raymond, that's going to save us the money. And that's where I think I would like to see the committee say, encourage everybody that wants to recycle, but also understand that we're not getting money, but we're getting energy from our other trash that gets picked up, and then work on reducing the food waste. And I think that would be a good mix for Raymond, for the taxpayers to kind of keep a lid on our cost of trash, what we're paying for pickups. That's just my opinion.
No, I agree that, I mean, I think that's pretty clear from certainly everything I've learned, how important it is to be pushing on the composting and reducing the wet waste, the food waste. So we'll talk about that in a minute, or did you want to weigh in on Nathan or Don?
Well, Nathan may say the same thing. I don't want to speak for him, but I think going in, wasn't one of your concerns, Nathan, about rules and policies and clarifying some of the problems we're having and getting something codified?
Yeah, my original, what I was looking for in the beginning of this was rules and regulations and on trash collection or MSW collection and recycling collection, getting them into containers and having some teeth in it, because we've had some complaints from more of the developments, their neighbors not putting the trash in bags, and it's getting strewed all over town and all over the area, all over the neighborhood, and recycling getting blown all over the place, because right now we don't require them to put it in anything. We've asked politely, but I don't have any teeth in it. So that's what I was kind of hoping to come out of this, with some policies on that. Some of that's going to come with later in our conversation here about recycling containers and totes.
Good. You just didn't. You wanted to call it the recycling committee, not the trash committee, I guess. So it sounds better to be chair of recycling than chair of trash. So anyway,
Yeah. I think
I understand. That's important to bring that back up to the top again.
They're intertwined, inextricably intertwined, and they relate, to each other. And so that's where we live, though, in the world of trying to mitigate problems and address concerns. And our rules are not very comprehensive or up to date, I think.
Okay.
So it's just one thing. I mean, that's not what you're all probably focused on, but it's our life.
No, I'm putting that down already as probably a next step. And to come back to the next meeting with having looked at that and make some suggestions on that, perhaps. Others' thoughts on at least go ahead.
Does Bob have a hand up?
I didn't see a hand go up.
Bob Jones?
Yep.
You have a hand up?
Nope.
Okay.
Okay. So,
serious hand on my screen.
So what about some sort of a brochure about composting and starting to work on some information about that?
There's a lot of great ones out there, and there's a lot of great YouTube videos that maybe we find a couple of that we really like And, you know, we could certainly put the Raymond Recycling logo on it, and maybe I'll look at some of the YouTube videos and maybe send them out to the group. And if we find one that is super simple, you maybe like composting for beginners or something. You know, I agree. Like Don said, a few years ago, we had the composting barrels available at Town Hall. You know, maybe when we start discussing the totes and where we're going to do that, maybe we do the same thing with having those, if we could buy them at cost, and that might help.
I think it would help, and if you can get people to do this and reliably do it, I think it would be a worthy investment for the town to make, perhaps, if not in whole and maybe partially. When we used to buy these and charge them completely to the citizens, they were buying them. And so I think if the town gave some level of incentive, that it would, over time, and not a long period of time, pay for these things, and then do something that would not only improve the efficiency of the plant, but it also opens up, you know, if a number of towns begin to do this, it opens up capacity for, you know, additional materials that come in at the spot market rate, which, you know, helps us in terms of our finances. And then, of course, if you're looking at the environmental piece, if you're composting the food waste and using it, you know, for soil amendment or whatever, that's a lot better than trying to burn wet garbage.
Right.
So I'm assuming, and I shouldn't assume, so I'll ask, that this information, once we get it updated and maybe some videos, as Kathy's talking about, and the brochure itself can all be in a section on the town website. And so if that's the case, then that link should also be on the brochure to see the Raymond Maine website for further information. But who takes care of updating websites and things like that, Don?
And can you run some of those videos on the local channels? That our local channels, like you do run some stuff in between meetings.
How does that
running? I'm not sure about that, but you could probably put a link to them.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure legally about running them, but you certainly link to them. And if you're interested in recycling, here are some great, you know, videos, and whether they be YouTube or somewhere else. That's a great idea.
And for the website, does that just go through you, Don, and you?
Yeah, well, I think Sue might still be on here. Sue works on the website.
Okay.
Melissa works on the website. She's new, so I defer to Sue if she's listening as to who would be the best person there.
Okay, but it would be.
I am listening. I'm just knitting.
Okay.
But I can actually listen better if I knit. I think I'd have to talk with Melissa about her timeframes and things, but I think that would be a really good project for her. Yeah. But I'd certainly help her with it. And for we could put links to whatever on there, whether it's documents, other websites like Casella's or YouTube videos or anything like that. We could put links. Dawn's right, though, we would have to be careful about the videos and things that other people make, because we don't necessarily have the rights to them. We might have to contact people to see if it's okay if we use them.
The adult ed programs that we went to, those, you know, for Eco Maine, I wonder, and they sent us the recorded program. So I wonder if, you know, with their permission, I wonder if those could go on the on our site. Yeah. And they had one all on composting, which was very good.
Okay. Karen's had her hand up a bit.
Yes. I'm wondering about the idea of the town having the composting bins available to residents. Is that a first step towards going to garbage to garden? Are we seriously interested in garbage to garden, handling the food waste? Phoebe had sent us a link to the DEP grants where a grant could be written to get composting bins, or to help defray the cost with signing up for garbage to garden.
I think those two things end up in the same place, but if you buy backyard composters, I'm not sure that actually works for the, you know, the garbage to garden program. But I think when they talk about containers, I'm going to guess they're talking containers that you could, you know, aggregate your garbage so they could pick it up.
Yes.
But what I'm talking about is backyard composters that somebody could do their own thing.
I think we probably would do a combination of two. I like the garbage to garden, but when the guy talked to us, he said, well, it might take him a couple of years. They're just talking to Wyndham now. And maybe once Wyndham does it, you know, we could follow suit. But if I compost already, so if I'm a composter, I'm going to use my own for my garden. So I think we could do a combination of things. But if you don't garden, maybe they'd be interested, those folks with the garbage to garden. But I agree, Karen, you know, if we get a direction we want to go to in, we look at the DEP grants and write one. And I think there's probably more money available other places to help with that.
Yeah, right. You know, Kathy, you're right. I was looking at the minutes. So like they're servicing St. Joe's College for many years. So getting big places like that. I mean, I mentioned it to, you know, for the schools in our schools, if they, you know, if they could pick that up too, that would be something. But I'm not sure how that works with the RSU. But yeah, they're not really ready to come to a small town like this.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. But you know, you don't have to be a gardener to compost. You know, it's just people, you know, people might think, well, I don't garden, so I shouldn't compost. But I think anybody can compost. You know, you don't, if you just leave it there, you don't have to, you know, especially if you have a wooded area in your yard, you don't have, you know, but you don't have to be a gardener to compost. Anybody can dig a hole and, you know, put some stuff in there and just leave it there. You know, you don't have to ever, if you know, it looks like a lot of work, just leave it there. And it decomposes over, you know, over the year. But, you know, it just to sort of cut down on barriers for people to think whether they could do it or not. Thinking they have to, you know, be gardeners, but it is, you know, good for gardeners, but it's good for anything.
Right, can I just check on those?
So the bins certainly though help to do it in a, I don't know, orderly, clean, whatever kind of a way, and then use it maybe even just in a flower bed. It doesn't have to be like a vegetable garden. Certainly I'm not up to vegetable gardening just yet, but maybe in a couple of years. So that does lead us right to the schools. So I did just hear back that they are doing the single sort recycling already. It wasn't clear to me that they're doing it in all buildings, and I didn't get an answer back about that. But they are. It sounded like they've been doing that for quite some time. But Sue, you talked to. Did you get a hold of the principal yet?
Yes,
They're right in the middle of budget season, unfortunately, so they're even busier than probably usual. But
no, I emailed and had a couple emails with Beth Peavy, the principal at the RSU, I mean, RES. And we talked about a program, and she said she had thought maybe she didn't know what the staff was doing. She had thought third graders would be a good age. And she had, in a prior school that she worked, Casello had come in and done a program. So she was familiar with it. And I talked to Taylor today, and so they're willing to do it. They'll find the resources to do it. And also what we need to do is I get to get back to the school and see if we can, you know, nail them down if they're interested, and having a little, you know, presentation in the gymnasium or something for maybe the whole third grader. I don't know what, but she says she could make it I asked if she could make it interactive. You know, have bins and have kids figure out what goes where, so they get up and move around and whatnot. But she had some good ideas. She was very pleasant, and she said, you know, if you figure out a date, we'll help make it work for you. So I just have to get back to Beth and see, you know, if they're interested in doing this. They also do recycle there, but she says they have a hard time doing it in the cafeteria. They used to do the milk cartons all the time. So that may be all they do, but they do have recycling buckets in the rooms. I'm not sure how well, you know, they're used, but they do that. And I suspect the RSU, when they pick up the trash, whoever picks up the trash for the schools, Who does that, Don?
Casella, right, Nate?
I believe Casella's got the contract for that.
All right, so they do, okay, so they're picking it up. Okay, so, but they are doing, they've always done some limited cardboard, whatever. I thought, I said it'd be nice. That would be a place to start with food waste. I can't imagine the food waste. I can't imagine. So.
Yeah, it might be hard with young kids actually to do that, just having witnessed a high school that started doing it a few years ago. And even that could be, it's got to be watched and monitored so they're not just throwing anything in the bins for the food waste, obviously.
Right.
But I wonder if the middle school, as a science kind of a project, don't they have a garden at the middle school?
Yes, they do. Yes.
So I wonder if they do any composting there, if that's a place to kind of talk more about composting with the older kids.
Yeah, they might. I can't remember when I've seen containers up there. So that's good. I can touch base. I'll touch base with them and see what's going on at the middle school. They have
you don't mind doing that too? Okay. Great.
They have a wonderful garden, and I'm not sure who's doing it right now. So, okay, I can do that for sure. Absolutely.
Okay.
And then I'll talk to Beth and see if she wants to arrange. It'll have, it won't. Earth Day is like the 22nd. The kids are on vacation that week, so it won't be it won't be on Earth Day. So it doesn't matter. So it doesn't matter really what day we do it. So I'll talk to her and get back to the committee.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that brings us on to talking about those bins.
Well,
what are some thoughts on that? Go ahead, Nathan.
I guess that's me again. We got some prices on toters. There are 3 different sizes. They go 35 gallon, 65 gallon, and 95 gallon. The 65 gallon is probably where we'd want to be in size, give you enough room to do something with them. They're running around $59 to $60 a piece. There's a minimum order of the 65s where you have to order 648, which is a tractor trailer truckload. You can order obviously more, and the pricing would change some. They did warn us about the very volatile market right now and on pricing on this stuff. I think if you're going to try to push the recycling harder, I think that the totes are going to be a very important part of that, and it would also set us up to at some point getting us closer and closer to that automated system. My thought, and I said this the last time we talked about this, was that residents would have to pay for them. We'd order them and then resell them to the residents at our cost. It's a big step, and it's a lot of money. It's 80 some odd $1,000, I think, for the one order.
Right, but the towns that went to automation, I believe they built that in and provided them. I'm not saying that we need to do that, but that's what they did, I believe.
Yeah, it was kind of a mix. Wyndham looks like that they're going to have to purchase.
Oh, okay.
They're going to have to purchase both the recycling and the MSW receptacles.
I'm pretty sure Scarborough provided them.
Yeah, Scarborough might have provided them. Westbrook never got back to me this week on what they did, but they've been in that automated system now for 7 or 8 years now. But they're and when you go through Westbrook, they're all clearly marked Town of Westbrook, so I would assume that the city owns them.
So Nate, on those totes, are those just are those the covers on wheels?
Yes. Yep.
They don't want us to use the open tubs anymore.
No. And the ones that she priced me were 50% recycling. I believe it was they're made out of 50% recycling product. They're pretty tough. We have yet to wreck one in town here. We've got a few people around that have them. I have them.
I have one.
And Dawn has one. And they're pretty rugged. They take a complete thrashing.
18 years, no issues.
And they have a logo on them, recycling.
Yes, you can do whatever you want, either recycling or trash. You can put the Town of Raymond on them or Casella Waste or whatever. Please put stuff in this and whatever you want, really. And I believe there was different colors. You can get green, brown, and I don't know what the other color was. If she told me, I don't think she put it in her email. Blue, yep.
Recycling blue.
So Casella has those labels?
No, when you order them for, if you
Okay.
order a recycling tote, you tell them
Okay.
what you want on it.
This is a big step. I mean, if you make that recommendation, I mean, if you're going the way Nathan suggests, and it probably will work because people were, anxious to buy totes. They still ask about the totes, the tubs, if you will. Some people ask about composters. If they're reasonably priced, and this seems like reasonably priced to me, they could be pitched as, that this is going to be something that's going to be more secure, and you're not going to have less issues with, debris and with blown over barrels. Of course, the durability issue that, I mean, as I said, mine's 18 years old. It's as good as the day I got it. They really are strong. And so then you're also, I don't know if this will appeal to people, but probably not, but if you'll be all set up to go when we go automation. But I think if they're 50 or $60, people might buy them.
I misspoke on that number. For the minimum load on the 65-gallon tugs, it's $38,800. So it's really, I mean, in the scheme of things, it's not it's a bunch of money, but it's not terrible.
Yeah, the bigger issue for me would not be the money, although that's significant money. It would be, where would we store these things?
Yeah, exactly.
I was just thinking that, yeah.
We've got room down the sand. In the old sand salt building where the equipment is, we can make room for this program. I mean, we're not going to be storing them for a long time. I would like to think that we get them pre-ordered, or get a advertise and say this is available. Even if you didn't sell them all, you get a good portion of them sold, and then when they come in, they got to pay for them, and so it's just going to be there for a short period of time.
And we can buy a smaller order. We're just going to pay more, right? $112. $112 is the lowest order.
648 is a minimum order.
What's this 112 on her email? What's that about?
112.
It says if the town was to go for minimums, 112 of a particular style, this pricing would change.
Correct, because I had originally asked for a minimum of 100. What she said is the pricing above includes transportation is based on a full truckload quantity, and that's where I got that from. The 95s is 720 in a truckload. The 65s is 648. The town was going to go for minimums of 112. Pricing could change. So you're right.
I'm saying I don't see us getting 600. We're probably going to have to pay a higher rate and get a smaller order, I'm thinking. I mean, I remember when you and I used to go to New Hampshire and get the tubs. How many of those did we get at a time? Do you remember?
A couple, 300, I think, on the truck.
Okay.
Yeah. But you could stack those. Those would go on pretty good. I would do a sample and find out how many people would be interested in it.
That's a good idea.
So I just propose doing that. You're saying get some of them and see and advertise about them, and then just go get a bigger order if people start to ask for them.
Well, when I was thinking of a sample, was maybe put out an advertisement. How many people would be interested in this if we did it? I mean,
I want to.
Could we?
Bob wants to.
So do we need to survey to do that though? Or you talked last time about how few people respond to surveys and even just getting a survey.
Yeah, that's true.
We could, I don't know how this will go, but we see citizens all day, every day, all day long. If we had the clerks ask them that question. Just an idea.
Yeah, we do like a questionnaire at the front office.
So what do I think?
Can you Nate, can you get one to put in the town office?
I could probably get one from Pine Tree, one of theirs, and set it in the front office.
Yes, because that would be great if they can look at it right there and then sign up for one of these, whatever. At least start in the town office.
What I can do too, and I didn't think to ask her, I can find out lead time on this, how long it would take to get them, how this all works, because this was really kind of vague.
So, it is a lot of money, not to mention just storing them until they're sold. I just don't know how, I mean, yeah, you see people coming in and out of town hall, and you could kind of survey that way, but you're not seeing everybody coming in and out of town hall. I don't know if there's some other way to get a sense of how many, so that was really kind of, I don't know. Karen, go ahead.
Put it in the Roadrunner possibly?
Yeah, put it in the Roadrunner, put it on TV.
Right, TV, have a picture of it on on our channel. Are we gonna have an open town meeting this year, John?
No, we're gonna have a referendum.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
But on election day,
something that's
people there.
Yep.
Let's put one out when they vote, are voting, in June.
Yeah.
Voting June, right? Yeah, so we should have something there too. When people come in.
yeah, there are rules, of course, on placement, which you may be aware of, but have you worked the polls?
Yeah. But I mean,
Well, so let's right here. So,
put it outside the door or something. I don't know, some place that we can have.
no, she'll be here in a second, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay. That would be a place to really have people, you know, I don't know if that's gonna be too late, but.
So, yes.
What are the rules about having, some information at the polls?
We can't have that kind of information at the polls. It would need to be after the voters vote, down by where the petitioners are, basically. We'd want to have something on it that said, please don't throw your trash in here because it's the trash can. And people have just gotten dum-dums usually from voting. So we want to be a bit careful with that. As long as there was some signage there, if it became a problem, I'd just move it. But it shouldn't become a problem. It should, and we could have a sign-up sheet there. You wouldn't necessarily have to have it manned. It would just be like a clipboard or something that people could say, yes, I'm interested. Here's my email address or something.
Great idea.
I'd be interested to man it. I'd man it.
Okay.
So we could, on the exit going out of the gym, so we could have a little display of the recycling. We've done that way back.
Yeah, the library used to have to do stuff like that. Yeah. Karen, the one difficulty with you doing that is you're going to be on the ballot.
Oh, sorry. Whoops.
But we'll have the brochures there, right, for people to pick up as well, so they can put this on their stage.
And if I could throw in one little or on the brochures, if they're going to be folding, if they could third fold, and that way they fit in our brochure racks. And I don't know if they do tend to fold them or not, but that's just my 2 cents.
Good idea.
Good idea.
Oh. Well, that helps with distributing the brochures a lot too, as well as having some around town. And as far as printing the brochures, we didn't really talk about that because that's a cost too. But is that something the town can absorb? Or?
Well, we'd have to get a price, and I mean, we don't have an abundance of undedicated funds, but I think that probably we can find that money.
Okay, all right.
Can a member of the public ask a question during the meeting, or do I have to wait till the end?
The public comment is at the end, but
Okay,
I think it makes sense to ask now. Is that okay with everybody if we?
Yes.
Yeah. Go ahead, Bob.
Okay, a friend of my daughter's works for Casella, and he's in a supervisory position. And he said, as far as the totes go, stay away from the small one, the 30+ gallon one.
35 gallon one.
They break constantly. The 96 gallon ones are too heavy for most people to handle properly. He said they have the best results with the ones that was it
65 gallon totes, correct.
Yeah. Also, is there can Nathan, can you get the dimensions of that? We have an old Tupperware bin that holds 2 large Tupperware totes. Those totes are 25 years old and they're falling apart at this point. So we're looking to replace. We don't want to buy something that won't fit in the like shed that those
I'm not
things
gonna
came
use it.
that was made by Tupperware.
Thank you.
Yes, I can get the dimensions of that. I can actually send you a picture of them, Bob, if you've got a, yeah, I can get you, I got a picture of the ones that, at my place, I've got a 96 gallon and a 65 gallon. But I can get you the dimensions of those.
That would be great.
Okay, so that's great, Nathan. That was already kind of what you were looking at, was the 65 ones, right? So perfect. Thank you.
So Grace?
Yeah.
With the totes I sent out, with the stuff I sent out, some prices of availability. Well, I think what Nate's doing is the way to go. I think we're gonna have some taxpayers say $65 to $70 for a tote is more than they're going to spend. So maybe we have another option, or just say in our brochures, totes are available, you know, Amazon, you can get a tote for $15. You're gonna replace it every year, but is there any concern with folks that it's gonna be too expensive for people?
Go ahead, Grace, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Nathan.
My concern with the lighter duty totes, Kathy, is we get bagged 2, 3, 4 times a year with, I bought a $5 tote from Walmart and it's destroyed and you've got to replace it. I do agree with you. Yeah, there are going to be people that are going to pitch a fit and they're not going to want to pay anything. They're going to want the town to pay for them. But I think there's a balance there somewhere where if we start giving stuff away, where do you draw the line on that? And where do you say, if they go to the automated system, they're not going to have a choice. If they go to the automated truck, they have to be those totes for the truck to pick them up. So I guess that's up against at some point. Maybe not at this juncture, but at some point we're going to be up against that.
I mean, in thinking about it, the less expensive ones that you have to replace more frequently, we're just, you know, we're just getting more plastic that we're not recycling with those bins. So I wonder if, as people sign up, if we get people to sign up, yes, I'd like one, and I'd also purchase one for someone who can't afford it. And so kind of do it that way. I mean, I'd be glad to buy one for us and then purchase one for another household for somebody that would like one and can't. I don't know if that will work, but that might help some folks, because you're right, it's pricey.
I think that's a great idea, but then who says who can't afford it and who can?
Yeah.
Because if you know, there are a lot of people who could afford stuff that will gladly take it for free if you're going to buy it for them.
That's true.
I think you can get a good readout on that if you can get somebody other than Karen, I guess, because of her running for office, but somebody to man that table with a container and ask the question, you know, would you be willing to buy it? Here's what it costs, and explain where we're going with, you know, recycling. I think you'd get a good snapshot of what people would think about that.
I'm not on the committee, but I'd be willing to devote 4 or 5 hours to that.
You might end up on the committee, Bob, at the rate you're going. But no, seriously, thank you. That would be great. Especially if it helps to get people to get these. I mean, that would be really helpful. Sorry, Sue, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I interrupted. I'm not being the protocol here. I'm not raising my hand. Yeah, and Sue usually work at the polls, so we have shifts, so I'll be up there, but I can also take some time to do that too, to cover. So yes, we need, especially during the busy time, and Sue knows exactly when those times are, so I mean, that's when it'd be good to have somebody there when there's, when it's really busy.
If you're buying totes, as and many people do on a regular basis, if they buy the cheap ones, and they're not $5, they're $25, or more sometimes if you buy them at a big box store, Walmart. So here you go. You can, for twice that, you got something theoretically is going to be, absent some real serious act of God or whatever, you're going to have it for a long time.
So I guess, I don't know if we need the information about other totes on a brochure there, but maybe the information about the ones that the town's recommending, if that's what we're kind of agreeing on recommending. It's not requiring, although it sounds like at some point it will be required, but we don't know when that will happen, and it could be a while for that. So maybe that's a way to go.
We could always update the totes and the websites once we get the flyers, once we get that information finalized.
So it sounds like getting at least some samples and then kind of asking the question at town hall, and then again, election day, it's not that far away. And it's getting a sense of how many and then order them. But if you could, meanwhile, Nathan, find out what you said before, how long would it take to get the ones that are ordered? And if it's going to be a long time, then if there's a way to find the money to purchase at least some up front so people start getting them sooner and then do a second order, I think that would be great if that's possible.
Yeah, I'll ask the question about the 112, and maybe I can get down to it, get it to a definite number of what the per unit cost is going to be if we go down to 112.
Because the sooner people start seeing them around town, the more people will potentially want them. And again, I understand that that's going, on the recycling part of it. And so I wanted to ask about the composting bins. Is that something as well to ask people?
I'll ask Casella about the recycling bins too. I mean the compost.
Okay.
I was going to ask Nathan about the policy. You want to come away after all of this with some sort of policy for the select board to adopt?
Yes, I think that's going to be even on both ends on the recycling. I think this is part of the building the recycling policy and something to address curbside collections and what we expect from the residents. In the contract with Casella, it's spelled out what they want, and we have got nothing to enforce it with.
Do you want you pretty much know, do you want help with that to do?
No, I think Melissa and I can get it done up to the town office and get it written up what we want on the MSW side. Recycling is going to be up to this committee as what the recommendations are going to be.
Okay.
And we can get together with that and patch them in together.
So that brings us up to, I think, next steps, unless there's something else first. So could I suggest, certainly I'm glad to take a look at what's on the website. I looked at that months ago when we first started meeting, and take a look at what a suggestion might be for recommendations to update that just for the select board. Don, go ahead.
I just want to let Nathan know, the place we used to go get the totes in Raymond, New Hampshire?
Yep.
They're a Rarig, however you say it, Pacific Company distributor. So they sell what Casella is recommending. We could call them.
Yeah, we'll call them direct, take Casella right out of the equation on that.
And I was trying to get a price, but of course they're commercial units, so they're not showing the price, they're just showing the specifications. But that company we've done business with.
Okay.
Okay, so next steps, who's going to follow up with a couple of things in the schools, and Casella as well? And I'll take a look at the information that's there as far as recycling that's on the website and what recommendations we might make. I'll just suggest them to the rest of you, but others feel free to take a look as well, to select board in terms of a policy. Kathy is working still on finalizing or doing some more work on the brochures and things, and videos, possibly. If we made our own video, if anybody's up for it, that could be shown. Maybe we get some school kids to take that as a project too. That would be received better than, I would think, if it's students. People love seeing the kids on TV. I don't know what that would take, but maybe that's a part of, you want to also talk to the schools about that, Sue, and see if there's a way that some group of kids might want to do a project.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. And it could be, older kids too, even if they're at Wyndham High School, Raymond kids that, talking about Raymond, or it could be a mixture of kids. It doesn't have to be one town or the other. They're all going to be talking about recycling at some point, right? If Wyndham's looking at some new things.
Oh, well, yeah. I'll talk to Raymond, the Jordan Small and RES for now.
Okay. And let's see. And maybe just what other next steps might there be?
Oh, Don, do we still have a videographer for the town?
Well, we got one tonight, it looks like.
Okay. I
We
mean,
don't have a whole bunch of videographers now.
no.
We're advertising constantly for videographers.
All right. But there was a gentleman that lives in Raymond that used to do it for the town.
Bill Blood.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe I know him, so maybe I'll ask him if he's interested in helping with a video. I'll
Well,
ask.
that's what he does. Actually, to tell you the truth, we have money budgeted and we did these little video vignettes. Kathy Goslin was part of it. I think all of the department heads did them. They're very old now. I want them down. I'd like to do a whole new round. I have money to do that.
You do?
Yeah, and I think Bill wants to do that, but it's kind of, getting the thing going.
Okay.
So we kind of maybe reach out to him. I don't know if Sue has something on that, but we have the
Yes, Bill's doing tonight's meeting.
Okay.
Bill, do you want to pipe up?
Oh, there he is. All right.
She's getting blocked from accessing her own bank account.
Don't know if he's.
I'm not sure what that is in the background. Yeah, I can help out with the videos. It's not a problem. I've actually been writing ideas down throughout this entire meeting. So I'd love to get together with you and go over it.
Great.
Excellent.
Great.
That's
Thanks.
great.
Thank
Well,
you.
that worked out. Thank you. So I just had a couple of other things that to keep in mind about maybe, I don't know, down the road a little bit. One of them quite literally down the road. What Nathan started off with is one of the barriers, the camp roads, and thinking about some ways to help address that barrier, the issue of summer residents. I think somebody had the idea there of being sure that some of the folks that rent the summer places have brochures and have that information could certainly help. But there may be some other things to do. And let's see, is there something to incentivize folks to compost or to, obviously the incentive is to keep the cost down for the town. That's a pretty good incentive, but something that an individual might feel is an incentive to do it. Just a topic. I don't have an idea on that, but if there's some way to incentivize people doing this and doing it better, that would be great. And I think the only other thing we haven't touched upon was part of the reason that I thought this committee was formed was because of sort of the myths that were out there about recycling. And we still perhaps need to educate and dispel some of those. I know that just watching the adult ed videos, the sessions they had on the Wyndham Raymond adult ed things that some of us listened to certainly dispelled some of the myths. Yes, there is a market for some items. Yes, it fluctuates, etc. But it really, in terms of items that you can and can't recycle, that might be just an ongoing piece of communication. And that was about it. I think we've covered the other things that I had kind of jotted down in my notes. Any others have some ideas? Okay, so we put down as the proposed next meeting, April 21st, which is the day before Earth Day. So wear your green, I guess. I don't know. Does that work for folks?
It's fine for me. School is school. No, I don't think it's school vacation week. But I don't think that's a major problem for any of us.
Is it a problem for anyone?
Fingers crossed, knock on wood, we will have completed our work. and we will have already had statutory adjournment, but statutory adjournment is the 20th, and so I'll say tentatively, I have nothing scheduled, but you never know.
Okay, right, understood. So we'll go with April 21st, and hope that Rolf can also be there. We'll see how all of that goes. Don, seems okay with you? Okay.
Good with me.
Okay.
Do we want to continue with the Zoom meeting, or do we wait and decide later?
Well, that decision is probably going to be revisited by the Board of Selectmen, and so all the town committees have followed the selectmen's lead, and so I think they're probably going to look at that again soon.
Okay, I hear you.
It's
Okay.
kind of a rolling issue, and interestingly, we're not seeing, and Kathy can speak to this, you know, a complete, I guess, subsiding of the pandemic locally, and we have people who are right in our organization who are, you know, suffering from COVID-19 now, despite double vaccination and boosters. So I don't know what, she's our health officer. We'll be looking at it.
Yeah, and I think we all have to be concerned with this new variant. You know, they talk about it being in Japan right now and China and how crazy it is, but it's also in Maine, and 35% of the new cases in Maine of this new variant. So we're not out of the woods yet, unfortunately.
And the people that I know who have gotten it, despite the vaccinations, are very sick, some of them.
Oh, really? Oh, God.
Yeah, they are at least saying that the under 5 vaccinations might be out by the end of next month. So that also does help a bit. I mean, we'll see. I think as you already said, it's just going to have to be a decision that's made as we are going forward.
Most of the people I know personally are over 60, so it's really hard on older people.
Yeah. All right, but we'll plan on that date, and we'll see whether it's in person. Sue, excuse me, Karen, do you have everything that you need with?
Yes, I'm all set. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody, anything else? So, any public comment?
I'm commented out.
Okay, thank you.
Does Bob Jones want to be on the committee?
At this point, Don, no.
Okay, all right.
All right, well, thank you for joining us this evening.
Thanks for joining us, Bob.
Yeah, thank you.
And thanks, Representative Fay, for tuning in after a long day. I'm sure everybody's had a long day, right? So any other comments from the committee? I think
Kathy, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Kathy, I have a question for Kathy. You mentioned a place where people, for shoes, that people want to donate shoes.
That was the PTA that said they were going to do that. I haven't seen anything more about it. Someone spoke at a meeting about it.
Did you say shoes?
Yeah, the PTA was going to do a fundraiser where they, for every pound of shoes they donate to a third world country, they get money back. But I haven't seen, it was supposed to be a PTA project.
All right, okay. All right, thank you. I remember that a long time ago, and then somebody asked me about it, so I finally remembered to ask you. Thanks, Kathy.
Yep.
I'd be up for that. I have a bad habit of buying boots and shoes, so I've got some.
I think all of us probably have a few too many.
Right.
Okay, if there's nothing else, entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Kathy. Second?
Second.
Second, Sue. Any objection? Without objection, we are adjourned. I just want to thank everybody, including Bill and Bob and Sue Look as well for joining us this evening and making this happen. Thank you very much for the work we're doing. It's good work. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the March 29th, 2022 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting for the town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I am now going to do a roll call, starting with myself, David Murch,
Tom Hennessy.
Greg Dean.
Fred Miller.
This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number one, call to order. Number two, approval of minutes of February 22nd, 2022 meeting. Old business, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 12/16/2021. Second order of old business, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued January 4th, 2022. New business, administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 1/28/2022. Second administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issued 12/28/2021. Finally, administrative appeal, reason notice of violation issued 1/28/2022. And we will have code enforcement officer communications and then finally adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to state their name, their address, and their affiliation with the application, that being either for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included in the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment or conducted outside the meeting room. So first up on our agenda tonight is the approval of minutes from the February 22nd, 2022 meeting. Can I get a motion to approve those minutes as presented?
So moved.
I'll second that. Because we're doing this as a remote meeting, I'll have to do a roll call vote. So in favor of accepting or against, Tom?
In favor.
Greg, in favor or against?
In favor.
Fred, in favor or against?
In favor.
David Murch, also in favor. So that's unanimous. So we'll be moving on to old business. And tonight we have 5 administrative appeals that we're going to be reviewing. So to assist the Zoning Board of Appeals, the ZBA, we have an attorney with us tonight, Stephen Wagner. He's from Raymond Winchell. Hopefully I pronounced that correctly. Stephen will be assisting the zoning board with regards to proper procedure and process as we go through this evening. Just be aware though, please, that any decisions that are made tonight will be made solely by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So Stephen, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to you for the moment so you can sort of set the tone for the evening.
Sure. Thank you, Chairman Murch. So yeah, I'm Stephen Wagner, and as the chairman indicated, I'm counsel for the Board of Appeals tonight. And so my role tonight, as stated, is to assist with the procedure and to help the chairman conduct an orderly meeting consistent with the shoreland zoning ordinance, the bylaws, and state law. So I want to be upfront with everyone. You know, I was retained about a day or so ago on this matter, so all the attorneys and board members present here, I think it's fair to say, are probably more familiar on the substantive issues than I am. But again, I'm here to help guide with procedure, so I don't see any issue with that, but just wanted to flag it in the event that I'm asked to opine on a substantive issue, legal opinion on that. We may have to seek a continuance for those purposes, but for strictly procedural matters, I'm here to assist tonight as the board sees fit. But to be clear, it's ultimately the chair who conducts the conduct of the meeting, and the chair can certainly refer any question or order or motion on procedure to the board as a whole to decide. So, as the chair stated, we do have 5 separate administrative appeals concerning 2 properties. So I think the most logical way that I recommend the board proceed through this is to follow the agenda and to proceed with it, each item in turn. This means that the record is going to be open for the parties to make their arguments, introduce their evidence, and for members of the public to comment for each one of the individual appeals, and then will be closed for each one of the individual appeals. So I just wanted to flag that up front. Now, I recognize that will mean there will be some repetition. So as I've discussed with counsel, you can rely on your previous arguments made. We certainly don't have to repeat or reintroduce evidence. And for the board, if a factual finding was made during one appeal, the board can and should rely on that factual finding to the extent that it's at issue in the next appeal. Are there any questions on that from the board?
Not for me.
Not for me.
So I want to touch, so I want to discuss a few more sort of housekeeping items before we proceed on. So first, I just want to touch the standard of review that we'll be dealing with tonight and what that means. I then want to go over the order of presentation for each appeal. And then I want to, before we get into the first appeal, I want to present the opportunity for the parties to discuss any procedural issues that pertain to any of the appeals. I think it makes sense for us to address those up front before we get into each one of the appeals in turn. So in terms of the standard of review, you'll see in the Shoreland Zoning Ordinance, section 16G1A, this board has jurisdiction to hear and decide on a de novo basis administrative appeals where it is alleged that there is an error in any order, requirement, decision, or determination made by or a failure to act by the code enforcement officer in the enforcement and administration of this ordinance. So rather conveniently and in my experience, uncommonly, your ordinance actually provides a definition of what de novo means. So I'm just going to read that definition. When the Board of Appeals reviews a decision of the code enforcement officer, the Board of Appeals shall hold a de novo hearing. At that time, the board may receive and consider new evidence or testimony, be it oral or written. When acting in a de novo capacity, the board shall hear and decide the matter afresh, undertaking its own independent analysis of the law and reaching its own conclusion. So, put another way, a de novo hearing means you are sitting as a adjudicatory body and hearing the appeal afresh, anew. That means you don't owe any deference to the code enforcement officer. However, it is the applicant's burden to present their case for why the code enforcement officer erred. So, for each appeal we'll bring up, there will be a, well, I suggest the board begins with, we've already determined a quorum is present to hear any objections for each appeal, whether there are any objections from parties or from the board itself about any potential conflicts of interest or bias. So that would be the time to raise it. We'll have the board chair. I'd ask to poll the audience, poll the parties and members of the public and the board if there's any conflict of interest or bias to be discussed. Then proceed to whether the appeal has been timely filed. Then proceed to whether the application is complete. And then I think in this case, it's important for us to determine what the evidence has already been submitted and is part of the record for that particular appeal. We'll then proceed to the applicant and the applicant's witnesses. They'll go first as they have the burden to present their case without interruption. Then the board members can ask questions and directed through the chairman. And then any of those directly affected, such as any abutters here, I don't think we have that at issue, but if there are any abutters, as well as the other parties, can ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. We'll then proceed to the code enforcement officer and their witnesses following that same procedure, an opportunity for rebuttal by the applicant, then open it up to public comment, followed by an opportunity for any side to present any rebuttals or responses to any issues raised during public comment. And at that point, we should have a motion to close the hearing and close the evidence before proceeding to deliberations. So is there any question on either the standard of review or the order of presentation?
Nope.
Okay. And now there was I apologize, I should have addressed this up front. There was some discussion about an executive session. We could do that if there's a motion for that. So if somebody wants to enter into executive session to discuss the legal responsibilities and roles of the board, I would suggest they make a motion pursuant to 1 MRS 405(6) E pertaining to consultations with their Board of Appeals attorney regarding their legal responsibilities for this appeal. Do any of the members want to make that motion?
No.
Okay. So with that and seeing no further comments on that, I think it makes sense to jump into the procedural issues that pertain to all of the appeals here. So I have a list based on the email traffic I've seen and some of the conversation I've had with the parties here. So I'm going to work my way through that list, but then at the end, open it up if we have any other issues. So as I see it, I think the first procedural issue here, as I understand, there was an email from Attorney Wyckoff this morning that was forwarded to the board pertaining to an outline of factual issues. And an objection was raised by Attorney Rachin. So I would turn it over to Attorney Rachin to describe your objection, and then I'll allow Attorney Wyckoff to respond.
Great, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Leah Rachin. I'm an attorney at Drummond Woodsum, and I represent both Management Controls LLC and Q-Team in their appeals this evening. The first, as Attorney Wagner did reference, was my concern around that email that was circulated a few days back, basically presenting a chronology. And the reason why I object to that is that conversation was as between counsel, and it was in the nature of settlement discussions. And therefore, that is just a traditionally verboten subject that is not circulated because it has risk of prejudicing the decision maker. And I would submit that that email was a very one-sided piece of communication, certainly didn't represent the full course of communication, and therefore I would ask that it be stricken from the record. In conjunction with that, I have asked, and I believe it's I'm not sure if it's been circulated, but I think I asked Sandy to do so. The most recent submissions by my clients, and also I believe Mr. Durant is party to that as well, that there have been several applications, after the fact applications, to both the code enforcement officer and the planning board, as well as a detailed mitigation restoration plan that I've asked to be submitted on for a couple of reasons. One, first, because it is responsive to those kinds of the narrative that was projected in that email that somehow our clients are dragging their feet and not wanting to comply, but also relevant to the fact that each and every one of those notices of violation have corrective action enumerated in them. And I would submit that these documents clearly show that, you know, most, if not all, of the requirements in the corrective action have been met by the submission of these after the fact permit application. So I would like to make sure that those are part of the record. It's my understanding from email by Attorney Wyckoff, who I know will, you know, say otherwise if he disagrees, but that you know, those things that I am talking about, those documents that were submitted earlier, can become part of the record. So I think, Attorney Wagner, that's it on that. We're taking the various procedural issues in bite-sized chunks, right? One at a time.
Right. Yes.
Okay. So I'll leave it at that with respect to those documents.
Thank you. I think Attorney Wyckoff, do you have a response?
Yeah, yes, I would like to respond. Thank you. So the town has a different perspective as to, as compared to the appellants, and, you know, as Attorney Rachin just expressed about their responsiveness and seriousness relating to the issues here at hand. And I'll leave it at that, that we just have a different perspective as to that. Now, as to the request that the email that an email that I sent was forwarded on to the Zoning Board of Appeals as to at her request that be stricken from the record. And she's suggesting that there was something that was inappropriate about that email being provided to you. And my response to that is, well, no, it's not inappropriate. What she's referring to is a rule of evidence, which doesn't apply in this context. So there is no rule that would have prohibited that email from going to the ZBA. Now, that said, she proposes that it be stricken, and that presumably would be to correct that issue that she sees there. But then she also asks that the applications that were filed last Friday by the appellants be put into the record. So those two things are in conflict with one another. It's almost like she's saying that she'd like to eat her cake and have it too. So my position, the town would not object to the inclusion of the applications in the record, so long as the email that I sent that was forwarded on to you was also included in the record. And I guess I'd also like to say that the town's position that it doesn't object to the inclusion of the applications in the record shouldn't be read as an admission by the town that the applications are sufficient or will be granted. Rather, the town reserves the right to consider those and decide those applications in the ordinary course.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Gregory, what role do you play in this?
Yes, sir. Attorney Greg Braun. I'm here representing Durant Excavating LLC. With me also, he may or may not chime in, but if he does, just be aware. Durwood Parkinson also. We're both members of Bergen Parkinson down in Kennebunk, and we're here on behalf of our client Durant Excavating LLC today. I would echo Ms. Ratchin's request. I think the big distinction between these is that one is communication between the parties, and the other is formal filings and applications, which are part of the town file and record. And so it makes sense to include those documents as part of this process and proceeding. But as it relates to sort of communications beyond that official capacity and a purpose, I think those should be excluded.
Okay, thank you.
And thank you, Attorney Braun. Sorry, I didn't recognize you before.
As you said, you're new to the party, so.
Yes. I appreciate your patience as I get up to speed. So I think we've heard from all three relevant parties here. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it to you. Would you like my summation of the issue?
Summation would be fine, and I think us as a board can talk it through.
So basically, it's two parts here. We have the email from Attorney Wyckoff with a summation of facts concerning settlement. And we also have the applications that have been submitted about a proposed after the fact permits. So I suggest that the board do take them up together as they're related. You know, it does make sense to me to either they're both in or they're out. Now the standard to guide the board is a low bar here. There are no rules of evidence that pertain to this board. So the rule that should guide you is if this material is relevant to the issues on appeal. And I would just say that's a very low bar. And whether they're relevant doesn't necessarily mean they have a lot of weight. So I think it's a separate question about how those relate to the particular issues and whether the board should consider, say, these applications when evaluating the arguments on appeal. So that's your standard to evaluate is this at all relevant to what's before us?
Very good, thank you. So Tom, Greg, Fred, so for us now to talk this through, you know, given what you've heard, I'm certainly looking forward to what you have to say. From my perspective, it's right in our ordinances. It says we are acting in a de novo capacity. We'll hear and decide the matter afresh, undertaking your own independent analysis of evidence and the law, reaching its own decision. Given the information that was provided, though, this seems a little bit after the fact in terms of an appeal for an administrative appeal for a notice of violation. So I am good with, personally, with striking both of these from the record. But I'm open to your comments, please.
Well, first, I'd just like to bring out that I do flooring and that I have installed some flooring at the house in 18 Fernwood, and I just want to make sure that everybody understands that. And this was probably 5 or 6 years ago with a different set of owners through an outside property management company. And I don't believe there's any conflicts, but I want to make sure everybody knows that I have done work at this house.
Right. I guess it is appropriate to raise this issue now. So why don't we address this now, if that's all right with anybody? Do any of the parties have any objections of their own for the participation of this board member?
I do not.
The town has no objection.
Do any of the board members want to make a motion for this board member's recusal? And I apologize, sir. Your last name, I just see
Miller. Fred Miller. Miller.
Philip. Okay. Any objection or motions from board members?
This is Tom. I'll make a motion to accept Fred. No conflict of interest that I see.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and second it. So,
Okay.
Roll call vote again. Fred, you're going to have to say it, I believe, but Tom, continue to allow Fred to act in his capacity of zoning board to say yes or no.
Yes.
Greg, yes or no?
Yes.
David Murch also voting yes. So we're all in unanimous approval of allowing Fred to continue on his role tonight as on the ZBA board. So if we're going to step back again to this consideration of whether or not to allow the email from the town, as well as subsequent information from Attorney Rachin to continue into the record. Again, I'm of the opinion that we can strike both, as they perhaps don't really add much evidence in terms of what we're looking at in terms of an administrative appeal for something that was issued back in November. They seem more related to mitigation process, which is beyond what we were part of. So Tom, Greg, Fred, feedback, please.
I guess I thought Steve was recommending that we accept both as a.
Well, ultimately, it's our own decision. So,
I wanted to make sure I understood what he was recommending.
I can certainly clarify. What I was recommending was that whatever decision you make, it should be treated as a package. Either let them both in or exclude them both. I think that's the fair approach. In terms of how you should consider whether to allow them or not. I'm not necessarily making a recommendation. What I'm suggesting to you is that the standard that should guide your decision is, are these materials relevant? And if you think they're all relevant, then I would suggest admitting them. And the reason is this is a de novo hearing where new evidence may be introduced. Neither this board nor the bylaws nor the shoreline zoning ordinance has set a deadline for submissions. So that's why I suggest to you that the standard here is, are they at all relevant?
I have a question for you, Mr. Wagner. I'm curious to why do you? It seemed like there was some merit to the argument that one was a formal filing and one was internal communication between two parties negotiating. Does that have any legal standing or not? That seems like you're recommending that doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not persuaded by the argument that internal communications about settlement discussions should be excluded on the basis of a rule of evidence, because those rules of evidence are not applicable in this hearing. So my recommendation is to treat them, either allow them both in or not, and be guided by the standard of whether they're relevant.
Yeah, I just think it's a difference of intent, certainly. And I had a second question, maybe for all the attorneys. Not having gone through the email in detail, mostly because I saw the ask to not consider it before I had a chance to review it in detail. Is there anything that in the email or in the applications that couldn't be introduced as evidence as it would pertain to us considering this or issue? It seems like we're just worried about bias because of language or potentially making somebody look bad. Is there anything that couldn't be introduced as evidence in its own right without either the application or the email?
Mr. Chairman, do you want us to address that? I'm sorry, I didn't want to speak out of turn.
No, that's fine. If the board's asking you a question, I'm assuming it's kind of coming through me. So yes, please go ahead.
Sure. Just from my perspective, with respect to the after the fact permits and applications and such, and those plans that have been filed, my perspective is they absolutely can come in through evidence, because the notices of violation that are at issue here demand various corrective actions, and so we can certainly bring them in that regard. And I will say, with respect to the email, I do think it's an important distinction that, and I agree, I can't disagree with Attorney Whitehouse that rules of evidence, they don't apply to administrative proceedings, that there's no argument there. But I think the spirit and intent is that those kinds of conversations between litigants, essentially, or opponents are not necessarily, especially because we tend to posture and they're one-sided. That is not something that is appropriate, or I know that under, I think it's 2691, 382691, which governs board of appeals, the chair should make provision for irrelevant evidence. And whereas I think the applications that we're asking to be submitted, because they are precisely germane to what the code officer said we have to do, is relevant here. Whereas jousting between counsel is not.
May I respond?
Yes, please.
So the applications contain corrective action, and Attorney Rachel says that's the reason that they should be admitted. So the issue before you today is whether or not notices of violation issued prior to these applications being prepared, whether or not those notices of violation contain errors. That's the issue before you. Those corrective action plans don't have anything to do with that. So, as to Mr. Dean's question as to whether or not there's some independent basis on which those applications could be put in, I would say that they're not relevant in terms, the corrective action piece is not relevant because that's not at issue here before you. What's at issue is whether or not the violations occurred. Now, as for my email, is it, is it independently able to be put in? I don't know. I mean, I guess that the question is, do you find anything in it relevant to the notices of violation before you? I don't know that it does. I mean, Attorney Wagner, as he stated, the bar is low as to what's relevant or not. So, if you're questioning what to do, I would say you should, let them both in, as opposed to, as opposed to as not. I mean, I don't see any real harm in letting all of them in. So I guess that's my take on it.
So Greg, Fred, Tom, any other questions? We should take a vote on this as to whether to allow in or out.
I have a question. Procedural. Sorry, go ahead.
This is Tom. I guess I go, we either let them both in or we exclude both of them. At this point, I'm just expedite this process because we're truly here just to find out if code enforcement did their job and there's no errors.
I agree. And I agree with both of those statements, Tom. Greg, Fred.
I think I agree that we're just here to see if there's any errors on the code enforcement, and I'm not sure if these really pertain to what we're looking at to help because that's after the fact, if I'm understanding this correctly. What they're saying, this is not what we're actually here to look at tonight, right?
That's for us to decide right now. So I think I will go ahead and I will make a motion to, I'm not sure, Attorney Wagner, you can let me know the best way to phrase this. I don't know if I should make a motion to strike or a motion to enter in.
Why don't you make it a motion to strike?
Very good. So yeah, I will make a motion to strike both the email and the submitted documents in response by Attorney Rachin. The original email from Attorney Wyckoff and then the subsequent submission of information from Attorney Rachin. I will make a motion to strike those from the official documentation for the evening. Do I get a second on that?
I'll second it.
Okay, again, roll call vote as to whether or not to strike. Tom, yes or no to strike?
Yes, strike.
Greg, yes or no to strike?
Yes.
Fred, yes or no to strike?
Yes.
David Murch also voting to strike, so unanimously approval of striking the email and some follow-up information from Attorney Rachin from the official record. Okay, Attorney Wagner, you got a second procedural item for us tonight?
Yes, I do. The next procedural item is there was a DEP letter provided today, and I just wanted to see if there was if any party intended to introduce that or had any objections to that being considered as part of the evidence. Now, just to be clear, the parties can certainly make their arguments about what weight that evidence has. I'm just asking if there's any procedural arguments up front, since we did receive that today, and it's not clear to me if that's been made part of the record or not.
Can I address that?
Yes, please.
Thank you. I thought it was part of the record. That was my assumption, that it was already part of the record since it was provided by the DEP the other day, and I believe it's been provided to all counsel for all the parties. So I thought it was part of the record, and if it isn't part of the record, then I propose that it should be part of the record.
Attorney Rachin and Attorney Brahms, do you have any objections to that being part of the record?
If I might just address that. Thank you. I do object to it on the basis of, I've been hearing various discussion amongst the board talking about things that have been entered in after the fact with respect to the nature of the violations, et cetera. And so I would say that that is not relevant to those proceedings. And if this board does accept it into the record, I would say that it is incredibly important to realize that it should not hold weight. And I'll tell you why. If you look at the letter itself, it doesn't provide any detail about which property they're talking about what analysis that the DEP staff member made. No authority. This DEP person has, of course, authority over DEP regulations, certainly nothing with respect to the town. And it just does seem to be a pretty apparent attempt to just bolster the CEO's decision. And so I would say, to the extent it is admitted in the record, and I would respectfully request that it isn't, but if it is, that it be given very little weight.
So if I may, I'm just going to interject a little bit here. I think the question is narrower for the board here. I think it's just is it admitted? And again, that turns on, is it remotely relevant? So I would advise the board not weigh in now on what weight it should be afforded.
And Mr. Chair, if I may.
Please.
I would just echo the same sentiment from the last debate discussion here, which is essentially it itself does not speak to whether or not the notices of violation, which are before the board themselves, include any errors or misstatements or reasons for which to be set aside. It may or may not, as Attorney Wagner points out, bolster, and I would echo Attorney Ratchen's point, which is that it is in no way binding on this board. But again, if we're speaking specifically to the point of whether or not it on its own demonstrates that the notices of violation were themselves properly done and submitted, then I think on that basis it should be kept out.
May I respond briefly?
Yes, please.
This letter is fundamentally different than the items because in this letter, the DEP provides its view that the violations, its view relating to the violations. I think that is relevant.
So I'm going to go ahead and take this to the board. We're referencing a letter that was sent on March 28th, should have received as email by Jeffrey Kalinich, the Assistant Shoreland Zoning Coordinator, Bureau of Land Resources, Department of Education of Environmental Protection, the DEP. So the question is, do we allow this as into the record? I'm of the opinion that it should be allowed, as this is just I agree with Attorney Wyckoff's statements, and that this is a review of the notice of violation and the DEP's review of it from their perspective. And so I believe that it is something that we should consider as part of tonight's proceedings. Greg, Tom, Fred, any comment, feedback?
My opinion is, I agree with you, David, that the DEP is a state organization and they should be heard, not silenced.
Got a comment, if I might.
Please, Greg.
Why do we have this letter? Is this something that is issued for all NOVs? Is this something we solicited? Did the town solicit this? And is it traditional for the DEP to have any bearing on their opinion to matter in a procedure like this? I'm just
yes. So Greg, the letter itself indicates the following. It says Code Enforcement Officer CEO Alex Royce contacted the Department of Education, Environmental Protection, Shoreline Zoning Division, also known as the department, for comment regarding the Administrative Appeals Notice of Violation issued by the town of Raymond for activities occurring on 18 Fernwood Road and 28 Whitetail Lane parcels. These parcels are in the town's shoreline LRR2 district. The department reviewed the notice of violations and submits the following comments for consideration. So it was solicited by the code enforcement officer.
I guess my opinion still is the DEP was party to and did the site visit to it may not have been this gentleman, but one of his cohorts. And part of writing up the NOVs and picking out the violations. So I don't know why we would want to silence the DEP.
Mr. Chair, if I might. This is Chris, Assistant Code Officer. Could I respond to that?
Just briefly, yes.
So briefly, the DEPs who brought this violation to our attention, it was a member of the NERPA team that visualized this and brought it to our attention. We then visited the site with Jeff Kalinich, the author of that letter, and we always work hand in hand with the Department of Environmental Protection. They're the ones that wrote Chapter 1000, our shoreline zoning rules. They assist us with these decisions. They assist us in advising us how to handle them properly. So I think it's very important that this letter be entered into the record, and it's a big part of what we do, and it's why we do it. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chris, for that perspective. Fred, do you have any questions, comments to go along with this?
I think it's interesting that that they're the ones that brought it to our attention. So I think if they've got something to say under this, I think it needs to be heard and brought into evidence.
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and make a motion then to include this March 28th, 2022 communication from Jeffrey Kalinich from the DEP into record for consideration this evening. So I'm going to make a motion again to include. Roll call vote. Tom, yes to include or no?
I'd second and I vote yes.
Sorry.
That's all right. Just yeah, second, and I vote to say yes.
Thank you. Greg, yes to include or no?
I'm going to vote no on this.
Okay. Fred, yes to include or no?
Yes to include.
David Murch, I'm going to vote yes. So we have a majority vote on this, so it will be included in the record. Attorney Wagner.
Sure. I know there are some, I think the third procedural item here is if there's any motions at this time to move to continue any discussion to a future meeting. Do any parties have such a motion?
Yes.
I so go ahead, Attorney Braun.
Sure. Mr. Chair, I think first and foremost, I would point out while they've been decided not to be included here, the facts and circumstances of this case have changed since the last time the board took this up, and it's only been approximately 30 days. That specifically is that everyone involved continues to work towards an amicable and by agreement resolution to this case. We have submitted new applications to the town. We've updated a remediation plan, which has been submitted. And that on its own, I think, speaks to involvement and engagement by the parties to this matter. And historically, these sorts of things are best resolved by the parties and by agreement. And so I would respectively, on behalf of Durant Excavating LLC, make that request to continue so that that process can continue to move forward. The other issue, which may or may not weigh on the board's mind, is that at this point, I haven't had opportunity to review everything that may be presented this afternoon. And I will admit that I myself provided several new documents. They were relatively modest in weight. I think they spoke for themselves generally, but I do know also that Attorney Wyckoff submitted what looks to be well in excess of over 100 pages of materials. I haven't had opportunity to review those, and so I worry that there's some due process issue there, and an opportunity for the respondents here to actually review and be fully prepared. And then finally, I would make the request, in court, we'd call it judicial economy, right? It's this idea that we want to do things as efficiently and effectively as possible. We're at 7:45 now. You have 5 of these separate appeals to take up tonight. I don't think any of us, right, would be surprised if this drags on to midnight. And then we would even see then the likely need to continue this on to a second date. And it seems to me that if that's the likely trajectory of this evening, and I think it is, what is most effective for all involved and most beneficial to hearing this case is to actually set this for a special date where we can agree and take an entire day, start in the morning, so that we have enough time to hear all of this in one setting, rather than breaking it up piecemeal or going to a time when we may have less engagement or capacity to consider the things that are put before us. And so for those 3 reasons, I would ask that this matter be continued and that a special hearing date be set for these appeals.
So before we turn it over to the other attorneys to respond, can I just clarify, is your request to continue all 5 appeals or just those brought by Durant?
I can only speak for the ones that were brought by Durant Excavating LLC. I expect that the other parties here tonight will echo this request.
Okay, thank you. Attorney Rachel, I think you had your hand up. So I'll turn it to you if the chair is okay with that.
Yes, please.
Thank you so much. Yes, I do echo that. And I will say I was ready, willing and able to start tonight. And of course, we want to move this ball forward. I will say, as a busy attorney, I know that these documents, and as Attorney Braun said, it's well over 100 pages of documents. Myself, I was not able to look at them. It came in at noon today. And, I think it's really important to understand for this board what is at stake for all of our clients. We're talking about extraordinarily high fines. And in order to properly represent, my client, I would like at least an opportunity to eyeball what is being submitted. And so I do think it does raise a significant due process issue. I would also suggest to you, I would imagine that some of the folks on this board are working people and they didn't have an opportunity to go through them either. And so from an applicant standpoint, we want the board to have an opportunity to have fully digested these materials so that we get a fair shot. The other thing I would say is, I am echoing Attorney Braun's suggestion that this begs for not a 7 o'clock hearing, that we have more time to go through these issues, particularly because, as Attorney Wagner said at the outset, the evidence and the documents and the testimony that's going to be elicited in each hearing is going to build, right? And so human memory is faulty. I wanted to make sure that we have an opportunity to all have time and the space to hear everything at the same time, if at all possible. The other thing that I would like to raise that has not been raised is the fact that Attorney Wyckoff had submitted several, I think 5 possibly, we've got 5 appeals, draft findings of fact. And while that is absolutely a reasonable and standard procedure for the parties to submit findings, they don't do it in advance. They do it, and the other party has an opportunity also to submit those findings. And so I think that for so many reasons, so many due process reasons, that to proceed when you have 2 counsel for both parties to these appeals saying they haven't had an opportunity to look at what has been submitted, and I would dare say the board hasn't either, that we really need to think about that. And so I would join Attorney Braun's request that this be postponed. And I also want to say that I think in doing so, it will allow the parties more opportunity to try to come to solution here, which I can certainly say on my client's behalf, that's what our dearest wish is.
Attorney Wyckoff, do you have anything to add?
I have a few things to say in response to that, yes. So first, let me start with the last item first. Earlier today, I did submit I submitted some PowerPoint presentations and Google Slides presentations that the town was intending to use to help the presentation today. Those incorporate things already in the record, and that was really to make things go easier today and to have it be more expeditious. And I provided those to everyone. In fact, that provides the other attorneys basically the opportunity to see what our presentation is going to be. We didn't have to do that. We did that for the convenience of the parties, and that's why we did that. And then with regards to the findings of fact and conclusions of law, yes, I did submit those, and the other parties could have too. That they chose not to was their choice. But the town did provide those. As Attorney Rachel pointed out, that is normal and reasonable and a common thing to have happen, and the town did that. The timing of it was, I wish it could have been sooner, but as I stated in my letter, it really was unavoidable that it was at this time as opposed to earlier. Now, as to the comment that, put this off so that the parties can continue to talk, I have to respond to that and point out, in Attorney Rachen's letter, filing the appeals in the first instance, she said, given that my client is in the process of developing a mitigation plan and negotiating a consent agreement with the town relating to all issues raised in the NOV, council have agreed that this matter will be tabled until March 18th, 2022. Okay, we're here because that didn't happen. And the parties have all known since February 8th that if the ZBA tabled consideration of the appeals regarding 18 Fernwood on February 22nd, then it would be heard today. So a week ago, I let all the parties know that the town's position was that this appeal should proceed today. In the last week, no one raised any issue with that. No one raised an issue with the continuance. The town has spent time, money, and resources to prepare for this hearing today. The town is prepared to go forward. Beyond that, these notices of violation should be resolved as soon as possible. They represent serious and significant violations of the shoreline zoning ordinance. These violations need to be remedied as soon as possible. And this hearing is one of the first steps to make that happen. For those reasons, the town opposes any continuance of this.
Mr. Chair.
Very briefly, please.
Yes, sir. First is that generally these deadlines and timeframes within which an appeal should be heard are for the appealing party's benefit, right? To make sure that we have opportunity to come before the board and be heard, so that the town can't put us off or some other governing body can't put us off in perpetuity. And so essentially these timeframes that are in question are for our benefit and protection. And we are indicating to the board a willingness to extend that a check and balance put in place to protect our interest. The second is I would just sort of speak to a risk of harm. And that would be that I think that there's more likely negative outcomes that could come from rushing this or having this run into the night and require additional days of hearings, as opposed to simply continuing this hearing off to a more reasonable time, which would afford the parties opportunity to continue their work. The findings of this board on their own don't speak to the remediation plan or the necessity of these parties to take the necessary steps to cure what defects exist. Those are happening and will continue to happen regardless of when this board hears this case and makes a decision. And so for those reasons, I would again echo and state my request to have this continued off to a special hearing date.
So just to be aware, the Zoning Board of Appeals did meet on February 22nd. We were fully prepared to go through with reviewing the notices of violation, two of them, and the town and representatives for Q-Team and Management Controls indicated they would not be in attendance for that evening. So the board was ready to move forward. The board did make a decision to table both of those items. So we are fully prepared to meet on those items tonight. Also, I would let Attorney Rachel know that I also am very busy, but I have taken the time to review all the documentation. I do agree with Attorney Wyckoff that from what I saw, that the information he provided was already intended to be presented this evening. So I'm not feeling like we're behind the ball in terms of
Where'd you mix those up, in my room?
Yeah, but you have no plug for that.
Sandy, we can hear you.
Andy, we get.
And it's already occupied. Too many plugs.
You could have plugged. Sandy, you need to go to mute.
There we go.
No, there you go.
So, I'll take it to the board as I want us to all be sort of in agreement with this, but gentlemen, I am ready to move forward these tonight. We are all volunteers. We all have reserved time for every Tuesday night to do this. If it needs to go late, then it needs to go late. I am not of the impression that we need to set a special date to review all of these for that purpose. We have volunteered and have indicated that Tuesday nights, the last Tuesday of every month, we will do this. And so I'm ready to move forward with that without further delay. So that is my perspective on this. Gentlemen, I welcome your input, but I feel very strongly we need to move forward with these.
This is Tom. I fully agree with you, David. I spent the time going through all of this. I agree that the presentations are just a summary of the violations and the photographic evidence to back it up. That's all that those are in all those presentations. We need to move ahead.
Agreed. Craig?
Yeah, I'm fine with moving ahead. It seemed like there was two issues that were being brought up, and correct me if I'm mistaken, but it seemed like there was maybe an implied ask to have some sort of resolution outside of the appeal process that would be implied from a continuance. And the town's not, we're not considering that at all, are we, at this point? I'm not sure. There's kind of two separate things. One could be to continue and the other could be to continue it so that we could resolve it in a different manner. Am I understanding that correctly, what was asked?
So do you mind if I weigh in here, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, please, Attorney Wagner.
So I think what it makes sense to break this down is first just a motion to continue generally. And if that passes, then we can discuss the request about having a special hearing date or what items would be taken up when. So I suggest you take it first just as a clean motion to continue for the reasons that were provided. I didn't hear a particular request to, engage in any sort of settlement discussions, and I would suggest that the Board of Appeals doesn't have jurisdiction to weigh into that issue anyhow. So I think the issue before you is simply a motion to continue for the reasons that the parties raised. Do you want my opinion on the due process concerns that were raised?
I would.
Yes, please.
So the parties raised a number of arguments that the applicants here have moved to continue, and that the rules are designed to protect their process rights. I think there is some risk that a court could agree that their due process rights would be violated if the board would choose to go forward. I'm not convinced that that is a substantial risk, but the conservative advice where those issues have been raised would be to continue and to meet with the parties and come up with a procedural order if the board feels that even that small risk of due process concerns warrant that. But putting that issue aside, if the board agrees with me that that's a small risk, but it is a risk, then the question is really, is the board prepared to proceed? Because in my view, this is a de novo hearing. These materials could have been presented right on the spot. The fact that they were provided in advance, it could have been today. So again, that's why I think the due process risk here is minimal. But nonetheless, it's there. So I think the guiding principle for the board here should be, are you all prepared to move forward?
So from that, thank you, Attorney Wagner. So from David Murch, I am prepared to move forward. I have reviewed documentation. I've been prepared since, last month. So.
Tom Hennessy, I'm fully prepared.
Greg?
Attorney Braun or
Oh,
Greg?
sorry. Greg Dean. How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm prepared.
Fred, how do you feel?
I'm okay going with it. Yes.
Okay. I'll give you just 15
Yes, sir.
seconds, Attorney Brown.
Yeah, just to be sure that there's a full record here, it behooves me to point out, and I should have initially, that, and as part of my argument to come, that there are additional notices of violation related to this matter. To Green LLC, the deadline for filing those appeals does not run until March 8th. They relate exactly to these issues. In fact, they are almost identical carbon copies, but for some very nominal distinctions to those that were incorrectly issued to Durant Excavating LLC. And so again, I would just point out that judicial economy, right? This idea that we're going to have to essentially replay all of this yet again at an additional hearing, might not make a lot of sense. And speaking to Attorney Wagner's point, the risk of harm in continuing this is substantially less than allowing for a continuance to a special date. And forgive me if I misspoke. I did mean to say that there's an April deadline, April 8th, for filing those no appeals. Thank you.
Sure. So Attorney Brown, I appreciate you bringing those up. Those were things that I noticed that myself, and since the consideration right now is just a continuance in general, I'm still going to say that we need to move forward. Certainly, as we come up to the specifically to the cases that or the administrative appeals that you're overseeing, we will review each one specifically. Okay. So, Fred, I don't know if did we? I apologize. Are you all set to move forward with this evening?
Yes. Yes, I am.
Okay, so I don't even know if we need to make a motion. Do we need to make a motion, Attorney Wagner, to?
I would suggest a motion since there was a request.
All right, so I will make a motion that a move for a continuance, not for all of these cases this evening, not be considered.
I
Tom?
second it.
Oh, thank you for
I'm
that.
sorry, if I may, could we rephrase that to be denied?
Yeah, denied. Okay,
I'll
sounds good.
second that one too.
All right. Tom, in favor of denying.
I'm in favor.
Greg, in favor of denying.
In favor.
Fred, in favor of denying.
In favor.
I, David Murch, also in favor of denying. So Attorney Wagner, do we have one last item to consider here?
Sure. I think I'd like to give the parties an opportunity if there's I think it makes sense to I had previously considered whether we should address the timeliness of the any applications up front, but I'm going to reconsider that and suggest that we take that up in turn on the appeals unless any of the parties feel strongly that we should address any of those objections up front. Okay, so my recommendation is that we take them up in turn. So that leaves me to, are there just any general procedural issues that are applicable to all the appeals that any of the parties would like to raise before the board now?
Yes, and very quickly, and this is actually hoping to help with efficiencies. Because I am representing the appellants in 3 separate matters, and I think I heard you say this, Attorney Wagner, but I just want to confirm, just for the order of presentation, that what I'd like to do is make some introductory remarks that are applicable to all 3, so that just in the interest of efficiencies that we can do that. I heard that we're going to take everything one at a time, and I certainly honor that, but just to help try to move things along, I was hoping that that would be appropriate, and also that I would ask officially that any testimony, evidence, et cetera, that is submitted in any of the appeals, because they tend to build on each other and they are factually related, that we can just agree that everything will come into the record and it can be used in any of the different appeals. And it's incorporated essentially by reference in the event, if there's an appeal of the decision, that the record is basically all of the evidence and testimony and documents relate to each of the appeals.
Thank you. So I think everything that Attorney Rachel said is consistent with what I said, and if anything, just better clarifies what I said. So unless there's any objections to that, my recommendation to the chair is to allow that, to allow general statements that may be applicable to all the appeals. And then that way we'll at least be able to be more efficient as we move down the list. Do any of the other attorneys have anything else to say on that?
No objection from the town.
Okay.
No
Yeah,
objection.
I'm all for efficiency, so let's do it.
Okay. So with that, I think we'll begin with the first appeal, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, very good. So moving on, old business administrative appeal, re-notice of violation issue 12/16/2021, applicant Ratchin Esquire on behalf of Management Controls LLC, location 18 Fernwood Road, Mat Lot Block 001-022-000, zone LRR2, description administrative appeal from notice of violation. This administrative appeal was tabled at our last meeting, so I need to have a motion to take it off the table. Can I get a motion for that, please?
Motion to take it off the table.
I will second. All in agreement to take off the table. Tom?
In agreement.
Greg?
Agreed.
Agreement. Fred, in agreement?
I agree.
David Murch also in agreement to take it off the table. We are unanimous in that. This is an application, gentlemen, that we discussed the timeliness of the filing. It looked like it may have been filed a little too late. We then understood through comments from the code enforcement officer that this was an agreed upon timing for the filing, so there was no lateness involved. We did open this particular administrative appeal up to public comments. The public comment we got was simply a butter who was interested in seeing what was going to go on for the evening. So we closed public comment at that time, although it was noted that we would, this tabling and untabling would also include public comment during the untabling. So we are all set to move forward with this. Unless I hear something different from Attorney Wagner, I am going to see for the appellants, if there's anybody ready to speak on behalf of this. Attorney Rachin, if you want to kick things off.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I said, I'm going to be speaking generally, just making some introductory comments with respect to the three appeals in which that I'm dealing with, specifically with respect to the first one that you just mentioned, also the one from Q Team with respect to 18 Fernwood Road, and finally with respect to management controls with respect to Whitetail Lane. So as you know, there are two separate properties at issue here. And my comments are, until I tell you otherwise, are specifically, I should say, are global in nature. So first, just to start off, I'd like to focus on context here. And I think that's really important that everybody acknowledge that we're dealing with a property that was actively eroding and posing a significant threat to Sebago Lake, which of course is Maine's biggest drinking water supply. And so everything that has been done was basically done in an effort to prevent further sedimentation and erosion. And you'll hear from our expert, Mike Morris, who will be testifying, that nothing done at the properties, nothing was done at the properties that they would not otherwise have been entitled to do under the shoreland zoning ordinance had the proper permits been applied for. And again, we're being candid here that things weren't perfect, mistakes were made. But what we're talking about here is not all of the mistakes alleged were actually made, and that there is a tremendous amount of duplication of the named violations. And so there are going to be basically three things that I'm focusing on this evening with respect to all three properties. One, who is responsible? Two, as I said, that not all the allegations that have been alleged are actually violations, and also the duplication. So let me peel down those three themes back a little bit. Who is responsible? So we know, I think from my submissions, is that there are several pre-existing violations. First, there's the hot tub at Fernwood and a second set of stairs also at Fernwood. Those did lack permits, but the fact of the matter is that despite what is suggested in the code officer's submissions, that was not my client. That was not done by him. He inherited those issues. Also, I think what's really important, and am I allowed to share my screen? I just want to make sure I can do that. Am I allowed, do I have the technology to do that?
Yes, you should be all set.
Okay, so is everyone seeing what I'm bringing up here?
Yes, we see something from Bob O'Neill, chair plan.
Yeah, no, that's not it. I'm just,
Okay.
yeah. So back to the who is responsible piece. I think it's critical to make sure that everyone is aware that my client, who is Management Controls, entered into a contract with Big Lake Marine Construction. And Big Lake Marine Construction is known as an expert in shoreline stabilization projects. They hold themselves out that way, they advertise that way. And in this situation, you look at the contract. This is for the Fernwood Drive. I'll make it bigger so people can see. You will see that the very first line here is that Big Lake Marine will obtain all necessary permitting from the town and DEP. And scrolling down, you will see that that permit fee was a handsome fee, $6,000. That is for Fernwood. And again, I will also say that the same applies for the Whitetail property. This contract, similar language, Big Lake will obtain all necessary permits from the town and DEP, another $6,000 permitting fee for that. So I want to really highlight this because this is a situation, and I know in the packet that was provided, documents that posted online, there was a reference in one of the CEO's documents that it said that Mr. Buteau, who is the principal of Management Controls, possibly violated shoreland zoning ordinance in Harrison. And so as an initial matter, I think it's important to highlight that no court has ever determined that there was any such violation. There was a consent agreement, but there's no determination of violation. But that's really important because first, I think it informs this board that one would think, oh, he's a big violator and he's just taking this, not taking this seriously. But as a result of that experience, Mr. Buteau was extremely cognizant and conscious about making sure that he never had this problem again. And that is specifically why this contract, both of them, speak specifically and unequivocally to that point. And so I think it's also important, and I'm going to your own ordinance because that's where we should always be focusing, is that under the ordinance, it is not just the landowner who is responsible. If we look at, for example, if we look at section H, which talks about, excuse me, I'm sorry, I'll just cite it to you. In the fine provision, it talks about any person, including a contractor, the landowner, a landowner's agent who violates these provisions shall be liable. Similarly, under 16H, it talks about how the code enforcement officer, if he believes there's a violation, shall notify the person responsible. But it's important to note that in the town's own ordinances and the state statute, that it's not just the landowner. And in fact, it can be people other than the landowner who are the responsible parties. And so I think it's important to recognize that. The other theme here is that the NOVs are just replete with examples of overreach and duplication. And when looked at both collectively and individually. And so collectively, the town is seeking penalties and violations essentially from 3 separate entities and people for the exact same violation. And then also within the same violation itself, they are just overlapping. For example, you'll see in many of these notices, violation 1 is filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards, which isn't a violation unless there's not a permit for it. Then the second violation is filling and earth moving of more than 10 cubic yards without a permit. Those are, in essence, the same violation. The first one isn't a violation. The second one is because it's done without a permit, yet they're cited twice. Similarly, you see the examples of this throughout all of the notices of violation. And I guess the question is, why does this matter? I think the board is most likely to ask, well, why should I care about this? Well, please understand this is not a petty attempt by lawyers to try to parse language. It's because the town has threatened extraordinary fines, $1.3 million at the last count. And so this is very real. And yes, I'm sure council will tell you, and I agree, that this board does not have authority to set fines. It simply doesn't. But the truth of the matter is that what you decide here will have tremendous implications going forward. And so, as I'm sure you well know, that violations are calculated on a per day basis. And so that's why the fact that there's so many duplications is important. And we would ask you to read those notices of violation with very detailed eyes, because in fact there are lots of these duplications that we're trying to avoid. And another point which I am not going to belabor because I know that this board doesn't seem to be particularly open to it, but the fact has to be acknowledged that the appellants are working very hard and have hired excellent experts to come up with mitigation plans that will satisfy the town, even when we believe that not all of these things are actually violations. So let me just talk about the duplication piece. I want to break it down for you. So in the December 16th, 21 notice of violation, it alleges 15 different violations, many of which, as I say, are duplications of the same activity. And so what I want to be upfront with is that we stipulate that for the shoreland stabilization project, which this undoubtedly is that a planning board permit is required under both section 1417B and section 15C12 of the shoreland zoning ordinance. That both of these provide that permanent uses that extend beyond the normal high water, such as stabilization projects, require planning board approval. Okay, so we concede we did not get those permits or that approval from the planning board and should have. But again, if you look at violations 5 and 11, they're exactly the same. They both cite a failure to get planning board approval. They can be collapsed. I also want this board to understand is that because planning board review for a stabilization project is what is required, that subsumes into it earth moving, filling, vegetation and tree removal. So if the project is stabilization, then all of those individual activities, like I said, earth moving, vegetation, tree removal, all of which have been cited for different violations, they're not. They're all subsumed into the same thing. And I'll give you an analogy. When you're building a single family home, you apply for a permit for a single family home. You don't also apply for an earth filling, earth moving, and tree removal, and a grading and filling permit. You simply apply for one permit. Same thing with the septic system. When you apply for a septic system, you don't apply for a earth moving and filling permit. So again, this is just an example of the piling on that we're asking you to be judicious about. And so these are the kinds of issues that we're looking for you to look at. So both violations 1 and 2 written notice should be stricken. Again, if you look at violations 7 and 8, and I should bring it up so you're looking at it. Okay, so here, for example, you have removal of vegetation of less than 3 feet height. 8, removal of vegetation and less than 3 feet in height without a permit. It's the same violation. They should be consolidated. I think it's really important, again, for you to look at the ordinance. I'm going to bring you back to the ordinance, okay? Because that's always what it dictates. So, 15C is what dictates here. Piers, docks, wharfs, bridges, or other structures or uses extending over and below normal high water line. Stabilization is a use extending over or below the normal high water line. And what it says here is vegetation may be removed in excess of the standards of 15Q. 15Q has been cited multiple times in these various violations. This clearly allows vegetation in excess of those standards to be removed in a shoreline stabilization project. And that's exactly what happened here, as I said, with permit obtained by the planning board. We did not obtain that permit from the planning board, but what is alleged here is that they should have gotten permits from the code enforcement officer. That's just simply not the case because they're subsumed within the planning board process. Again, there's allegations that 9 and 10, let's go back to this notice of violation. Violations 9 and 10 with respect to this hot tub that was not built by Mr. Buteau, but his predecessor. 2 of them. Hot tub, hot tub. Again, double dipping. And it goes on. And I'm not going to belabor this point, but I think it's really important for you to appreciate that these are absolutely, positively the same violations and should not be double and triple dipped. So at this point, I'd just like to call, I'm hoping he's here, Mr. Morse. Mike Morse, are you here? I'm having trouble seeing the participants. Mike Morse. I'm trying to get him. I just saw him.
His video just turned on.
There we go.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
I'm here, Leah.
Thank you so much.
Sure.
So, if you would, Mike, if you could just tell us a little about yourself, your background. If you could talk about perhaps who you are, what you do. Start there.
Sure. Good evening. My name is Mike Morse. I'm a land use consultant working with Archipelago, a firm in Portland, Maine. I have been with Archipelago for approximately 6 weeks. Prior to that, I had my own land use and zoning consulting business for approximately 3.5 years, working with the same regulations, the shoreland zoning, the DEP, various DEP regulations, and a few other municipal regulations as well. I work both with the private sector and also work with municipalities on various projects. Prior to having my own business, Morse Environmental Consulting, I worked for the Maine Department of Environmental Protection for a little more than 20 years. Number of years, first handful of years were dealing with some of the other DEP specific regulations, the Natural Resources Protection Act, Site Location of Development Act, et cetera, et cetera. The last 16 years I was at DEP, I worked specifically and exclusively with the Mandatory Shoreland Zoning Act on behalf of both the state, for the state's interests with Mandatory Shoreland Zoning Act implementation